Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. We got Witan Svan back with us tonight to continue our series on the runes. Top of the show stuff. Many of you have already celebrated this last weekend, but coming up, at least in my part of the world, on late night Friday, I believe, we have winter finding, or the autumnal equinox. So I wish you all a very happy winter finding if you haven't already celebrated it. Either way, that is Svan's beverage choice this evening is much more exciting than his typical water. That's awesome.
It's been a long week.
I salute your choice.
Gotta get the energy going.
Good deal. So very, very quick order. We have Freyr's Harvest Feast going on in Montana. That's coming up this weekend and should be very exciting. That's at one of our members' homesteads that he and his family are working on, and it's going to be really nice. The McNallans are going to be there. If you can make it, please reach out to your local folk builder and see if we can make that happen, because I'm sure it'll be a great event. Coming up next month, at the end of next month, we have Winter Nights at Sigerheim for the very first time. This is going to draw in members from all over the South, hopefully, but also for the people who typically host this up in the Northeast. We're going to have a lot of Northeast people coming down for this as well. So it should be a big event. I'm going to be down there, as is every member of our Witan. So that will be very nice. It's a good chance to meet everyone. It's a good chance to get this guy over here to talk to you about whatever spiritual interests you might have, or me may even give you a haircut if you show up early.
Yeah, that's tradition.
That is a tradition. Yes, we got that going up at the end of October. I hope to see everybody there if you can. Sigerheim is a magical and amazing place, so if you guys can make it there, that would be awesome. Also, I just wanted to say something really special about the Asatru Folk Assembly, and believe that we started our folk services program in 2014. But it's grown a lot since then. And it's our way of internally fundraising and helping out members who find themselves in need for whatever reason. We have to work within our means, but keeping that in mind, as best we can, we don't want any of our AFA family to have to worry about the essentials of their existence if stuff happens. We want to take care of our own. If disaster happens, if an unexpected illness happens, if an unexpected job loss, anything existential that's going to put families, out of having food, having a home, having a certain amount of comfort, we don't want people to be in a spot where they have to worry about existential things like that. So we try to help as best we can. It's something that, because we are large and we continue to grow, it seems like very often we have somebody somewhere in need, and so many of the rest of us have been helping out. And I'm really proud of you guys. We had a kind of a quick fundraiser hit us, a really good friend of many of ours and a member up in Massachusetts who is going through some neurological issues and some other things, had a medication that was a little bit expensive that he needed to get, and he needed to get in a pretty short order. We put out a fundraiser, and within just a few hours, we had him all taken care of. And talked to him today. He is very, very grateful. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who donated and helped make that happen. You guys do us all proud. I think so. That's what I've got for the top of the program. We're trying to figure out the best way to do this as far as how to hit all the questions, how to hit all the runes, and how to break that up. And so we're continuing to experiment with that on what's going to work best. So that's kind of where we're at. Um, oh, and as Nick's thrown up there, please, if you want to participate in Super Chat or you want to throw any donations our way, the way to do that is at either Entropy or Rumble, which we are currently being broadcast live on. We're also being broadcast live on Odyssey, on VK, on Twitter, on Entropy and Rumble, as well as here. So please feel free to ask any of your questions there as well, and we'll try to get those all shuffled in. And without further ado, Svan, can you talk to us tonight about our first rune of the evening? Again, as if no one's ever heard of it before.
Well, a couple of things I wanted to say was one, I wondered about the Twitter X brand switch over. Maybe we'll get a blue bird with like a Malcolm X hat on or something, and that way we could just have like I keep seeing the blue bird, and I'm like, when's it gonna happen? No, the Twitter comment, but the other thing too is our Equinox beards. I want everyone to know I got a mulligan beard. I'm starting mine early, and you're gonna see Alzira these beard catch up to mine very, very quickly here soon. So the beards are back.
Yeah, I'm gonna shave tomorrow morning's last time I'm gonna shave for the next 6 months. At least all the way. I'll clean up my neckline. I'll keep it nice and neat.
See, I'm working on default. I got that head start. It's a little pudgy kid running ahead. No. I just wanted to bring that up. No, these runes, I've been really excited. Breath of fresh air to finally get here and sit down and talk about this, because I get to kind of break away from the week. It's been a long week, been kind of stressful. And the best part about it is these 3 runes are the start of kind of the internal mysteries, whether you're talking about it archaeologically or lore-based. There's a lot of interesting things that start to happen on these 3 runes in relation to all the Futharks, in relation to some of the great rune masters of our age and their thoughts about these runes. This is where I think we break free from the tried and true and start to get into some speculative stuff, because there's not even our ancestors seem to have different courses of points in relation to the runes, and it seems to start really right here. So, this first rune that we're going to be talking about tonight. We went last time we ended on Yira, the Earth rune. That rune and this rune, 12 and 13 are the numbers. So 13th rune. These 2 runes are oftentimes seen side by side to each other in the Futhark, and it's really important because they symbolically they have a significance. When you look at the Yira rune and you see the Earth shape rune, or the rotational cyclical shape, whether it's on the axis or whether it's showing kind of a movement, the immediate rune after that in our Futhark that we use today is a vertical axis rune, and that is Eihwaz. Eihwaz is spelt a couple of different ways, but it's a vertical axis rune. Sometimes it's called the hook rune, the wolf hook rune, but that's actually more contextual to things later on in the medieval periods in Germany. But it was incorporated into German medieval heraldic marks. But this rune is called the U rune. Now that's interesting all around for a couple of reasons. And so right out the gate, we start looking at the mysteries of this rune. When we talk about it being an axis rune, an axis mundi rune, a vertical rune, most people would know Yggdrasil of the Nordic folk, the axis is a ash tree, but this is the yew tree, and the yew tree has its own significance, but yet they kind of coalesce with each other. It's very similar to like earlier when we were doing Ansus and we thought of Odin and also all the gods or the divine gods in and of themselves. These two kind of have the same relationship. The idea of sacred trees just in general. So this rune has a lot of connotations towards the sacred tree and what it might signify, whether it's the oak, whether it's the yew, whether it's the ash. The yew tree is the significance of what we're looking at is what it does in relation to our culture. What we know about the yew tree is that one, they were held in graveyards as protectors of the dead. Our ancestors knew that there was strange and mystical powers surrounding the yew tree that were later confirmed by science, and or I wouldn't even say confirmed by science, but that they found synchronicity because our ancestors knew, they just didn't explain the chemical reasons. The rune itself is culturally connected to the tree, and the tree is about death, about the warding off or protecting of an area, in particular sacred places and the dead. The other usage was that it's a flexible wood, so it was made into a bow. The boughs of the tree were often used to create bows, and well, not arrows. Arrows were oftentimes made of ash because they're strong. The bow tree or the bowie, the yew tree itself, is flexible. It moves. It lasts a very long time. It's like it's similar to the oak in the fact that it can, live for a very long time. So the sacredness of the tree is culturally aware, but when we get into the meaning of the rune is when things get a little, again, convoluted. Whether we're talking about just the bow itself, and that being said, they understood that the bow came from the tree, or whether or not we're talking about the actual ties to death or to darkness. But this rune has a tendency to carry with it a essence of things coming to an end, or things going into darkness, or things coming to a close. This rune, again, is another movement of shoring up. So when we talk about the story, the grand epoch of the runes that we've been talking about on all of these, after the world and the cosmology is set, this is what I would call the caveat rune. This is when our gods pass on to us an understanding of the gravity of the situation. It's the kind of the sit down, this is what's going on. So the stories, I believe, of the gods came to us at this point in the grand tale, and it is a true point of measurement, the purpose. A lot of people wonder what our purpose is, and I think that this rune encapsulates this, because this rune really shows the cyclical nature of Yggdrasil, of the entire cosmos. So with Yira, as the cycles continue, everything comes into perspective. The cosmology is completely set, everything is in play, and now we're talking about the nature of the soul, that folk kind, they are living with intent to show honor, to be marked, to be noticed by the gods, bear witness to our deeds, and to also bring honor and fame to our people and to our ancestors. And this is really the rune that encapsulates our overall system. Why Lord Odin is choosing souls, why he's choosing them and bringing them into the Hall of the Chosen, why the Valkyrie are carrying the Chosen. And so the soul going up is encapsulated a lot in this rune. The soul going down as well. The soul going away from time and then being exonerated back up, even from the veil, from the shadow, and returning to the top. And then from there, descending back down into the middle. So this is kind of a rune about death in its completion and cycle, but I think story-wise, it's the gods and humanity, there are souls, the folk souls, in the entire play of everything. The purpose, the overall arcing purpose of it all is that the doom has been meted out. We saw that with the hail rune and with the need rune and with the ice rune. The Norns come, they tell the gods, this is what your slaying of Ymir has started. Not that they're at fault, but that all things have a starting point. It's all deeds beget more deeds. Odin says this himself, and words beget more words. So at that point, the gods know, and then mankind, the folk are made, formed generationally, cyclically. This is where Heimdall comes down and teaches the folk all of the secrets of the gods. He's the bridge between the divine. He's the prismatic light between them and us, and he teaches us that way, and through the runes, in essence. And then after that, knowing and being kind of sat down and focused, now begins the epochs of understanding that there is a doom and a boon before us, and that this rune kind of encapsulates that.
Hey guys, sorry about my quick departure there. I get up here and I get in my office to do these, and then I hear wailing from my child down below, so I had to go check that out. Not sure what she did. She is cry mumbling something about the cat, but she has got a massive shiner that came out of nowhere. So ooh. I think that's going to swell up pretty good on her. She seems all right, though. I appreciate you carrying the conversation. I'm familiar with the rune, but I'm not sure exactly what all Svan just shared with you guys, because I was tending to other matters during that time. I think this rune has... Yeah, it's silly. I think that we all have ones that stand out to us. They all have very important esoteric implications to them. I think this one, we run into the importance of them a lot. So much of this represents travel, both to the upward towards the astral, but also travel downward towards the chthonic, towards the primal. It has to do with ascension. It has to do with descension. It has to do with, traveling between the veil, to the land of the dead, to the land of the gods, going up and down that vertical axis. And I think that's very important. And what I think is also important, both parts of that directionality are celebrated and have their place in our spiritual practice. There are times when we get quiet and we want to delve into the primal, delve into the more basic fundamentals of our folk soul, go back into a place of stasis, into a place of communing with the dead. I think some of that is exemplified by, outsitting and by various practices of trying to reach out to the underworld. I think that there is a place for that. I think that very often we are focused on traveling upwards and raising our energy upwards and upwards in that tree towards divinity. There's several stops along the way, but I think that idea of ascension is really important as well. So I think that traveling up and down that tree for different purposes has a lot of symbolism and meaning for us in ritual and in personal ritual practice, in group ritual practice, depending upon what we're trying to do. It's a really good one, I think, for the time of year that we're beginning to enter into when the veil is thinning, to being able to communicate between the worlds. I think a lot of the mystery of this rune is exemplified in Disir Blow that we celebrate at winter nights, communing with our ancient mothers. And I think that's, I don't know, I think that's neat about this one. I think it's really special. I think one of the things we err in, I believe, is when we try to out-science mythos. What kind of tree was it? Well, indubitably it was, I don't even know the Latin name for what the yew is versus what, the birch is, or what the ash is, or the oak for that matter. But I think that when our lore comes to us from different times and when it echoes different times, so for example, in one location, you may be very good on your wilderness lore and on knowing your trees, having assigned really important differences between those trees. But when you're taking a corpus of lore and oral tradition that spans thousands of miles at numerous different zones, I think your trees kind of take on different meanings over time and place, depending on what's available. And also, I think that the imagery of Yggdrasil, it's not a tree. It's something that is personified as a tree, but when we try to science it as some actual tree with actual bark and actual branches that you can go and do stuff to, I think we start missing the purpose of the symbology of the tree. One thing that I also like about this rune, and this comes to mind especially because at Winter Finding we blowed to Uller, is it being the yew tree. It representing the yew tree, the tree that's in those dales, that's in the graveyard. The idea of that tree that stands in graveyards, this is something that comes to mind, and I don't believe that they are used, but in our graveyard we have at Sigerheim, we're big part of what we have to do there. So those of you that may not know, we have this ancient graveyard at Sigerheim. International members, disregard that I said ancient. We have a slightly old graveyard, but for people in the United States, it's a very old graveyard. And it hasn't been tended in a very, very long time. So we have dead there from the late 1700s and early 1800s. And it doesn't look like it's been paid a lot of attention since about the mid 1800s. So it's very overgrown, and we're trying to get rid of all the overgrown that's sloppy, but preserve the big trees because there's something special about those trees. But we're having to make some decisions on what trees got to go because they're disrupting the graves and damaging headstones, and what trees to stay. And it's just interesting to think about trees in graveyards because it's something that's been on our mind internally for a while now. Nick, go ahead.
Well, you brought up a really important point. When we were talking about the Disir Blow and this time between Winter Finding and the equinox and winter nights, this beginning season of the biphytic season or seasonals that we hold, this time is we're heading up into the hunting moon from the felling moon. So like this time is the darkening, the colding, things are starting to change. I know here the mornings are staying darker longer, and at night they're getting a little cooler. And when we talk about Uller in relation to death, that is one thing that I wanted to key in on. Was this rune is also about the rune of the pursuit and the goal and the ultimate natural law of about life and death in relation to the deeds and actions and consequence and ultimate destiny or doom, if you will. The word doom is thrown out a lot, and in our language now it means dread, but doom basically just meant your measured destination, your overarching decisions that will lead you into your destiny. So this rune has a personification towards Uller about death in relation to like conquering and overcoming desired goals, whether it's a predatory prey kind of dichotomy, or whether it is about the pursuit of victory over your enemies, or the pursuit of the attainment of goals that have long eluded you. So in an essence, the death itself could become one of a symbolic nature. Hey, what's going on? Oh. No. I got my son here. He's coming down to pilfer a drink. You can't. So just to let everybody know, this is not alcohol. This is water, and he is trying to steal my water. You want a drink, and then you got to go back to bed, okay? This is my son, Eldred, being the little scamp that he is.
Nick, do you have the rune poem graphic up or available to put up?
This is the Icelandic one.
Bent bow and brittle iron, and giant of the arrow.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because in the translation here, Arcus is a loan word. So it says Arcus, again, the archer, and coming from Latin. So you could tell when we had talked about these poems, the Anglo-Saxon are more Christianized, but they're actually older linguistically than even the Icelandic, which were our faith was still being practiced at the time. But these loan words are starting to creep in. So like Arcus is the archer, and Inglingur is the person, the archer himself, the body or the man of the one pulling the bow, if you will. Sorry, just wanted to.
Oh no, that's fascinating, and I think it's, I don't know, that's always welcome. Can you throw the next one up for us? Yew is the greenest of trees in winter. It is wont to crackle when it burns. And then, go ahead.
That one, really kind of placing on the evergreenness of the wood, and in reference to anybody that knows, burning a pine or a coniferous wood in a fireplace, it cracks and pops from the sap and things of that. I just thought it was very interesting that they, threw that in there as a, and I think people look for the meanings of it, but they also got to remember it is an alliterative form of poetry in order to help the, whether it's the poet or the runester, remember the overall arcing sound, which is the E sound. And actually, I wanted to get into that after the poems.
Well, and something I wanted to, I don't know, just comment on evergreenness in general. It's always had deep symbolic meanings to our people because it it doesn't have seasons in the ways the other trees do. It doesn't wax and wane. It stays going strong even in winter, even in rough times. It maintains its green, it maintains its luster. It's one of the reasons that in ritual, most often, if we're using a hlauttine, if we're using any kind of asperging tool, it's an evergreen sprig, because it has that symbology of maintaining through the hard times, of being indomitable. And then the Anglo-Saxon, the yew was a tree with rough bark, hard and fast in the earth, supported by its roots, a guardian of flame and a joy upon an estate.
A lot of speculation about that, the guardian of the flame. Obviously, with the usage of it in England for grave sites and the dead, but the usage of it in relation to torches, or perhaps even shielding of the flames. That's a lot of speculation on that part of the translation.
I think supported by its roots has a bit of symbology with what we talked about traveling up and down, especially in graveyards, the idea of returning to the roots, of summoning the dead, the ancient, the ur into us, into what we do. Calling up that ancient knowledge is really important. Svan, you wanted to go into some of the linguistics of it.
Yeah, it's worth noting. So if anybody is out there placing the Futharks next to each other, when we talk about the younger Futhark and the elder Futhark, this is where things start to get a little dicey. And the major reason is that the younger Futhark has this rune, but the symbol is different. It is a vertical axis with 3 points down, so oftentimes called the death rune. And it is at the end of the Futhark. For the younger, I'm talking about the Norwegian, the Swedish, the Icelandic. And another thing worth noting is that the letter R and the sound can be its own syllable in a word. So, oftentimes when we talk about like the Gothic language, or even some of the, ancient German, the usage of the Z or the S at the end was in common place. But by this time, Nordic language started using a trilled R. So this rune in the younger Futhark is not the E sound, but you'll see generally it's a dash with a capital R. And it's worth noting that. When we talk about the linguistics of that I wanted to place that out first, because some people might be looking at it and going, well, where is the rune? And then when you look at the last rune in the younger, it's not the EI, it's an R. And so it causes a lot of confusion. The biggest point I would say is, first and foremost, Edward Thorson's book, Futhark, he speaks of how the usage of the elder Futhark sound, EI, is not really known. It's speculated. And to be fair, that is completely honest. That's actually, I think, a great trait that he showed there, was that there wasn't 100% of an understanding. We do know that the EI in Gothic is a double E sound. So the spelling between the modern reconstructed Eihwaz and the Eihwaz word in Gothic is only by one letter. And we know that their EI was a double E sound. Now, for most of us here in the West, and especially since we're derived from Germanic, the EI has more of a long I sound, like Heim or Stein or things like that. And that's because that actually became prevalent in German much, much later. I believe like the 14th or 15th century, the EI became a long I sound officially. And so a lot of people, when they see this rune, they say Eihwaz, but it's worth noting whether you spell it with an EI or just an I, it's still a double E sound. And we only have a testament to that because of the Gothic word, and also the Anglo-Saxon word, which is EO, EOH, and it's, or excuse me, it might be EA. No, it is EOH, is a long E sound. So a lot of people didn't quite know where to go with that. And I think that's part of the confusion, is really that EI switch. But the correct, I would say the correct linguistic, and I'm going to go out on a limb and just kind of, from my authority of like this and studying the runes for a very long time, and studying the like Gothic usage of the word, it is a double E sound, an E. So that would also bring to point that there are technically 3 E sounds in the runic Futhark, which is kind of interesting. The 2 vowel sounds in the middle etter, in the middle 8, are 2 E sounds. The Is rune, which is like a short I, like an in and sit and bit, and then there's the long E sound in this rune, Eihwaz. And you can kind of see its usage in like the beginning of words, like in Old Norse, the word iron is irn, and it's a double E sound, oftentimes written as a Y or a J now. And a lot of people will say like jarn or yarn, but it's a double E. It's the same with Jormungandr. Jormungandr is a double E sound in the beginning. So this is where, that's why I said these runes are super interesting, because linguistically things start happening here. And it gets even more confusing when you look at the younger, and it's not the E sound at all, it's the R sound. And it starts to fill a role that another rune in the Elder Futhark does when we're talking about like Gothic or Germanic. It's an ending rune, much like the Algiz or Eihwaz rune, which we'll be covering later, is a Z sound at the end of words. This rune too becomes the end in younger Futhark. So it's worth noting. And so in the younger Futhark, if you're looking at it, it's also a double E sound, but it has an R, so it's Ir, and that means yew tree. And they just focus on the R, because the other R in the beginning of the Futhark. Sorry, that's where things are getting all kinds of different directions now.
All right. So with that, we'll take a break and answer some questions here. And our first question is a carryover from last week that I guess after I called time, we got an extra question.
Almost made it.
Was ancient Egypt actually Aryan? It's an interesting subject, but I never looked into it. What sources should I look into? So, a couple of things to remember off the bat. Egypt is, we speak of ancient Egypt as one monolithic thing, like there was a time that's ancient Egypt. As if, in American history, you can look to the Old West. And it was a period of like 40 years, 40, 50, whatever. There's a small window of what the Old West was. Actually, you could draw it out to like 60 or 70 years. But again, when you deal with ancient Egypt, we're dealing with thousands of years of time. When the Greeks or the Romans interacted with ancient Egypt, Egypt was deeply ancient to them. The distance between the most ancient part of ancient Egypt and the Roman Empire is closer than us in the Roman, or is further away than us in the Roman Empire. Mm. So we're dealing with a vast epoch of time in that area. One part of ancient Egypt had a lot of Aryan overlay, and that's, you could argue that there was some Aryan admixture going on there with a lot of things before this, but certainly in the Ptolemaic times, after Alexander the Great had conquered Egypt, there was a syncretism that occurred between Alexander and the Greeks that was fashionable. They would go to Egypt and they would look for similarities between their gods and the Egyptian gods and give them a dual personality as an Egyptian and a Greek deity. You saw that with Zeus and Ra would be. I forget the hyphenated order it went in, but they would go to Alexander. I remember one time when he was in Egypt, went to a very faraway shrine that was very important to consult with the oracle there. And the idea was that Amun-Ra to the Egyptians was Zeus to the Greeks, who fathered Alexander in legend, and so his mother had told him. So it was an interesting. There was a lot of that, and that continued, full force after Alexander conquered Egypt and into the line of Ptolemaic kings and the Ptolemaic dynasty, which Cleopatra, the white Grecian Cleopatra, was a part of.
Right.
Before that, no, not really. I don't think so. I think that we can, if we look hard enough, we can find similarities between lots of things. There was a comment over in the side that it was more Aryan than it was sub-Saharan African. And I think that if those are the two choices, then yes, I agree. But I think there's more to it than those two choices. And I think there's certainly the Semitic peoples populated that area long before Aryan tribes populated it. It is certainly something fascinating to think on. And when you go into the deep mists of time, possibilities abound of the traveling of different groups of people in the epochs before written history. And so it's really easy to speculate, and it's fun to speculate on that, especially with big high civilizations of ancient times. But I don't see that as a truth. What say you, Svan?
Yeah, I think of one. I don't think we should get trapped into the easily, like, there are groups of people out here it's the continent Africa, so therefore we're connected to it, and they try to own it completely without considering all of the factors. I mean, they're clearly Eastern African, the Nubians that kind of, they were first the enemies of Egypt, and then eventually they were conquered by Egypt, and then they kind of gained ground back. And then I think that applies the same with like the Minoans and their influence from the seafaring people, or the Phoenicians, and so many people are kind of intertwined in this really long arcing story of the empires, the rise and fall of Egypt, numerous times over and over and over again. Their origins, I'm fascinated by the idea of the origins of ancient Egypt, but to say that they are Aryan, I don't think so, mainly because when we're talking about those times, we know genetically our folk were more central and northern in the Caucasus, northern Siberian mountains. Mildred, you gotta go to bed. No, go to bed. Oh, my son is terrorizing me. He knows I'm in a compromised state, and he's like, I want water. So I would speculate that for us to say completely no, but have a lot of people placed stock into the dynasties of Egypt, 100%. And I mean, it depends on what part you look at Egypt and its history when they mark down the different people of Africa and they show light-skinned people, dark-skinned people. There's people from the South, people from the West, people from across the ocean. There's a lot of interesting things. There is a gentleman I was following on X who it eludes me right now, and I wish I could point this out, but I would say that it's most likely during the biblical times of early Judaism, Egypt, and I would say the migrations of maybe the Hittites and the Luwians, the Aryan folk coming down. But there is a story of a scribe of Egypt who he gets fearful that he might be accused of an assassination attempt on the Pharaoh. So he runs, he leaves, and he goes past the what would be like Palestine, the Palestinian area. He goes north of that, and he ends up joining a war band and like riding chariots and horses, and he mentions eating all manner of cow and the various breeds and milk and cream, and he ends up becoming a warrior. So he went from like this kind of lilied scholar in Egypt to becoming a thane in a war band. And it is a great story. I just cannot recall it right now, the name. But it's worth noting that if you look at that snapshot, Egypt was extremely old then. And these people in the north had just migrated in there, and they were still riding chariots. So,
That's the thing. The further you go into Egypt is in a very interesting location. The people who there has been a movement in modern times to claim all of Africa equals Black folks. And that just wasn't the case in ancient times. It's not the case in modern times. The Sahara Desert is just as big a point of separation between peoples as oceans are. So there's a lot of dissimilarity. The people south of the Sahara Desert are very different than the people north of the Sahara Desert. Also, Egypt finds itself, anything in that Mediterranean area has a lot of trade and a lot of intermixture culturally, racially, and other things with variety groups of people. Is there an Aryan influence at different points in Egyptian history? Certainly. Does that affect their mythology and their depiction of their divinity and such? Probably in some way, especially depending on when you take that depiction from. I think that there's also the tendency from the other side of the coin for white folks to see everybody that did anything cool and trace it back to a white guy at some point. And sometimes I think there's justification for that. Other times I don't think so. Hey, sweetheart, how's your eye? So yeah, that's a complex question. And one of the things that makes it so interesting is I don't think the answers are very clean. And it goes back to such an ancient period of time that I think it leaves itself open for a lot of imaginative speculations. No, thank you. I'm good. I don't need the fake thermometer. I'm all right.
You and I both right now.
That's how it is. I wouldn't trade it for anything, no. Our next up is our weekly question that I appreciate. Good evening, y'all. How are you gentlemen? How are you gentlemen's evenings going? Going good now that I can calm down a little bit. I had a little bit of a scare when Aubrey was screaming in agony. She's okay now and trying to, I guess, ironically minister to me with her fake doctor gear. So she's doing all right. I'm doing all right. I look forward to these all week. I'm especially excited. Nick has been cutting these up into smaller chunks for shorts and clips and things like that. So the YouTube channel's gotten a huge boost the past couple of days. I don't know. I feel good about doing these. I look forward to doing them every week. I'm having a Elysian The Great Pumpkin Imperial Pumpkin Ale. and talking to one of my best friends. So I am doing all right. How are you doing, Svan?
I'm doing good now. Yeah, it's been a rough week. Just automotive stuff, dealing with fixing things and then having other parts break down or inspections and so on and so forth. I mean, not everything's always peachy keen, and I think it's worth being honest about that. I'm kind of there's a lot of how a lot of people say when it rains it pours. So like it just kind of all hit at once early in the week, and I've been scrambling to make the difference, but things are starting to level out now. The problems that I couldn't fix on my own, automotively, I've got a mechanic that aided me. I only know but so much, and but I gave it the shot, and it didn't quite work, and all of that. So now we are. We're in Mittwoch. We're in the middle of the week, and I finally get to sit down. And so I was really looking forward to this at work. I'm getting very, very busy at work. So it was a chance. I was like rushing out of work to get here, and was like, man, I can't wait to just sit down and talk about the runes and just, like catch up and get a chance to talk with you. And it's finally kind of like slowing down, and it's hitting me that, all right, I think we're in the clear a little bit. Knock on wood.
All right. Next question. Okay, so the next question: when will we colonize the stars? So it's easy to give like a flip answer and just come up with a date. But in all seriousness, there are when certain prerequisites are met. One of those, just scientifically, is figuring out how to cross that big of a distance in any kind of reasonable time frame. There's ideas of different science fiction kind of faster than light travel, but there's also the idea of it being a generational process aboard some kind of vessel to do that. I think all of those things are really fascinating ideas, and I don't know which will get implemented first. And I think that one of the other preconditions, I think, is that our people, white people, Aryan people, need to become self-interested again and to prioritize achievement over inclusivity and making everybody feel good. I think if the focus is put on accomplishment instead of letting lower functioning people feel special too, I think that's when we're going to get back on that. We saw the acceleration from the Wright brothers to Wernher von Braun in, within a person's lifetime, within a relatively young person's lifetime. We can do amazing, amazing things when we focus on accomplishment instead of feeling the need to handicap ourselves and our accomplishment in order to be politically correct and make everybody feel good and snuggly. And I think when we get to that point, we will accelerate towards that goal relatively quickly. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't tell you how long that's going to take, but we have to start focusing on winning again before we're going to get there. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
I definitely think this question, even though it doesn't seem right away, does fit the rune. The rune of, again, the emphasis of upward movement or, axis movement or attainment of goals. And when we talk about our nation and the attainment of space or the attainment of the stars, is a thing I think that a lot of Americans still talk about, still think about, in relation to the past and ventures of the future, whether it's Mars and all of this stuff. It's truly interesting. I think that one of the glimmers of hope that I see in America is the ability for us to talk about that still, that wildness and desire to go there. And I don't know when that would be. I think that the gods are certainly within us, and they're within the world, and they're out there even beyond. There is the macro and the micro, if you will, on a lot of things. So the desire for us to kind of broach the edges of everything, to search the realms around us to the farthest ends of it, is within our soul. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I couldn't say. I mean, now you're looking at privatization and the commercialization of things, and there's all that kind of intricate minutia, and I don't know if that's good or bad. When I look at it, I'm still kind of in the observation phase of it all. I'm blown away by the fact that just recently, the idea of having a rocket to land on its feet or on its tail end was like a crazy achievement that, because we're not unified anymore as a people. We're kind of all this mishmash of people living in hotel America. I wish that we were all unified and more excited about that. That was an amazing thing. But at the same time too, I guess you could say there's a lot of people involved in that, and I'm not going to, break out like it's caliper time. No, it's not like that at all. I mean, there's a lot of different people involved, and I think now we're starting to get getting people from like other parts of the world are coming here to kind of contribute into their ideas about things. But what ends up happening is you have this diverse group of things, but now nothing's getting done. There's just little kind of blips forward with no true destiny forward. And that is, again, kind of looping back to what you said, Algiz, is that there needs to be a kind of set destiny, a unification that brings everybody together. And it's not like dried out alien carcasses that's going to bring us all together to like take to the stars. And it's just people, I think, have lost a lot of hope. And that's another sign of that kind of soul sickness.
It really is. It really is. And I think that, and we'll get on the next question here in a second, but what I think is also, and so I saw over in the chat that this was originally a troll question that we're giving a big answer to, but here's the thing. There's layers to this. Yes, we want to answer the question for the person who asked it, but I also want to address the question for everyone else that listens to it down the road, because I think that's valuable. And especially because interstellar colonization has been a theme and a fascination of our founder, Steve McNallen, since his childhood. I think it's worth, worth addressing a little bit. And one of the things I've seen other things over to the side too, and I know that we're not going to focus on this, but I think that one thing that also holds us back is us focusing on thinking that other people than us are responsible for holding us back all the time. I'm not doubting that there are such instances, but what I think we've all seen very obviously with our own eyes every single day, our own people are the ones that hold us back constantly. If all of our people were united in moving us forward, there's nothing that other groups of people could do to hold us back. We are responsible for our own shortcomings as a people, and that's tragic, but it's also empowering because it means we have the potential to overcome all those shortcomings if we were to unite and act with self-interest in one voice. So the next question up is, what sparked the interest in making VNS clips? Our folk builder in Poland, a gentleman named Asper, he mentioned this on Saturday while, and my wife read it to me from a chat room while we were driving up to Odenshof for our winter finding celebration. And I said, something like, hey, Nick, can we do that? And producer Nick has jumped on there, and I don't know how many he's cranked out in the past couple of days, but he has thrown himself into the process, and it's been a huge success. Our views on YouTube are way, way up. I want to get those to all the places they should be so that more of our people who would be interested can see it.
Big shout out to Nick too, just for that 7-hour marathon we did. Nick's there too. He's just not seen. So, this is this has really boosted things and made it amazing.
Nick is trying to practice some historical revisionism and suggest that he and one of our other folk builders were planning on doing it anyway beforehand. But I think that's fanciful. No, we'll see. I don't know. I think great minds think alike on a lot of those things. Either way, we've got, he says he's got the messages. No, either way, we've got a really good tech team, and we've got folks that are making so much of this happen. We've got really great people in so many different areas of doing this, trying to fulfill the will of the gods, to bring our folk together and bring all of our folk home while advancing the development of Asatru is such a big and such a broad mission statement that, especially in this day and age, it takes such a variety of skill sets. And we've got some really great people with a whole lot of skills that I don't have the first clue about, able to make a lot of that happen. And we're very, very grateful for it. How much more do we need for Michael's headstone? Well, since we had a generous donor who is always such a generous donor to us in this very conversation tonight, Ronald, thank you very much. We really appreciate your contributions so very regularly to what we're doing. Oh, wow. It looks like it's even advanced since Nick sent me an update message a little bit ago. Looks like we need $249 out of the $349. When we started this show, we needed $329. So you guys have been great. Thank you for doing that. We mentioned Michael Vaughn that passed away. We mentioned him when he passed away on this program, but last weekend we interred his remains at Njordshof. That's the first remains that have been interred at Njordshof. I was going to say first of many. I don't certainly want all of our people to be immortal if they can, but assuming that they can't, it is an honor to be able to have them with us in that sense eternally at our Hofs. So believe Gothi Trent East performed the interment service there, and we're trying to take a little collection to get them a nice grave marker, and we appreciate you guys' help tonight doing that. Next question. I think this is the next question, and then we will move on to our next rune. But this question, those of us in the Southern Hemisphere, should we be celebrating according to our seasons or aligned with those in the North to be in tune with our folk? That is a fascinating question that a lot of our people have asked over the years. Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
I thought about this a lot. The biggest thing, again, is the correlation between the earth, the moon, and the sun, and the bringing yourself into alignment. So it kind of goes in two directions: unifying with your folk and understanding and commemorating your origins and understanding where your people come from and the correlation with that. I could understand that argument completely, but at the same time, the ultimate point is alignment and bringing yourself into an alignment with things. So do you deny what is around you in commemoration of where you come from? There are some people that have made this argument. I see it, but at the same time, you also want to correlate with the land around you, with you want to understand how to utilize it the best. Sunlight, daylight, warmth, cold, all of these things are very important that we understand them so that we can better utilize them. You don't want to take venture on during a time when it's dangerous, but you want to utilize it. That's very important, is synchronizing yourself with the overall flow. So I don't know. I don't have the experience of saying, like this, celebrating Yule in the middle of what would be, the tiding of summer, in essence. I understand both arguments, and I don't have the experience to say which one I personally would feel inclined to press on, is what I'm getting at, I guess. I'm not trying to be vague on purpose. It's just sitting from where I'm at right now is I can understand both points, if you will.
So here's a theme that we've repeated on here many times. Religion, specifically Asatru, is not a science or a math equation. It is about relationships, and it's about intent, and it's about interaction with the gods. And is what we're doing making them proud of us, or making them ashamed of us, or making them completely indifferent? There's no wrong answer to this question. And I think that it's weird and interesting that it comes up when we were talking about space colonization. If you colonize Alpha Centauri, when do you celebrate Yule? I would say, and I've always kind of thought this, well, it depends on what you're trying to do. If all of a sudden all the members of the AFA moved south of the equator and we're all in Australia or New Zealand or South Africa or something like that, then we should probably all flip at 180. But right now, when the vast majority of our folk are celebrating one way, if you want to feel included in that and part of that at the same time and synchronize that, I don't think that's wrong. I don't think our gods somehow bifurcate and some of them are Southern Hemisphere and some of them are Northern Hemisphere. I don't think it works that way. I think if you're in, Auckland and, I'm over here in Reno and it's Yule and we're both raising a horn at Yule time, I don't think that the gods are wagging a finger at you saying, nah, it's midsummer down there. It doesn't count. It doesn't stand the smell test if we're treating our gods as sentient beings. If it's a science equation that at a certain time of the year, you have to do a certain rain dance or else, bad juju is going to happen, then that's a different story. But we believe in the gods of consciousness. So I think that your intent is what really matters a lot. Now, what I know that the majority of people that I've spoken to who practice Asatru in the Southern Hemisphere do is they flip at 180. In the height of summer, they celebrate midsummer. And in the middle of winter, they celebrate Yule. One thing is Yule kind of can get hit twice because of its evolution or bastardization, perhaps a better term, into the Christian celebration of Christmas. It's such a cultural touchstone that people are aware of what time that is. They're putting out all the symbolism. It's based, all of the cool parts of it are based on our faith and painted over with a Jesus coat of paint, that it's really easy to try to celebrate Yule when the Christians celebrate Christmas. It just works really well socially. It works for a lot of reasons. So there's reasons for anyone to do it. Like to do any of those two things. It's your reasoning, I would say, that matters, and it's who you're trying to synchronize with. Like I said, I really hope that we can develop thriving AFA communities in Australia, in New Zealand, in South Africa, in all of these places, and then they can, flip their calendars. And so much of ours, we have intermediary holidays that don't necessarily have a specific time or place. We have others that are very specifically linked to natural phenomenon. Celebrating those when that phenomenon occurs, like celebrating Ostara when it is springtime, makes a lot of sense. But I don't think the dawn goddess is angry at you if you were to celebrate her in the fall because you're trying to, unite with your folk across the world from you. I think the fact that we're able to have this conversation is, this is the problems of success, and not something to be grumpy about. I think the fact that we have our people that have colonized and been successful on the opposite side of the world is something that would amaze our ancestors and be celebrated. So I think it depends on what you want to do. And I think you are in a unique spot being in Southern Hemisphere that you can kind of choose which way you want to go and have some options there.
It's funny because a lot of people I've been, they'll ask, is there an official, is there a set thing that the AFA does? Is there, a diagram, or is there a checklist? And in truth, no. In a lot of the sense, our flexibility comes from having to deal with, conditions that are unique to each member, and each member could be, it's all over the world. So that's like a good problem to have. And I think that when we get put on the kind of the spot, or do you have this, there's a lot of reasons that they might not even be thinking about is, our calendar is able to be utilized, whether you're Southern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere, but a lot of times it's on the kindred or the individual. I think it's worth noting too, just remembering this, is that no matter what, midsummer and midwinter are highly important in our understanding of time, because both are a celebration and a lament. We in the Northern Hemisphere and during Yule, we lament the death of Balder, but also the rise of the sun during Yule. And then at midsummer, we celebrate the rise of Balder and the lament of the loss of the sun from that point on. So it's really important to understand those two are almost completely connected. My son, you're still not in bed.
Well, when it will be, you and I could get my calendar that's full of toys and chocolate.
So one of the things that he's talking about is the Yule celebration and Yule calendar. We kind of use the Advent calendar, if you will, but we count down to Mother's Night. So right after Feast of the Einherjar or Thanksgiving is for the secular holiday that we celebrate. The Advent calendar comes out and it tracks all the way to the night of the 20th, and then thus begins Yule. So he's
another way to reckon when to celebrate Yule is when you can get the calendars with the chocolate in them.
Right. And my children's, the countdown of that is entirely based around Yule. So when the Advent calendar comes out is, I believe it's this one day after Thanksgiving, or it might be the second day after Thanksgiving, but it just kind of correlates for them, and it helps our Christian family to they can give an Advent calendar. Generally, of course, we don't have ones with, camels and head scarves and such that a lot of them have with the Christian iconography, but they get these Advent calendars, and so they're super excited. And for my 3-year-old, that's just the bee's knees. So that countdown to Yule is very important.
I don't blame him. It's all about priorities.
Right.
So that being said, I think another really interesting rune is up next.
Yeah. Well, I did see some questions about Eihwaz. I don't know.
There are a number of them, but I'm kind of going at the hour being my marker. So
Gotcha. Yeah,
we will definitely get to those. We'll overlap our rune questions. We'll keep going, but I'd like us to tell the folks about Perthro.
Again, the mysteries stack on. So Eihwaz and the ultimate sitting down, the recalibration, the vertical. Eihwaz then gives way to Perthro. Perthro again is a very interesting rune, and this is where these two runes in particular are very interesting when we start talking about the archaeological evidence of the Elder Futhark. And we'll get into that in a minute. But first and foremost, this rune is the rune of mystery. It is the rune of that which is shrouded. Oftentimes, it's called the dice cup, or the pot, or the purse. It is the rune of containment that is releasing unknown. It has connotations connected to, of course, wells, and of the fate of the divine and mankind after being the sitting down. This is kind of a rune about both chance and will, and their interplay together, or destiny and will. I really focus on that in this rune. This rune to me has always been about the age-old argument or pondering of destiny versus willful action, and do we have control, or what is intertwined. And this rune, it kind of shows that the procession of all things that are happening now are happening past this rune. So when we talk about the epoch of the runes that we've been talking about since the beginning of this, and we talk about the alignment, there's the circular nature of the cosmos. Yggdrasil is in full swing. Everything is rotating. And then we move to the upper and the lower, the second alignment. And this time, the folk are involved. Once we get into that alignment in Eihwaz, what lays before us is unknown. The decisions that we make and the deeds that we now have to partake in, our unification with the gods, our relationship with the gods. And I mean that from all the way back. Our relationship with the gods has been up and down. We have been separated from them. We have been, even to the point of like the speculations of whether or not they're like people, our folk have looked at the gods and thought of them as archetypes or philosophical points, or they've been made into demons by Christianity, and so much and so forth. Our relationship with the gods has been quite rocky, but the gods are eternal and they have waited. I think this rune really talks about destiny and fate and their timelessness and the ability for us to press forward into the skald, if you will, or the that which will be based off of our unification now. Is now that all things have come into alignment, what happens now will be unified. There's no more up and down. There's no more circular. Now it is all flowing together. And this rune, when you're talking about in divination, this rune has a lot to lend towards the fact that things are not clear yet. Things have not solidified yet. And a lot of people say, well, what is that? Is that like a blank rune, like Ralph Bloom's blank rune? In a way, it is, and I'll say it because what is being said is that the entirety of everyone's deeds have not fully evolved into a direction that can be interpreted. There's elements and things that are still happening that need to come to completion in order for the definitive of understanding. So this is the Norns, the gods, the folk, they're all in alignment, and now it comes to there are things that need to be completed. There's not everything is fully arced and understood, and I think that's a glimmer of hope in a lot of ways. The reason why Odin is staving off is because he has a chance. If there was no chance, then he wouldn't do it. But he sees the hope and the glimmer in the mystery and in the shadow of untold possibilities. And that in the darkest place is the hope, is the ability to willfully manifest, to gain the power of the souls of humanity, to fill up Valhalla, and to create a substantial force that can go against chaos and dissipation. And so it's a dark rune about mystery and about inclusive or non-conclusion. But it's also an interesting rune in relation to the femininity. I think this is oftentimes referred to as like the Norns in completion, not individually. There is a sense of the well and the cup, or the chalice, or the horn. This is the rune of the feminine mystery, kind of coming out of that birthing of. And some people might notice the there's not much deviation. This rune is not in the younger. It is not in it's not in the Viking Futhark, if you will. It does present in our Elder and in our Anglo-Saxon, but not in the Nordic. And I think that's one of the key things, that this is the first rune that really establishes that when we look at the Elder and we look at the younger, this rune kind of anchors it, that there was a clear shaving down in the younger Futhark, and it's glaring with this rune. But it's, the rune of mystery. And I did want to bring it up, like, so we just covered Eihwaz, and now we've moved into Perthro. It's worth noting some things that I think a lot of people don't realize, is that most of our Elder Futhark comes from two sources. Two archaeological finds from Sweden. And one of them is completely lost to history. It was stolen in 1938. I think it's 1938. It might be 1934 in Sweden. And that is the Elder Futhark. Its real oldest connections are in the Kilverstone and the Vadstena Bractiet. It's these two pieces of archaeology show a full Futhark of the Elder Futhark, and these are the only two outside of the Anglo-Saxon rune poems, which shows it written. These date, so we know that the Kilverstone comes from around 400, but it's unknown about the Vadstena Bractiet. It's speculated that it's coming from around 500, but it's unknown because it's been stolen. And what we have here, the reason why I'm bringing these two up, is because this is the first time when you see the runes flipped. We have two really old archaeological Futharks that have gravitas, but this is the first part of the sequence where two runes are clearly flipped, and that's 13 and 14. So in the Kilverstone, in the oldest one, after Yira, Perthro shows up, and a lot of people don't really talk about this. I think it's an interesting topic. It's an interesting subject, but nobody really seems to to touch on it is that in the Kilverstone, why does Perthro follow Yira and not Eihwaz? And then Eihwaz follows Perthro. And then in the Vadstenabrechte, we have the order that we use today, and also the order that was used in the Anglo-Saxon Futhark. So there seems to be some continuancy there, but no one quite talks about it. So on the runic revival that came about, really, Edred Thorson, so far as I know, is the one who has codified the current Futhark, and he flips them back towards the Vatstenabrechte, but then does a reversal again in relation towards the end of the entirety of the Futhark. So that's where this is kind of an interesting rune, these two runes, and why I was talking about the mysteries behind them, and no doubt why, you know, the mysteries will be focused around these runes. These three runes are really, really interesting. So I don't know. I think Nick has a picture of the Kelverstone. Yeah, here's the Kelverstone from Sweden. And if you look at the Yira rune is where you can really kind of just anchor yourself. Immediately following Yira is Perthro, and then Eihwaz. And again, like a lot of people do not bring this up, that the Kelverstone has this anomaly. The Vadstenabrechte has the correct alignment there with Yira and Eihwaz. Now it's worth noting, it seems that the jeweler that made you'll see a Burkano rune or Bjarkan rune following it. Again, Perthro is basically the Burkano rune opened up, and I think that the jeweler didn't have the template to press on the gold. So both of these Futharks have discrepancies, have issues, have possibilities of mistakes being made or what have you. In the Vatstenabrechte, you see two Burkanos, and I don't think that was intended. I think that Perthro is Burkano closed, and he might not have, or she might not have had the punch for it, if you will. But that's when you start to see this happening, and it throws a lot off. And I think that perhaps Edred Thorson's desire to combine the two was to make a mediation of these. So he follows the Vatstena and flips back the Kilverstone. But the Kilverstone has a lot of interesting inconsistencies as well, as far as, the placement of and the usage of. Here you see like Sowillo is utilized like how most of us see it, but on the Kilverstone, it's a 3-point and it's facing in another direction. It's worth noting, though, the Vatstenabrechte is backwards, and that's because it was, they must have carved a punch and then placed gold on it and then pressed it. So it's in reverse because the carving was done in the correct setting. So these two runes, this is where things start to get a little crazy, because not only is this rune not in the younger, it's also flipped between the oldest form of the Futhark that we have and then the second oldest, or speculated second oldest, Futhark that we have. This Bracteate was stolen. They did find another one, but it was destroyed. So now all we have is drawings of its existence from the 30s, and it was stolen, I think just prior to the war. So.
So I'm trying to think of how I want to, phrase some of my thoughts on this. In one fundamental way, this is a rune of manifestation. It's a rune of something emerging from the unknown into the known. It's a proving of fate and a proving and a testing of luck. I think that's why it's referred to as the dice cup in a lot of ways. There is a tremendous amount of courage to step into the unknown, or to draw forth the unknown and then face the consequences. One thing that is the most fearful is the unknown, because we don't know how to steel ourselves against it. You don't know how to set your jaw and be willing to take the punch, because you don't know what's coming. And I think that we all know the truth of that. You can take a breath once you know exactly what evil is leveled against you, because then at that point, you can begin to plan and prepare and rationalize and come to terms. But if you don't know, then you have this tingling in your, medulla oblongata, and you're on edge and you don't know what to prepare for. The unknown is the most scary thing there is, because we fill it with our own fears and our own apprehensions. The unknown is terrifying. Drawing forth from the unknown into the known, into the world, manifesting from the world of potential into the world, the world of what could be, what might be, into the world of what is fundamental. And it's the difference between something being an idea and it being real and a thing. In a lot of ways, this is the difference between, I've mentioned before that the biggest step in Asatru is the step, the distance from the couch to the door. Going from, hey, this is an idea, wouldn't this be cool, to I'm going to go do this. That's what makes this real. And it can be terrifying. I think in a lot of ways, this does encapsulate the mysteries of the womb and of birth. I think you see that in the iconography of the shape of the rune. You do see, like Svan mentioned, if you take Berkano and you open it outwards, it's this shape. I think, we see the cup, the chalice, we see the idea of the vagina and the womb and the birthing process. So something goes from this formative stage of, and women may see this differently because they feel stuff that we don't, and it's going on within them internally. But as a father, there's something like your child is cooking in there and doing whatever it's doing, and you don't know, and you have all these questions and concerns and fears and hopes and dreams and all of these things. And until that baby comes out into the world, those hopes and those fears and all those things it's all the unknown, and there's nothing you can really do. And it's scary. And the moment that the child manifests and is there, then you're presented with it. If there's a problem, at least you know and you can deal with it. If everything goes wonderfully, then you've got your amazing child. And even though it's dripping with gore, it's yours and you love it and it's awesome. So, but that unknown, that drawing something forth from the land of mystery into the land of reality and what's known, is fundamental to our faith. And I don't think there's words that I can say that encapsulate it as well as it should be. One of the things, a lot of the things with this are the idea of the cauldron or the well, of reaching into the waters and pulling something out, reaching into the rune bag and drawing a rune. The idea of reaching across the veil, getting something and then bringing it into our reality is fundamental to a lot of magic in general. And I think it's fundamental to Odin's rune quest as well. He went through a ritual death to reach into something and to pull out the runes. Roaring, he took them up and he fell back again. The idea of reaching into the unknown and bringing something forth in a very fundamental way. And in broad terms on this program and in our faith and in our worldview, order is good, chaos is bad. But in a different sense, it's order mastering chaos. So when we go back to the very beginning in creation, there is Gununga Gap. There is this place, this yawning void full of magical potential. Emerging from that chaos, we have the God of consciousness that shapes these things. The idea of reaching into primordial chaos and pulling something out and shaping it and manifesting it is fundamental to the act of the Vidki. The idea of pulling knowledge from our ancestors, from the dead, perhaps from the land of the gods, and pulling that and then speaking it forth, manifesting it forth. In a way, this rune is also a mouth. Putting it into existence is the art of the vulva or the seeress. In another way, taking things from the gods, manifesting them, and then sharing them with the folk is the fundamental act of the Gothi. This is a very important rune of taking things beyond the veil or taking things from the world of the idea and pulling them out and manifesting them in the world around us. And we do that fundamentally in the idea of reaching into the rune bag or whatever we have and pulling out a rune. So this is if any of you have read The Spear by Steve McNallen, our founder, in the first I'll Hear You Go Through the Asatru Folk Assembly, he talks about, some really pivotal things that crystal clear presented the reality of our faith and our gods to him. One of them was a consistent 3 times, I believe 3 consecutive days rune pull of this rune. And, he mentions the odds in there, and there's something astronomical. But a lot of people think, like Svan said, this is a rune of this is the blank rune, or this is like the random, like the question mark on the magic 8 ball. And it's not. It's a rune of manifestation. It's a rune of pulling from what is not currently and bringing it into what is. And fundamentally, that's what our founder, Steve McNallen, did. He took something from the land of the gods and beyond the veil that had retreated and that had left the land of the living because we gave it up. He took that out of that world and brought it into ours and manifested, planting that seed that's grown into what we have today. This is a very, very important and special rune in that way. Nick, could you go ahead and put us up a rune poem for this, please? Pjorth is a source of creation and amusement to the great, where warriors sit blithely together in the banqueting hall. One thing that was a pastime of our folk and was noted on by numerous people that encountered our people in ancient times was the sport they made of gambling and of casting dice. One thing, and I mentioned all of these things, I worry that I'm just stream of consciousing, just vomiting all these things out at you. And it makes sense in my head, I promise. But there's so many things that interconnect here. it's important to me, and I've initiated the idea of the 10th noble virtue, that of victory. The idea of being victorious and of being a winner was thought very highly of by our ancestors because it meant that you had a powerful luck and a powerful hamenya. Your success was a reflection of your divine favor and of your spiritual gravitas. So our ancestors, they would test their luck. Warriors would test the fate of things by these games of chance. And those who are blessed and who are fortunate would come out on top with them. And it was a proving ground for a person's worth and their gravitas in a lot of ways. So, it was remarked that freedmen and thanes would gamble away their freedom on the roll of a dice or on the way of checking this. And this is a very Aryan thing. It's not just a Germanic thing. You see dice very prominently in the Roman Empire. And you see all these different shaped dice. And one of the reasons for that was the point of dice wasn't randomization. Randomization didn't come into it. Randomization prevented you from rigging it. The idea was you were manifesting the luck and the fate bestowed upon you by the gods. So I don't care if you got loaded dice or not. My gods are strong enough that my roll's going to be right. That was the idea behind it. And you see this expression so often with the idea of dice. That's why this is thought of often symbolically as the dice cup. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon, the famous phrase, but in Latin, the die is cast. Once it's done, you've taken from the what could be to the what is. Should I march on Rome? Should I not? All right, cool. Once we're across the Rubicon, it's done. We've manifested it. So if I'm lucky, I win. If I'm not lucky, I don't. But that idea of let's roll the dice goes back to this concept fundamentally. And our ancestors in the time where they were most connected with our gods faced that with confidence because they believed and they could trust in their luck and trust in their fate. And that's a lot of what this symbolizes. I have waxed verbose on this one. I appreciate you guys bearing with me on that. Svan, do you have anything to add on this rune before we get back to questions?
No, I think what you covered was really important is the manifestation of unknown. This is the threshold rune that I think in the overall epoch and the story that we've been talking about, this is the rune that coalesces everything together and presses forward from there. So in a way, even though it's not precisely in the middle, depending on which Futhar you're looking at, or I joke about that, but it certainly is the gateway after where all things as far as meaning go start to move forward and outward into the manifestation of reality, or I would say the synchronization of all possibilities become manifest in this room. So yeah.
All right. With that, Svan, if you see the chat, can you spell Freyr's name in runes or link it somehow? Thanks.
Yes, I do see the chat. This has been an ongoing issue. Sometimes my chat freezes, but it's been going well tonight. I also see Robert E-Boy Lee. He's over here plotting on us, hold all your questions to the last when it looks like we're trying to pack it up. Then they dump on us.
Whoa!
Yeah,
you're gonna have to talk to Svan's wife about that.
Yeah. It was conspiring on us. No, I do see it, and I would say the biggest thing to ask is, are you talking about Old Norse, or are you talking about the modern translation of Old Norse? And I just went with Old Norse because that's, the last and most prevalent. Most people, when they see in modern English, it's Frey, but it's important to understand in Old Norse, the Y is a kind of a sound. It connects things. So it's technically two syllables, and it's Freyr is Freyr or Frey's name, or the name Lord. Ing and Frovi are often also utilized with equal sense. So I did write it. I wrote it in Elder Futhark, and I wrote it in the Folk Futhark as the way it would be presented. And I just did that for you to have the possibility, depending on what you're planning on or how you're planning on writing this, and which way you might want to use. So here is the Elder, and it's Freyr. And then here is the Folk Futhark, which utilizes a combination. Obviously, these are of the Elder. This is of the Armanen, and this is of the Anglo-Saxon. Again, for a lot of people who might not know, there was like an accusation leveled upon us that we were creating our own. In reality, if they understood all the Futharks, they'd see it was just a coalescing of all of them, with the intention of getting everyone to kind of get interested in all of the Futharks and there's some symbolic, ways, if you will, instead of, in a way, we were codifying for language to be able to pass on information in our artwork, but it draws from all of them. So I don't know if you need that again. Just hopefully you're still on here, but if you're not, you can screenshot that. But I did see it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
He was prepared. He was on top of it. Just a side note, in the almost 2 hours now we've been on here, you guys have been awesome, and we have raised more money for Michael Vaughn's headstone. We currently are short $199. That means that we've raised a total of $150, just about $149. When we started this show, we'd raised $20. So thank you, guys. Next question, Matt and Svan. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. I saw some folks making an argument that Odin is too modern of a word, and we should only use historical names like Odin, Woden, Wotan. And they even argued that I can't make this sound different, that Odin, like the Swedes call him, is more accurate than Odin. Swedes spell it with an E as opposed to the Odin, for those of you listening on Spotify, which comes out on Fridays. I thought it was silly, but I want to know your thoughts. I think it's silly too. There are really different approaches, and this is a theme we harp on here all the time. If I am in the Society for Creative Anachronisms and I am trying to role play a Viking of a certain age, then it would be really important, or I guess it would be kind of cool as an extra thing to do, to refer to Odin in the way that particular flavor of Viking at that particular moment in history would have referred to him. Perhaps if I was a German World War II reenactor and I wanted to refer to Wotan as it would have been appropriate linguistically at the time. Assuming that I am not reenacting or LARPing things, do I think that the God of wisdom and Aryan consciousness doesn't know I'm speaking to him unless I use... And why would we use Odin? Why wouldn't we just call him Wodenaz Or why wouldn't we, or what our caveman ancestors might have referred to him as? The logic on it is silly. Now, as far as the AFA is concerned, I like to refer to him with the O with the little dash over the top, with the ed and the I and the double N, because it's the Old Norse way of doing it, because that's the language of most of the lore that's come to us. I do that because I think it's fun and nice and kind of a cool thing to do, but it's not blasphemous or offensive to spell it differently or use a different pronunciation of it. And do you think that the Allfather is really that petty? That if a sincere believer wants to use any of the different appropriate spellings of his names, or any of his many different kennings, do you think that he doesn't know that you're referring to him? Does he think that you're being disrespectful? What is the actual concern? Because I don't care what the actually push up the glasses nerds want to say. I care what the Allfather thinks. And if the Victory Father is pleased with us reaching out to him and speaking his name, that's the biggest concern. And I think that any argument for or against should be, what do you think he thinks and appreciates? Anything else is just,
window dressing,
masturbatory scholasticism. What are your thoughts, Svan?
100% agree. I think, it's worth noting. So, when I was teaching my kids about the gods, I would use the word Woden, and the reason why I did that was because it was easier for them to say, especially when they're little. But then having conversations with Algiz, and the need for us to unify, to come together, to have a decided central point, to have a place, a mark on the map, or a place to kind of chain things down, is really important. And why should we not look at the biggest corpus of lore that we have in the language that they spoke of? So it makes total sense, and I don't really have a problem with it. I even talk about the dropping of the W outside of many Old Norse words that had W or V sounds beforehand, and why Odin, Vili, and Ve exist as they do, whereas the prospective ideas of Anglo-Saxon Woden, Wille, and Wayo, and all of those things are great. They're fun to talk about, but at the end of the day, he who is Odin, Wodenaz, knows, or whatever other thousand Haiti he has that you can easily place out there. That's kind of the whole point, is like 1,000 names, and we're bickering over which ones. But it's worth noting and understanding, because you do get a lot of people who kind of like, well, from my basement and my scholastic point of view, this is this. And it's like, no, okay, we get that, we understand that. We understand the W was dropped in the Old Norse. That's why it's Odin and not Woden or whatever. And then when you look at the English, they have, is it a V or is it a W? Is it Woden or is it Woden? And what we really need to understand is American writers that were writing the stories of the gods were writing from the Norse perspective. So even though linguistically it should have been or could have been unbroken and been Anglo-Saxon, it was broken. And then retrospectively, they're looking back at Old Norse. So they start to Anglicize based off of things that have already happened in English. So a perfect example of this happens as well with Lady Frigg amongst the Norse. Old Norse, it's Frigg. But in English, to add an A at the end, anglicizing a feminine. So it kind of genders her in the proper sense. So I don't think it's done wrong, but it automatically is done. And most people don't even think about it. They say Frigga, but in Old Norse, it's Frigg. It's the same with, we celebrate her a lot around this time of year during winter finding, is Idun or Iduna, because again, the TH sound, Ev, is taken out, and an A makes a gendered feminization of the name. Again, I don't think that's wrong at all, but it's worth noting, understanding. And then, if we're standing during bloat and someone says, Hail Idun, and someone says, Hail, Iduna, or Iduna or Idun, it's still understood.
Nope, we kick them out, and they got to go stand out in the street and wait until we're done before they can come back. We make them walk a gauntlet where we beat them in order to get back into the. No, and that's the thing. Don't be stupid. Learn things and learn about linguistics. And this scholarship isn't bad, but scholarship isn't religion. Learning these things and knowing them is valuable. Knowing things is important. Learning reasons why is important. But at the end of the day, your religion needs to be focused on the gods and not on some obscure book you read. The author of your book is not a god. Odin is a god. His thoughts on how you ought to say his name or not are much more important than dude who wrote a book about it. And that's got to be the focus if we're going to be sincere in what we do. And it's, I make jokes. It's funny because I think the argument is just kind of ridiculous. But again, I'll say this. I try to make sure that in the AFA, we spell and use the Old Norse version of the names. So it's all consistent. So we're doing it across the board. That's something that I try to do because it's something Matt thinks is cool and consistent and a good thing to do. It wouldn't be wrong to do it any number of other appropriate ways. The point is that whatever you do and however you come down on it, that you're doing it out of respect. If you were doing it out of respect and you were genuinely trying to honor whatever God whose name you speak, that's the point. The rest of it is all, bells and whistles. It's all extras.
He brought up one thing too, Odin. He said amongst the Swedes, it's worth noting, like Thor amongst the modern Swede, it's Tor, Tor, or it's the sound Tor, and so it's like it's the big unifier, I think, for all of us is that an American and a Swede can both coalesce on Old Norse. It may be easier for them to say many of the words, but not always. Someone who speaks fluent German might have a hard time rolling their R's as it would be proper in Old Norse. But that's one thing that we can all agree on. And I think that's the thing that Alzirago, they really kind of calibrated my brain on, was like, don't get so caught up in these little tiny details as so much more as seeing us as like unifying or at least coming to an agreement.
So, and this is another point in it, and we're beating this rather silly question to death, but it illustrates some bigger points that are very important. Why are you weaponizing your book learning? What is the point of that? Is that to elevate you amongst the people you're around? And not the person who answered. Not the person who asked the question also thought it was silly. I'm not faulting that. But the original source who made the silly point that Odin's too modern, we should use Odin. Are you doing that to try to one up the people around you, or to try to, I don't know, humiliate other people who are sincerely approaching our gods by, acting like you're better than them? Or what is the purpose in doing that? Because if the purpose is to be divisive, I think that's disrespectful. And I think that somebody who does it in order to demean and keep other people from sincerely worshiping Odin, I think how they pronounce the name doesn't matter. They are offensive. And I think that the person who's sincere, even if they butcher it, if they're sincere and they're trying to do it right, I have to think that the All-Father appreciates that more than somebody who's just being a jerk. But that's just a fundamental thing of being a person. Hopefully people will get their head on straight about that. Next question. Eihwaz has to be different to Isa. Double E sound though, or what is Isa then? And this is a fine question. This is like in that last question about Odin, that I couldn't even tell you the difference between Swedish Odin and American Odin, just like pin and pin and pin. It's the same word. I can't try to pretend that I pronounce a pin you put animals in as somehow different than a pin you write with. I just don't. I say pin for both. So Svan, if you can break down this kind of subtle difference for folks.
Well, it would be the difference between Iceland and Island.
I don't know what the difference is.
The holding of the sound. You can see it in modern Icelandic too, and in Old Norse. When they started writing in Latin alphabet, they put a dash above the letter to show the emphasis of the length of the sound. And it was important enough to create the system because the language existed before Latinization, or utilizing Latin words or Latin letters. I'm sorry. So that was important enough to understand that there was a differentiation, that there was an understanding that there is a sound and then there is a longer sound, and it could have a totally different meaning and a totally different value in the syllabic makeup of the word. Even down to the point where, like, again, the letter R, is its own syllable. So there's Baldur, and that's a double syllabled word right there for the name of the bold one. And so it's that is the slight difference, is the difference between a quick E and a E. And so the biggest problem is that when you start to go into translations, whether you're talking about German, American English, or I'll just say English all around, or if you're talking about modern Icelandic or modern Swedish or modern Norwegian, and you start getting into translations, they're gonna vary. So what we ended up doing in the Folk Futhark is the Isa is a short I sound. So like in sit and it and bit. It's also the I sound like in Iceland. So spelling Iceland would still be with the Isa rune. And then the Eihwaz rune is the double E sound. So like in the words like meet or greet or anything where there's a double E. Because one of the rules that we created in the Folk Futhark is that there's no double letters. But there's a lot of letters that have a double E sound. So we utilize Eihwaz in relation to that. And then to create another differentiation, the word like meat, that when we meet together, and meat that we eat, what we ended up doing was creating, we utilize Eihwaz with ansus after it for any word that is an EA sound. Because again, we're driving home the point that the sound is a long double E versus a short double E, or an I, which is utilized now, just like when we utilize Yira for J's and Y's. So there's a lot of runes that have secondary kind of functions. And I think it's important that when we talk about Isa, we see Isa as a short I sound and secondary an I sound. And then with Eihwaz, we see it singularly as a double E sound, or utilized in the beginning of some Old Norse words that are commonly translated as a J. That's the confusion. Like with Jormungandr, Erminsul, or Iarn for iron. I think it would be more fitting to utilize the Eihwaz rune than it would, for the short I.
Very seriously, this is really nice that we have your mastery of linguistics on here, because it's something that a lot of us struggle with on some of these, especially the things that are very subtle like that. So that's nice to have. Over on Entropy, and I apologize, Entropy very often freezes up on us, but we have a number of monetized chats that are all real similar, and we've got one guy that repeats the same thing over and over and over again for $5 a piece, and he is very welcome to repeat it as many times as he like if it's accompanied by $5. I appreciate that. I love your presence in that ice cold mod where you guys save America from communism. Big fan. I wish you guys continued luck. He says this once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sometimes he changes I love your country in the Hearts of Iron mod where you guys save America from destruction. I wish you guys luck in spreading the word of Asatru. First, thank you. Secondly, Hearts of Iron is an awesome game. It's a really cool game. Matter of fact, that was when I upgraded this computer to the computer I have now, because the computer I had then could not run Hearts of Iron 4, and I wanted to get Hearts of Iron 4 because it's a pretty cool game. So never played with any of the mods. I'm not sure how that all works. It's a little bit deeper into gaming than I go. And then the next one, Panzer Chocolata Addict.
Yeah.
Are you guys from that Hearts of Iron 4 mod, Ice Cold?
What?
I've never played this mod, Ice Cold. I'm really curious to know a little bit more about that.
Now I'm like, what's going on?
If we have anybody in the chats that knows more about that, but you know what? The last guy who asked us that question gave us $10. So thank you very much. Honestly, seriously, thank you guys very much. It's appreciated.
If I could help in stopping the evil onslaught of global Marxism, sign me up.
I do that anyway in that game without the mods.
Right.
All right. So, okay, kind of a palate cleanser here from Sierra. What is your favorite childhood nostalgia meal? You know, the one your grandma used to make that had been passed down for generations.
Ooh.
Svan, what say you on this?
Those two are not the same. Like, as far as
all right, give us both.
Yeah, childhood nostalgia. You got to remember, I got separate. Like, I came to America when I was very young, so like, what my mother made is what kept us in connection a lot to Iceland. I remember, like, our first Thanksgiving, we had a lamb's head on the table, and my friend was like absolutely freaking out by it. That versus the nostalgia food of my childhood coming into America. Wow. So, and I think I brought this up, and I remember, and my wife is going to chuckle if she watches this and sees this. She's going to absolutely lose it. So, lamb, hankakjot, is Icelandic lamb, and it is it's smoked and condensed. It's very, very like solid, and oftentimes it's served at, they bring it out of the fridge and serve it cold. It's not even really cooked. So I would say for me, it's hankakjot with jelly. It's like the one piece of food from Iceland. Now there's others. My sister sometimes would send me like harðafiskur, which is my friends again who always find infinite joy in joking Icelandic food. Call it whale scabs, but it's dried fish, dried cod, and it's usually eaten with butter. And then also like leaf bread, fried. It's a fried round. Very, very thin, or an Icelandic pancake, again, very, very thin, like a crepe style. But hankakjöt is by far my favorite, with a little bit of jelly, is phenomenal. And I can't describe it other than it's lamb that's been smoked and cured, so it's very dense, and you slice it almost like you would a salami, but it's fairly round because it was a leg of lamb. Nostalgia wise though, stuffing. So and this is the part that's going to make my wife really laugh. And so we were listening to some person on YouTube talk about like Mandela effect ideas and all of these things, and he brings up the point there was never a Stouffer's stovetop stuffing, because Stouffer's is a frozen food. But I remember everyone calling it that when I came to the States, and I was very little, and my family was introduced to stuffing, and my father was like, yeah, it's Stouffer's stovetop stuffing. And we were like, it's just bread. And then when it was made and we were eating it, we were like, oh my God, this is really good. Like, it's just bread, seasonings and so on and so forth. So like, it just threw us off because stuffing wasn't something that we knew about. And so like at that same Thanksgiving, we had lamb's head and we had stuffing, and that was kind of like that was when that nostalgia was born. So stuffing, with giblet gravy is like so American to me that it's a very nostalgic food when I think of the fall and I think of like comfort food. That box of non-existent stovetop stuffing.
So trying to think of the stuff that really brings me back. Very close to one of my grandmothers, my mother's mother. We lived in the same city growing up. She was probably maybe a mile and a half from us. So I spent a lot of time with that grandmother. So this grandmother, Mary Ann Davis, she passed away in, I want to say 2003. I feel a little bit shameful. I can't check that to make sure. Anyways, about 20 years ago, regardless. And she used to cook a lot of stuff. My other grandmother is still alive and is 93 years old right now. So I'm very fortunate in that. But she's never cooked me a meal. We didn't grow up very close together geographically. So anyways, my mom's mother, and we have a picture of her in our kitchen because she was always the one that wanted to host like family meals. We would always have Thanksgiving at her table, always, Christmas and Christmas Eve and Easter, and any of the family gatherings would be at her table. But this wasn't really one of those foods. It's just kind of stuff she'd cook for me when I was little, or up until she passed, stuff she'd cook for me whenever. Fried chicken gizzards. I tell you what, I love me some fried chicken gizzards.
I just wasn't expecting you to say that. But
yeah, fry them up with. She's from Wiggins, Mississippi, and fry up. Dredge them in some flour and some salt and some pepper. Fry them up. Eat them with some ketchup. I can eat quite a lot of fried chicken gizzards. Those are absolutely delicious. I think about those a lot when I think about her and my childhood, and they're awesome. If you haven't eaten them, you should try them. My dad, completely separate, no idea why his people aren't from the South, at least for the past 4 or 5 generations. But he was real big on the fried chicken hearts and fried chicken livers. I like the hearts. Gizzards are my favorite. Something else my grandma would cook often was chicken fried steak. She would fry a lot of things. Again, I mentioned she was from Mississippi. Frying is delicious. I don't recommend it if you are struggling with obesity, but assuming you are not, fried stuff's awesome. Chicken fried steak is amazing. It's one of my go-tos all the time whenever I go out anywhere, especially breakfast, but I love it for dinner. I would eat chicken fried steak whenever you want. I'd eat fried chicken gizzards whenever you want. I wish I had some right now. Curse you guys for bringing it up because now
I'm hungry.
But there you have it. Matter of fact, Sierra mentioned that. Maybe we'll do that for one of my dinners I have over here that Sierra makes it too, because they're awesome. Okay, a related question to our Egypt question earlier. Do you think ancient Egyptians were white? I'm not saying them not being white makes them black either. So, again, ancient Egypt spans thousands of years. The fundamental core population of ancient Egypt, I don't think is white. I think is probably closer to Semitic, Turkic kind of looking folks. But when you deal with the higher caste, with the priesthood and pharaohs and things of that nature, I think that fluctuates a lot depending upon who makes it where and what tribes conquer what and integrate where. I do think that our ancestors tend to rise quickly on the social ladder when they find themselves in foreign lands. Undoubtedly, some of the pharaohs have Aryan DNA to them, not solely, but at least in part. So I think that that's a thing that happens. Like I said, surely Ptolemy is white, and his children and their children and their children are white. And any of the Macedonian Ptolemaic dynasty, certainly. Before that, I think you probably get some white folks admixture in there. I don't think you get a lot of black admixture. I don't think that that is the same phenomenon. Although, blacks were certainly not unknown in Egypt, but I don't think it's like the Michael Jackson video where, Eddie Murphy is the pharaoh. I don't think that's how that worked out.
I forgot about that.
I remember the time.
Shot it right in there.
Got to. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I remember talking at length with somebody who's way more versed in the Egyptian and Nubian wars. There was a time when Egypt expanded southward, which means also going up into the highlands of Nubia, and which would be like Ethiopia and Somalia now. And they conquered Nubia, and then being an empire, you conquer places and then they kind of influx in. And Nubians came down and were predominantly used in slave class. And then over time, because again, the Egyptian timeline is just massive. There was a time in which they worked up in the warrior caste. They ended up learning a lot of the fighting abilities and tactics of the Egyptians, which were very different from the Nubian homelands up in the mountains and stuff. And then they even held office in the southern parts of Egypt. There's ones that have even kind of made up into owning and governing swaths of land. But it's too, I think Egypt was an empire that was very, very woven together by a lot of people. It was that nexus point between, you know, the northwestern Africa all the way to the eastern, you know, people of all of the languages of Shem, and then you have the Mediterranean, and you've got the Greeks and the and the Macedonians being really one of the same in that regards, and then the people north of them and Scythia and things like that. There's probably people from all over. I definitely think that show with Cleopatra, where the Egyptian man, I forgot his name, he was saying, you know, she was of Greek descent. So, you know, it's really wrong to kind of just racially come in and what have you. And there's a lot of back and forth as, you know, white people have done this in the past or so on and so forth. A lot of finger pointing and all that. But I mean, it's pretty well known that was the case. She was of Greek descent. So at what point, you know, but ancient, again, I don't know. Like I said, I think that would place us as a people northward and in the north and in the origin, in the home dale, in the Heimdall of our folk, whether that's, you know, the mythical Hyperborea or whatever of legend, whatever it is. I wonder about that, but I don't know.
All right. Next question, gentlemen, how soon our nation will collapse like Rome, considering borders are wide open and invaders pouring in. Every collapse is also an opportunity. How can we use that for our advantage? So, last half of this question redeemed it. I think that is the valuable question. How soon will it collapse? So you used Rome as an example. Our nation has not been around as long as it took Rome to collapse. So that's something to think about. I don't know the future, and I don't think it works like that. I don't think that entropy tending to set in means that all civilizations will collapse. I think that history has a way of doing that the longer that you go. We talk about ancient Egypt and silly Egyptians that collapsed after 5,000 years or so. I think everything has an ending to it, and to look at it as kind of I think it's ahistorical. So if we're looking at the collapse of civilizations, they typically take centuries. They take very long periods of time often. Sometimes they don't, and ours is new and a lot of things accelerate. We can't really predict that, but one thing I'm going to say as far as any kind of societal collapse, as long as I've got DoorDash that can get me any kind of food I want pretty much, you know, within the hour, as long as I can watch Netflix and Amazon Prime, and I can order anything on Amazon and have it here within a couple of days, and I'm warm and I'm cool in the summer and I've got all my needs met, it's very hard for rapid collapsing to happen while people have such a very high standard of life and existence. When people are very comfortable, things don't usually work that way. So I think it's, you know, we've seen a steady and slow decline by a lot of measures, but by our material comfort level, we haven't seen an equivalent decline. And until that happens, I don't think that thing's going to be accelerated. But either way, and this is the AFA plan. Join the AFA. Make connections with the people close to you. If you can, move towards one of our HOFs, or better yet, move to Jackson County, Tennessee, close to Sigerheim. That way, if everything goes swimmingly and things are amazing, you are very close to your faith community and you can celebrate all that with your brothers and sisters. if things are hard and difficult, you will have your brothers and sisters to rely upon. They will be able to rely upon you and will be in a good position to have the strength of tribe to outstand anything that happens to us, be it a societal collapse, be it any of the things, be it natural disasters, be it just tragedy in your own personal life. We've seen, and I know money is one small variable in that, but to say it's small, I mean, say that to somebody who's broke. It's not small. In this broadcast of ours that has been going on for 2.5 hours, we've already done. So since last time I talked to you, we raised $45 more to take care of a man's tombstone. Yeah, I've got to stop in math, and I'm not great at that, but we're $195 into a $349 expense. All but 20 of that has been during this broadcast from you guys. That's with a handful of us just hearing about it and say, hey, let's fix this. Let's chip in a little here and there. Think about that on a bigger scale. And I started this program talking about folk services. But the idea of what we're trying to do with Sigerheim is much beyond that. We're going to have a spot where if you're having a problem, you have people right there that can help you. You know, something happened at my house. There's an emergency. Cool. We can roll in there, you know, however many deep to help you out, to make sure you and your family are okay, to help anybody get by. Like, I don't know what to do this month. I don't have enough. I don't have enough for my kids to eat. Cool. Y'all can come over to my house and we'll make it work. Kids aren't going hungry under my watch. There's a lot that we can do when we're close together and when we stand together. We're doing it now to an amazing degree, and we're going to continue to do it as much as we can into the future. We're going to keep each other spiritually healthy. We're going to keep each other physically healthy to the best that we can to make sure that, you know, our kids and our elderly and people who have, you know, things happen aren't in an existential crisis. It's very realistic, and it's something we're doing. And we want everybody to be a part of that, or we want all our folk to be a part of that. What are your thoughts about societal collapse and what advantages take advantage of from it?
Yeah, that's kind of a doom pill versus like a white pill, and the same question. I don't know to what litmus that would be. You know, it's like, what is the collapse? You know, the destruction of the Constitution, or, you know, like rainbow banner drones shooting your kids because they're heterosexuals or something. Like, at what point is the collapse measured? Like, or what is it? Sam Hyde is, you know, state enforced homosexuality. I remember him saying something like that at a TED talk, or that he busted in on. It's all. I'm saying this again. I'm going to say it again for the lulz. No, I'm saying it as a joke, but you know, I don't know what the litmus is to what that might mean. You know, some people might even consider it like if there was a confederation between like Canada and Mexico and the U.S., that suddenly the sovereignty of our nation, and I would have a tendency to agree, would morph into something else, and we would cease to be. So that, in the nature of a collapse, is not quite a collapse in that regards, but it's certainly a change, and I don't think a change for the better. I don't know. I guess that question and what it might pertain to in relation to, like, again, globalist ideals versus nationalist ideals. And, you know, nationalism's been in a steady decline now. You know, you can't say the N-word, nationalist or patriot or any of that. People get very, very spooked out. It's been conditioned to a lot of people to get scared about it, or what have you. And I mean, in that way, that's kind of a collapse in and of itself. Is you know, certain countries are absolutely proud of their nation, and others, you know, you can't be anymore. But in the bright side of that is again what Algiz has been talking about, is working towards, and it is a hard job to do, is to try to get everybody together and focus. But when we do it, magic happens. I mean, great things happen. People can't even bend their mind around the achievements that we make just by having, a group of people all dedicated forward and achieving an ideal. I mean, people come up with absolutely absurd reasons why we are successful. And that just tickles me to no end, that we are doing so well that they have to come up with like stories about aliens or the mafia and cartels giving us and funneling us money in order to get things done, when in reality it's just the power of us unifying together under one banner and getting things done. And so that's the bright side of that, is do that now. It doesn't matter what the litmus of a collapse or a decline or an amalgamation. Just do it now. That we can do.
If you do it now, we're winning if the country wins, and we're winning if the country loses. It's the best thing to do in great times, and it's the best thing to do in hard times. On that, Wandering Warrior over on Entropy for $25 says, less doom porn, more breeding. Come to the Hoff and help us build stuff. Life is good, folks. Life is wonderful. And I think the more we hold our head up and realize that and embrace that, the better we're all going to be doing. There's so many opportunities in front of all of us. And there's so much opportunity in front of us together if we stand strong as one, if we join up, if we be part of the AFA family moving forward. That's where the magic happens. That's when we do great things. And I am very, very fortunate and very blessed to be a part of that with you guys.
Introspection on that too. Worth looking at yourself and going, am I dooming everything? We had a conversation with a gentleman that was very, very doom and gloom, and talking about it, wanted to talk about it. We need to talk about it. It's very much a concern. But yet all of these good things are happening around him to the point where he's completely oblivious. He's self-obfuscating the very thing he needs in order to pull himself out. And then the question then becomes, does he want to be pulled out? Is he living off of that doom? Is the same with a lot of universalist heathens, and their rejection of Christianity is pretty much all that defines them of the religious structure. And they don't really believe in the gods. They just believe in, sticking it to the Christians or whatever. But at a certain point, you got to ask yourself, are we doing that? Am I yoking myself on purpose? Because that's as far as I can think. That's as far as I can see. And if you're living in that shadow and that darkness, you need to get out of it. You need to break out of it. You need to take a look around you and see what's going on. And I think a lot of people get scared that there's a possibility that we are doing things that are good, and it paralyzes them. It makes it, they'll find an excuse to get out. I don't like the fact that you make us wear a tie. I'm out of here. And that's really just a false front to the fear of commitment towards, a real religion, a real folk, a real community. And I've seen it so many times. And sometimes it sucks because a lot of people you would never suspect and you really like, they end up doing that or what have you. But we continue on because
sometimes our people are scared of success. And for those of us that don't suffer that, it can be really hard to get our heads around. The closest thing I can liken it to is, I think we've all known women who are in abusive relationships. They're always in an abusive relationship. And no matter how much you want to help them get out of it, they always go back to it because they don't know how to be in a relationship that's healthy. It's more comfortable being in a situation that's very bad, but that you're familiar with, than to challenge yourself in a situation that's way outside your norm, and that you don't know what to expect from. And I think our people, unfortunately, part of the soul sickness we talk about, They are conditioned to loss and to irrelevancy. And the thought of succeeding or not being the bad guy is scary for them to embrace and trust in, because what if you get let down? What if you completely alter everything you do and then it doesn't work out? And I think that has hobbled so many of our people. And I am trying to do everything I can. We're trying to do everything we can to help people break free of that, embrace the 10th noble virtue of victory, and get on the team and help us move forward. We want to do it with you. You got a bunch of hands here willing to hold yours and help you be successful. We want the best for our folk. That's what we're here for. So we've got a bunch more questions, and we will get to all these questions. Promise you that. But Svan, can you tell us about our last rune?
Oh.
A rune that goes by two names.
We were going on, and so I actually got sidetracked, if you will. Yeah, and worth pointing out. So this, I'm sure somebody would disagree with me, but I think that this rune predominantly goes by Algiz. Algiz, but the other one is Eihwaz, and Eihwaz is a reconstruction of the word for elk, for an elk. And again, this rune is it causes a little bit more confusion because it's not in the younger Futhark by meaning and by name, but that this symbol was transferred over to another rune that is in the elder Futhark that was brought over. So again, the younger Futhark has its validity, but there's a lot of this carving down that you can see, and this kind of almost like purposeful construction of it with its to what intent I don't know, but with intent. So Algiz or Eihwaz is the stylization of this rune is often seen again in the Old Norse. It's the man rune, so Maður or Manas, and it's of course a man holding hands up. In relation, this is often seen as the elk or the horns of the elk, or the elk standing with its rack being lifted to the sky, and that has a lot of iconography. The white stag, the heart, the Rhine heart, if you will. And it is worth noting that the word deer in English became a common thing. It used to be Deor, and Deor meant any wild beast. And it was hart or Heart that was an actual deer, but elk still stands in almost every Germanic language. And so, I do like Eihwaz, but Algiz is good as well. And what does it mean? We talk about the pictographic nature of it, but the meaning of it overall has deep connections to two things: divine connection, or the establishment of the divine to humanity, to the folk, the divine and us reaching up to them, and them again reaching down to us. And then there's also protection, a huge amount of this. So this is again, I would say another interaction rune, but with a heavy focus on the upward observation of the divine, the upward and heavenly realm, the understanding of the heavenly realm and its place. It is the expansion of the top of the central axis, if you will, and that expansion. So a lot of people take it as reaching up to the divine, but I also take it as the divinity is spreading out from there. It's the arcing of the upper world. It's attainment towards greatness. And in the epoch of all of this, I would say this rune really does symbolize our highest and most connective time to the gods, which I can't place dates on whether we're talking about from the home Dale all the way to the late Nordic period. That could easily be this kind of symbolized in these epochs of time. But I would definitely say that this is the hierarching connection to the gods, and we as folk being truly united and connected together, symbolizing in this rune. This rune has a lot about opening up your consciousness, opening up your mind and your body to be receptive to the gods. And I think there was a time where it was just natural for our folk to be in that state. And a lot of times when we try to get back to that now, a lot of people can't wrap their heads around it, whether it's, modernism or whether it's latent monotheism or just the fact that they like to call themselves heathens, but don't really negotiate an understanding of having the gods in their lives truly is. But this rune is a spiritual rune about connection to the upper and about protection and being blessed by the divine, being blessed with our connection, being in synchronistic devotion to the gods, fulfilling our obligation to the gods, and creating that union between us that a lot of people, again, just have a hard time getting their head around. It's well, if I give the gods this, they're going to give me that. It's not like that at all. It's really about our mortal state and our understanding of the world and our connection to the divine state. And that we know that the gods want us to bridge that connection. And it's upon us. They certainly can help, and they certainly have that ability to, but it's more about the effort upwards. And that involves a lot of bumps and bruises, a lot of inner reflection, and a lot of scraping by and the bouts of ignorance versus moments of understanding. That all that journey is encompassed in this rune, the rune of divine journey and of protection, the creating of sacred space.
So, and I'm wondering at what point in modern Asatru this was adopted. But our fundamental worship stance in Asatru is the Algiz stance. It's man standing, looking up with arms raised out. In my little picture frame, it doesn't do it, but I'm doing it right now in my seat. You guys can't see it. The idea of just thank you, Nick. The idea of doing standing with your arms raised in the Algiz position is fundamentally what our founder, Steve McNallen, has always done, or I've always seen him do when he's proclaiming and addressing to divinity and looking upwards and reaching upwards towards the divine. This symbol of man reaching upwards towards the divine is a fundamental in our faith and in our quest to connect with our gods. And in that sense, this is a very, very powerful rune. It being symbolized as a rune of protection, the idea of the elk with the protective antlers is absolutely legitimate. Funny thing, and I don't know if this is in a lot of European languages, but I got in an argument with the Swedes when I was in Sweden. Their word for elk and moose is the same word, which is strange to me.
It's the same in Icelandic too. It's the same.
They're really different. I mean, if an elk is different than a deer, then a moose is certainly different than an elk. But it's the same word over there to those crazy Scandinavians. So I don't know what to say about that. Just thought I'd throw it in there. Nick, you've got some rune poems for us. There we go. The Eol sedge is mostly to be found in the marsh. It grows in the water and makes a ghastly wound. Covered with blood, every warrior who touches it.
So this is interesting because no one knows exactly what the first off, Aeol is figured to mean elk sedge. So now we're clearly talking about a briar or a bramble. And it may have been that the Anglo-Saxons equated the briar or bramble to be equivalent towards an elk antler. So like a goring of the twigs that catches you and pokes at you. But no one can quite agree on what that actually is because the usage of the title elk sedge seems to have fallen out. And so a lot of that is interesting, but the idea of it protecting the water is, I think, the key part there. And I think that the usage of the word in reasoning was that the briar and the bramble was akin to like a cluster of antlers or horns kind of intertwined, making a kind of a barrier. And if you tried to climb over it or get through it, it would just tear at your clothes and scrape you. And so there's a huge kind of agreement that that's where it's going, but there's not 100% confirmation on it because, again, the usage of the word kind of went away after Latin and French became far more prevalent in the usage of like fauna and things of that. Anglo-Saxon was relegated as a lesser language, so that lost its meaning, or at least where it was applied.
All right. Next. Nope.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, when we talk about the other rune poems,
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued that Nick anticipated this.
Yes. We were kind of talking about it before the airing of the show. We were talking about because we were trying to get Mother and elk sedge or Algiz or Eihwaz kind of situated because, again, these three runes are the runes where it all goes haywire. So that's funny that he
caught
did
up
that.
in what we were doing. I get it now, but the fact that he had a special graphic for it, that's awesome.
Yeah, bravo. No, they
well done. Well done.
Yeah, there's no Old Norse.
All right. So interesting. This runic shape and the meaning overtakes a different rune somewhat. But this runic shape is used three other ways to my knowledge. This is the man rune, or it's also four other ways. It's the man rune. It's also the life rune. This is a rune that we use on our tombstones to bracket in life and death. This rune faced upwards as it's typically faced, meaning life, and this rune faced downwards with the antler pieces to the ground, symbolizing roots and death. This is also in the Northumbrian runes or the Grail runes. This is calc, which is supposed to symbolize the chalice or the cup, which is really odd. Just iconographically, it's odd. It seems like if it was faced upward, it would make more sense as being like the stem to a chalice. But yeah, there's that. I think that, in the Armanen system, I would defer to this being a variant of Manaz as the man rune, but I think this is why there's some confusion, because you see the same actual stav have different meanings in different systems. So that's a point of interest.
That's why
you can see the idea of life and death with the reaching upwards towards the gods, going back to our first rune of tonight, or the reaching downwards towards the ancestors and towards the dead.
And even in the the Norwegian rune poem, they make mention of the shape in relation to an eagle claw, but it is still the Mother rune, or the rune of man. Again, these three runes are the reason why things start going. The Elder Futhark, there's the flipping of the Perthro and Eihwaz, and then there's the usage of the symbols elsewhere in the younger. It starts to get really wild at this point when you start looking at all of them together.
Absolutely. So I think takeaways from this: it's a rune of protection. So this is an interesting rune to me personally, as far as the stag or the elk goes in things.
I was wondering if you're going to talk about that.
Well, yeah, it's really so as far as Filgia or animal spirit or messenger from within and beyond, this is something that's come to me at a number of different times. I was trying to think the best way to phrase this on the YouTube.
Spiritual journey.
Yeah, I was engaged in a spiritual journey, and I had this very, very clear, to this day, clear vision of a stag's head on was like light brown on a field of dark brown, like it was shades of brown of the stag's head on the field, but at the tips of the antler spikes there were jewels, and they were kind of like you'd see the shades of different topazes. It's traditional topaz, there was blue topaz, there was like an orange topaz, and a green on the tips of these antlers in this spiritual journey that I was on. And that's stuck with me as kind of an interesting note. I was going through, so a couple of years back, I was going through a hard time in the AFA. One of our, person who I had considered a very close friend, who was he was a member of the Witan. He was a priest of the AFA. He decided to forsake the AFA, go do his own thing, take his kindred with him, and basically abandoned us as soon as we had gotten Baldershoff. And it was a particularly personal blow because I'd considered this person a close friend of mine. And when they finally quit and defected, or I say defected, but when they finally quit and went a different way, they did so by mail because they knew I could talk them out of it when we had an actual conversation. So it hit me really hard. And I went down to Carson City to a cigar bar and, had had a couple beverages, and smoked a cigar, and tried to get my mind right on it. And it was a special time for a number of different reasons. But so I'd gotten a call from Brandy, actually. Brandy Callahan, Witan Brandy Callahan, good friend of mine. Amazing, amazing woman. I'm very, very used to whenever there's crises within the AFA. And I mentioned all the soul sickness that affects us. People get scared of success. And when they get too close to something, a lot of people bail out. And it's something we've gotten used to. We move forward in spite of it, but it's still something that happens. And there's no way to do this job without putting your heart into it, without really caring a lot. So I take a lot of these things very personally. But I'm used to immediately having to jump in and fix everything for everybody. And so I was getting ready to do that. And I'm like, all right, I got all these things to fix. And I'm in the heat of the stress of it. And I walk outside to answer Brandy's call. As I walk outside, I see a stag, full of big antlers and everything, crossing the middle of downtown, crossing the street. And it was so strange. It was such a strange place for this to happen that I took a lot of strength from it, and I took a lot of meaning from it. And at that moment, Brandy talked to me on the phone, and she had it all figured out. She's like, all right, I've contacted these people. We've got this plan going forward. We've got this on the HOF. We've got this team in place. I got you, boss. What do you need? And that was the first time that's happened on anything. And it means the world to me to this day. And it just speaks volumes of her as a woman, as a Githya, as just a person. She's amazing. But it was really important. Stags have appeared in very important parts of my life. I mentioned the confusion between elk and moose, but I also had a really interesting encounter when I got my first moose after a winter finding, after an uller bloat. I don't know if I'm sure I've told this on the broadcast before, but in case I haven't, real quick on the story, it was, I believe, 2009. It was during swine flu. I'd gone on my first moose hunt, and it was right after a friend of mine and I had just done our very first uller bloat at winter finding. And this was my first big moose hunt. And when I got out there, I discovered I was sick with swine flu. I had a massive fever. I was out of it. It was rough. I was having a hard time. And so there was much more experienced hunters with me. And anyways, we were up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska in this river valley, looking up and spotting with a scope game coming down through these valleys out of the mountains. And we'd spotted a moose. This was the last day of the season, and the sun was just about to go down, and you couldn't hunt by artificial light. So this was our last chance. We saw this moose up there, and the old timers saw it and reckoned that its antler spread was legal enough. It had to be a certain number of inches between of the spread of the antlers for it to be legal in that game management area. It was amazing. This old timer, side note, was completely amazing. He could watch through a spotting scope miles away and be able to tell me if, how big this antler spread was. And he was spot on. So anyways, we all went and we took our places, and they put me at this completely unlikely spot. They're like, hey, sit here, try not to die. We're going to go try to get this moose. Here's some Kleenex. Good luck to you. So I was at this spot, and I was looking up the hill expecting this moose to come down. And, I was waiting. And again, I'm not a seasoned hunter at this point, certainly not for big game. I'm out of my mind, delirious with the swine flu. I'm feverish. I'm all stripped down. This is sometime in very, very late September, and I'm, in a t-shirt out there, and it's cold, but I'm overheating with my fever, and I'm out of it. I'm looking up the hill and I don't hear any, and I hear these grunts. And I look up the hill, and I don't see any grunts, and all right, whatever. And I hear grunts again. So I'm looking around and hear grunts a third time. And a moose comes crashing out of the woods downhill from me, maybe 20 yards, maybe 15 yards. And it grunts again and looks at me. And it's the moose. It's the moose. It's a bull with the antlers right like a need. It looks at me for a second. It stands there, and then it broadsides to me, and it just waits. And I get my wits about me, and I pick up my grandfather's rifle, and I got my first moose that day, and it was not to my amazing skills as a hunter, that's for sure. And it's profound to me to this day. And I have the rack downstairs in my house, and I believe very much that was a gift from Uller. But that's my associations with stags and elks, as the Europeans would call them. But that's what I got on that. But we've got a bunch of questions stacked up. And first, we have another Hearts of Iron mod question, but it's for $15. And I promise that I'll put those to the front of the line. And I will over on Entropy. Appreciate you guys. Question being, hey guys, would you ever be up to live stream as the AFA in the ice cold mod? That would be super cool to watch. That would be super cool to do, but honestly, I wouldn't want to cheapen what we're doing because it's very serious. And I think that'd be fun. That'd be really exciting to be part of a Heart of Iron mod. That's cool. But this that we're doing here is very, very serious. And we take it really serious, and I wouldn't want to trivialize it in that way, if that makes sense. I appreciate the question. I appreciate the donation. But in my position as Allsherry Gothi, I wouldn't do that.
I'm super interested to find out what this is.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. It sounds awesome.
What if this is somebody working for them? This is their plug. No, I'm like,
I don't know. It sounds great, and they are certainly paying their way. And I genuinely thank you guys very much for that. I appreciate it. This next question is odd, and I hope that you've read this because I have not. Have you read Star Odie's Dream? Do you think that it was all a dream aspect was an excuse the author was using to record more authentic aspects of Northern folklore? This is the first I've ever heard of it. I have absolutely no familiarity, unfortunately, so I don't have anything to add to it. Svan, are you familiar with this at all?
no, I'm not. I'm wondering, is this a Norwegian folklore book or a book about folklore in Scandinavia, very post-Christianity? I'm not 100% sure on it. I mean, I would, again, the validity of said dream, if you will, and its purpose, I'm not 100% sure on, so I can't say. However, I do, it's happened before, but we know the Snorri Sturluson's desire to keep the church off his back by connecting the Aesir to Troy, and that and euhemerizing the gods was clearly, I think, a ploy to keep the old ways can come out, but in a safe way so that no one can really clap back on them. So I wouldn't put it past anyone. I mean, it's been done before. So
according to Wikipedia, Stjornur Oda Draumer is a Thauter which recounts the dream vision of Adi Helgason, a 12th century Icelandic farmer and astronomer. It is considered to be a literary tour de force and altogether unique in the saga corpus because of its saga within a dream narrative. The saga records that Adi's dreams that a guest arrives at his home and starts telling a legendary saga set in Gotland. During the course of the dream, Adi steps into this saga and becomes one of its characters. I'm very intrigued now, and I would very much like to read this after the broadcast, but unfortunately, I really don't have anything to add to it right now. But thank you for bringing that to our attention because it's something I'd like to look into.
Is this also the? I'm to clarify the Fylkja that have come the 9 maidens dressed in white, the 9 maidens dressed in black. I'm wondering if this is the same one. Again, there's so much out there that, just off the top of my head, especially when in relation to the sagas, it's very hard for me to even kind of differentiate sometimes events or situations happening in certain sagas to other sagas. But definitely that being in the sagas themselves, by the time that the sagas were really even, a lot of them were being formalized late after and had been passed down verbally for many, many years. I think the threat of the dream most likely is not the case because the church influence versus the saga being its own story that's verbally passed down while Christianity is prevalent in Iceland, it most likely wasn't the case. The fact that it even got written down is kind of more leaning to the idea that it was accepted and just understood. So maybe if it ended up becoming a vehicle of acceptance, is that, it's just a dream, but most likely, again, it was probably being told and talked about. I mean, this is the same with the story of Oliver Ríðros and his dealing with the Huddle folk and being chased by the queen of the Huddle folk and things like that. These stories were passed down long before they were written, and it was kind of seen as just an accepted thing to write once they were written down. Because they were so already ingrained in the culture, that most likely the fear of retribution of it probably wasn't even there by the time it was written down.
Sorry, I was just catching up. We got a lot going on over in the chat, so I was seeing what was going down over yonder. Cool. All right, our next question, Matt and Svan. I came across an article titled "The Viking God Odin, a Queer God of War," and it's about this person named Britt Soli, who argues that, quote, Odin was queer based on the fact that he was a master of seether magic, unquote. Britt Soli also believes the Vikings were diverse in culture and in views of gender, and that the view of the Viking era has an undeserved conservative and nationalistic imprint. I'd like to hear your response to these claims. These are the blasphemous rantings of a very confused, deeply mentally ill person who is seeking to justify their mental illness with some kind of historical basis. All of that is completely and totally absurd, not to mention offensive. It is amazing how mentally deranged persons want to project their mental illness on the Viking Age when it is very obvious that that's unacceptable and absurd. I think that one thing, the adage that misery loves company is very true. I think that when people are mentally unwell and they are very unhappy because there is something broken inside of them, if they don't want to reflect within and fix that which is broken, they seek to validate it through the outside. But the trouble is, external validation won't fill internal holes that you have. So if something internally is very broken, your first level is to force it to be okay. All right, it's okay. And then you're all right for a little bit. But then when you try to go to sleep at night, you realize it's not, it's still broken. Well, no, not only is it okay, all the rest of you guys have to celebrate it and pretend that it's awesome. Cool, we'll throw you a parade. We'll pretend it's the greatest thing ever. You're wonderful. Then when they're alone, they're still broken and they're still miserable. And so, but in Viking times, the Vikings used to be all messed up in the head like me. Trouble is, when they're left alone in their quiet hours, they're still very badly broken, and that hole doesn't get filled. So doesn't matter what you try to destroy or devour, you'll never fill that hole until you confront what's actually wrong and fix it. But because you're mentally ill and you're suffering because of that illness, please don't implicate one of our gods in your degeneracy. That's unacceptable. Yeah, it's completely absurd, and I don't really know how to dissect the arguments because they're dumb. I can try to dissect the very damaged person who's making them, but the arguments themselves are just silly. Svan, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've seen this happen in numerous ways, not just with like the desire or the wanting to validate, again, aberrant lifestyle into some sort of divine equalization. Again, that's a problem in and of itself, and on all levels, whatever it might be, subject wise. First and foremost, the claim of the mastery of Seidr. I think from a story standpoint, it's first worth noting that I think it was mainly presented that Odin was always seeking knowledge, and that his knowledge and understanding of Seidr in relation to Freya may have been just lightly touched on the idea that there was like a cross understanding of these magical forms. But again, that's if we're euhemerizing the gods as being like wizard and witch, and they share their spell book before their long rest or whatever. So like that's when you start to get into this kind of ridiculousness. On top of that, I've seen it done in multiple other ways where they proclaim that Odin was really immortal and just convinced everyone somehow that he was a god, or that he was a Semitic god. I've heard people say that it was a Semitic intrusion into the Aryan mythos, and it just goes on and on and on and on, but with very glaringly obvious answers there in front of us. I think that people, again, they forsake the obvious to find that little nugget that will help them kind of validate, as Algiz said, their entire theory of and synopsis. When it's worth noting that during the altercation between Thor and Haurbard, that the accusation of Seidr practice is clearly an insult, especially in relation to the way it was done culturally. So that's obvious and clear. So the idea of, going out and doing that was levied as an insult, possibly an insult without understanding of what it is. So it's like, I heard you did this thing, and rumor has it that in order to do this thing, you got to be, a degenerate weirdo. And so there's the insult. What do you got to say to that? And so that's really just the flat premise of it but it's read into, and then it's speculated, and then it's theorized, and then it's twisted and it's turned and it's validated. And now all of you guys are wrong and I'm right. And it's like, it's that inchworm argument that goes over and over and over, but you have to really hurdle the obvious. It was the same that was done. I remember a long time ago, there was this speculation of, well, it was kind of in lieu of the Wodinic cults or the Odinic cults, and having these the wolf or the hound men of, you know, young men in between the ages of like 13 and 25, because again, life expectancy wasn't as long then, and you were an adult much faster in those days. And the idea was you didn't own land and you weren't part of an army, so you went out and you lived on the edges of things. And that's kind of got a strong theorization to it, that these kind of the wild men going out onto the edges and raiding and pillaging or fighting other groups, other tribes, and testing your mettle, and then coming back and saying, you know, I've been living out there in the wild. I've fought. I've gained a small modicum of what I could carry with me. I'm worthy of being in the army. And then they bring you into the army, and then you get land, and you get married, and then you settle down, and you further your folk, and you know, then your sons will go out and be thrust out into the edges and the wilds. That's a pretty sound theory. But somewhere, someone along the way turned that into, oh, well, they're actually like roving bands of homosexuals out there. That's what they're doing. And it came really because of an insult from a Greek, and he wasn't even talking about these specific bands of young like men that were kind of thrown out to like test their mettle against surrounding tribes. He was just talking about the people in general, the Germanic people. He hated them. He didn't like them. He didn't like their presence. They were moving in and encroaching into the empire, and they were starting to join the ranks of the military. They were, you know, the Foderati, and he's saying, well, you can't bring these people in here. They're complete savages, and they kill their elderly, and they have unnatural relations with men and animals and all of that stuff. These were insults clearly leveled for political usage. And there is some misinterpretations of like the Senecide and understanding, you know, migration period. Senecide was often done in relation to, you know, constantly moving. And once you got to a certain age, you know, and then there was also the clear connection to the idea that a lot of the older folk, especially the men folk, didn't want to die of old age. They wanted to be slain. They wanted to be stabbed. And that still holds true even all the way back to the Ingatal, or the Yngling saga, in which Snorri writes about how he euhemerizes the gods, and he talks about how Odin is dying as the king of Sweden, and he wants Njord to stab him with a spear so he can see his god. And that's clearly, he's talking about, you know, cultural traditions that was being written by Snorri in the 12th century, with relations back to those, hearkening to those ancient times, all the way back to the migration period, even with Sigurd and Atli and all of that, still holding a lot of that stuff. But to take one simple thing and then utilize it without mentioning that, well, it was an insult, and it was probably leveled by a person who had no idea what the heck was going on. But it was still an insult nonetheless. So they really made it stick. And it was perceived as an insult. But what if it wasn't an insult? What if it was a glimpse into this, the queerness of the gods? It sounds like the ranting of a madman if you say it out loud, connecting point A to point B. But they throw in this to possibility, and then they run with it. And it's again, like I said, I've heard it with again, Odin to being attacked.
I want to throw in a I don't know, a note, a footnote here. Oftentimes when people say completely ridiculous things, they were cooked up in their head in the hellacious storm that is their mind and their solitude. And you can convince yourself of lots of things. This goes back to the rune Perthro. When you utter them into existence, they're exposed for how absurd they are on the face of it. And that's one of the things. One of the biggest skills that, so first, the most commonly exercised function of a Gothi, in my experience, isn't ritual interaction with the gods, but it's counseling of the folk. One of the most successful tools that I've learned of or made use of as a Gothi is letting people say things out loud and hear themselves say them, or to say things out loud and then have it repeated back to them so they can hear what they've said. That is a surprisingly powerful tool that I think we all can make use of, because very often the things that make sense in our heads when we've filled them with our own illness, our own prejudices, our own whatever of our own things that we've put into it, when we say it out loud for others to hear, and we hear it ourselves reflected back at us, it's plain on the face of it how absurd and desperate it is. And that's what this is. Our next question, could someone tell me what it means on some of the days of remembrance when it says observed on a day earlier, but it has a duration of days already? What does that mean? To the best of my understanding, days of remembrance are one day, and I don't believe that they're on the calendar anywhere as more than that or as observed on a different day. But holidays, some of our holy tides are. And that's so that people can synchronize when they're practicing ritual with when the rest of us are versus when they are. If we lived in a world where everyone practiced Asatru, then we would have those days off. Like the days that it says, here's the day and then here's when it's observed on. It'd all be the day, and we'd have that off, and that would just work for everyone logistically. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So when you see it as the date is, for example, winter finding coming up, it is on Friday, but observed on last Saturday. The reason for that is we pick a day on a weekend when people can actually show up and celebrate, and to synchronize that function to where it logistically works for everybody to get together, we try to keep that on the calendar. And this is fairly objective, but it's what we've chosen, or subjective, I guess, but it's what we've chosen, is the third Saturday of every month. That's so our food pantries and our things are all observed on time, same time every month. And it's also because our hofs draw in people from a really big distance. Once we get to where we have hofs in every town, and we can do stuff there all the time. As it is now, people have to kind of coordinate when they can get there with them and their families. So we've synchronized when we celebrate some of these things based on that. I've mentioned before, when I was in Alaska, we were really big on celebrating every one of the holy tides exactly when it happened. So if it's 3 a.m. in the middle of a blizzard, we'll go out and celebrate the solstice or the equinox if that's when it happens. It's harder to arrange if we want to get all our folk to come together and bring their families to have a celebration. So it's on the calendar, so you could celebrate with the rest of the folk on one of those days, and then on the actual day, celebrate with you and your family if that's something that you can work out and that you can do. But that was done for convenience, so people know when our hofs are typically doing our celebrations, and then they can figure out what they would like to do with the actual date, because the date is very important, specifically with the equinoxes and solstices and things of that nature. Next question, as a follow-up, can you touch on the misconception that pre-Christian Europe was a racially diverse homosexual orgy having gender-bending degenerate state, and that traditionalism didn't exist until Christianity arrived and destroyed their homosexual utopia? Unfortunately, this is how Brit Soley and similar minds think. Yeah, that's not true and absurd.
Inconsistency arcs.
Due to the absurdity of the question, you have pointed out how that proposition by those kind of folks is absolutely ridiculous. Traditionalism exists, has existed, will exist. It is the natural flow of our folk. The woke crowd that want to dramatically rebel against anything traditional, anything wholesome, is, again, a symptom of their mental illness that they're projecting on the rest of us to our detriment. It sounds hilarious. Hopefully our descendants that read about it can have a good laugh. Those of us living through it and seeing it and the damage that it causes to folks, it's really sad. I say that. We still laugh our way through it, just as Ragnar laughed during his death song, because that's what you do, and that's kind of all we can do with it to avoid crying is have a good chuckle at it and press on. But yeah, that's absolutely absurd. It's obviously absurd. It's absurd times 3. If I had a better word than absurd, I would use it, a bigger one, a stronger one. But yeah, that's absolutely preposterous in all possible ways. Were that the case, we would all not be here, because that particular sexual activity does not produce offspring. And we're all here as a testament to how not homosexual our ancient ancestors were.
I would like to
Please.
key in on one thing too here. These are what I call disconnected bridge arguments. A perfect example of this, and this is not related, but it'll well relate in a second. So it's like the whole all police are racist, but only the police should have guns. These are two arguments with a desired effect at the other end of the bridge, but the very inconsistency of both of them, especially when they're paralleled, meets only in the middle and kind of crumbles off. And so they don't really kind of connect to what they're trying to get at by crossing that gap. This is the same thing. I think they're doing it just as a sense of time and conditioning, because if you scrape past and you look at, the megalith builders and the people of early Europe worshipped a matron goddess. And then these, evil white male airy. Oh no, let's not call them that. Let's call them Proto-Indo. Oh no, let's not call them that. Let's call them Yamnaya. They just all these different names. They come in and they just destroy this matriarchal basket weaving, macrameing, kumbaya European stone builders that are all just trying to live their life, man. And then these chariot riders come in with their white supremacy. But now you have that bridge, and then now they're saying, oh, well, no. See, it was the Christians that came in with their chariots and their traditionalism. And before that, it was all just a big orgy of paganism. And some Christians even buy in on that too, which is even funnier. But again, so these are two argument bridges that they don't. So if these guys were evil, Aryan, chariot riding, warmongering, Yamnayan Giga Chads from the steppes of Russia, and they come in crushing a bunch of these hacky sack European, stone Jenga builders. They're evil, but then they shift the window again and say, oh no, they weren't, and it was actually like Christianity was based, and that was traditionalism, and that's what really ruined, basically the end goal. Whatever their end goal is what they're projecting on into the past. So it's like, no, the Christians came in and ruined the thing we would really hope our ancestors were into, because we're into it now. Like that's really what's going on. So these are two bridged arguments that if they can't apply to each other. Were they evil, marauding, patriarchal Aryans on chariots crushing people, or no, they were totally down with everything that these people want to do, and it was the Christians. So it just keeps the Overton window keeps shifting. They keep applying it, and when you look at the two arguments together, they're just bridges built halfway, and they're just hoping that it sticks. That you don't further that bridge to realize it ends midway. You just take them for their word, and then they succeed.
To come full circle, when will we colonize the stars? When we stop doing this. When our people stop doing this. When we stop having to reevaluate who can use what bathroom, and we try to reinterpret what our genitals truly mean. When we get past this nonsense, that's when we're going to have good things like that happen on a wide scale. In the meantime, we're having awesome things happen on our scale. You guys are a part of it. Next question, Matt and Svan, what are your thoughts on comics? And is it okay for people to enjoy them as Asatru are, considering Marvel has depicted some of our gods in silly, cartoony ways? Sure. I don't know. Comics are awesome if you like comics, or I don't know, they were 25 years ago when I read comics. I don't know. You're adult people that are able to consume entertainment by your discretion. If there is a particular aspect of entertainment that is intentionally disrespectful or blasphemous to our gods, then yeah, you should reject that and stay away from that. That said, I don't think, at least at its origins, the comics were intended to disparage gods that any of those people actually believed are real. And I say that, I don't think it was an intentional attack upon the AFA and Asatru are that in the 60s, Stan Lee decided to make a comic book about Thor. I think that at that time, and for most of us, shoot, when I found Asatru, I didn't know it was a thing. I thought there was Christianity and Judaism and Islam, and some Indians somewhere did Hinduism, but I didn't know what it was. So that was my understanding of religion at the time. I'm sure that in the 1960s, Stan Lee did not think that there are actually people who practice our ancestral faith with seriousness, or the Greek pantheon for that matter. They have Hercules and other elements of Greek mythos. They've done that with a lot of things that I think they're unaware that other people took seriously. And I think that's fair enough. It is what it is. I don't take as great offense as some people do to it, because I think some people who've encountered it recently see it as another weapon of the left used against us or whatever.
Yeah, doom pill.
That wasn't the case when this originally happened way back when. And I think that's us backfilling modern Disney versions of Marvel productions and trying to root that back to some arch villainry from Stan Lee back in the 60s. And I really think that that's kind of an overreach. But if you don't like them because you think they're dumb and you don't like how they depict our gods, then cool. Don't think comics are getting kind of expensive too, and there's all these interconnecting little arcs, and you'd spend a fortune on trying to track all that down. So you're probably well served not doing that. But if you're somebody who really likes your comics, I don't think you're a bad Asatru or you're gonna be dissolved by venom on the strand or anything. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Multiple hits on this one, but first, I like to draw. I'm an artist in my respects towards certain in secular sense. I'm talking about. I think my murals for the Hoffs are strictly devotional acts. But it stems from my secular drawing and my dabbling in tattooing and, calligraphy, and all of those things can compound together. And growing up, I was surrounded, especially in the 80s, by a ton of visual arts that took in the place of comic books. And I was so young, I didn't really key in on a lot of their kind of hidden agenda stories. A lot of them were coming out in the 80s like that. But to say that I'm not influenced by them would be a lie. And I think if anybody's out there saying they're terrible or degenerate or what have you, I mean, they have an argument based off of the writers, especially, and some of this, again, the agendas that they're pushing. And you can actually see comics nowadays evolving with the intention of counter signaling things like the Punisher skull that was very common in the Marine Corps, very common amongst police. And now just recently the Marvel Comics changed that imagery on him with the intention of kind of poking at the eye of what they perceive to be these, oogie boogie evil white males celebrating gun violence, despite the reality of gun violence and statistics in our country. But I digress. When we talk about the gods as well, it's really worth noting, if anybody knows anything about Hercules and his stories and the versions of his stories, because there were multiple versions depending on where the stories were coming from. In Greece, he was the hero to talk about, and then there was Ulysses. So it's hero worship in relation to legend, myth, or just pure entertainment and enjoyment of the story has been with us for a very long time. And I think that the phenomena of comics / ones in particularly in relation to, say, superhero stuff, it comes from somewhere. It's not rooted out of a vacuum. And in doing so, it is, I can see why they did it. They didn't want to address non-heroic aspects of the current religion that was prevalent in America. So they went back to, the gods and the heroes of ancient days and bring them into the comic stories and have them, tussling around with some of their own creations that they had made. There's interesting ideas behind all of that. I'm a huge fan of The Shadow. I listened to Orson Welles and his radio version of The Shadow, one of the first American superheroes, and then nostalgia and the history behind the creation of that and the radio show. I legitimately listen to it at work because I have a playlist that has them all there. And when I'm cleaning or doing something, I'll just throw one of those on because they're 15 to 20 minutes long. And I know I can sneak one in before another client. And, I like the nostalgia of it. I like the kind of the art that they did, even though it's, rudimentary. And that, of course, turned into comics for the newspaper, whether it's the Phantom or the Shadow or Flash Gordon. And again, a lot of people nowadays have they're problematic characters to them now. But, again, it's I think it's redundant to go on that. And I think there's another key point. In some of the imageries, especially in relation to Thor, one of the things that really got me was I wanted to create imageries of Thor with dynamicism, with action, with deed, with heroicism involved. I would rather our children be in the backyard running around saying they're smashing Jotuns like Thor, and they just get into that mode rather than say Marvel Thor. So I mean, I clearly have kind of just a general disdain for that, and I have sought to replicate that in like looking at ancient paintings of Thor, or not ancient paintings, excuse me, old paintings or Renaissance paintings and depictions of Thor, maybe even of the Romantic period, and combining that with almost a comic book-esque action and culminating that together with the desire of making our kids excited about Thor and about his adventures and about his, going out and just, crushing the Jotuns, laying it down to them. I mean, it's the same reason why people, follow wrestling and things like that. It's a fun escape into celebrating heroism, celebrating things that people call toxic now or whatever. I own a comic that's kind of controversial, which is the Alt Hero comic book that was written by Vox Day. And it's specifically like from a kind of alt-right perspective of these heroes fighting another group of heroes that are like clearly like the Red Shift is kind of like the global Marxist. There's like the Rainbow Dazzler, who's clearly kind of an effeminate weirdo dude. And then there's like the EU guy who's like Captain EU. And they're, fighting these guys are actually the bad guys, and the good guys are trying to fight for like, anonymity on the internet, freedom of speech, and the ability to, say that French people are like ethnically look away, like, oh, such much controversy. So if you're ever interested too, I'll plug that. A really interesting comic book to look into is Alt Hero, written by Vox Day. You can find it on Amazon. It's pretty funny. It's not the best art, but just the fact that it's kind of like you don't see this like reverse eye poking in the other direction. And of course, all the left just lost their mind. There was high pitch dolphins screaming in their philosophere of whatever they're at. And it was just kind of fun to have it exist. But outside of that, I think that it gets dangerous when people get into hero worship. Like you have people that like know Marvel movies more than they would know, it almost becomes kind of pseudo religious to them in a lot of ways. That's a little disturbing. I've only seen it occasionally, or, they know more about the details of Star Wars than they would about, religious things like especially Asatru, or even if they're Christians, and they seem to, that's a little odd to me, but I don't have anything against it. I think art is interesting. It's just about how we use it, and how, and understanding again, those histories. Why Kal-El of Superman is named Kal-El is because the creators of Superman were Jewish, and the L at the end of Kal-El is to show that he's lesser than Yahweh, because it would be an insult in their kind of religious views, because they were semi-practicing Judaics. And so they did that. That's like stuff like that. Like knowing that's one thing. But you can find and understand alternatives. Even people talking about like the Watchmen and their whole thing about how really superheroes in America all boil down to the hooded Klansmen of the South. Like he kind of played on that theory, which I don't think is the case at all, but he was trying, and it ended up backfiring because the one right-wing character of his story arc became the most popular. Rorschach became a kind of a beacon of like the sanity amongst all the crazy. So he had to kill that character in the following like TV shows or something like that and make him an insane, Hollywood kind of had to do a number on it. So you just got to pick through all that detritus, but art is good.
All right. Gentlemen, are you aware that founder McNallen and Githia McNallen will be in Montana this weekend at Freyr's Harvest Feast? Tickets are on sale, and it should be an epic event. Come join us. Thanks. Yes, I was aware of that. I mentioned that at the top of the program. But yeah, you guys should go to that. Definitely. It's going to be awesome. As I mentioned, it's at a members homestead in Montana. It's a great opportunity to meet the founder of the Asatru Folk Assembly, as well as the father of modern Asatru generally, and his wife, Githya Sheila McNallen, that has done so much to build this that we have. She was very much the driving force in a lot of the heavy lifting that came with knitting together the community that is the Asatru Folk Assembly. And she did that. She was the leading force doing that for I say about 18 years or so. She's still doing it now, and she's doing an amazing job. She's running things at Odenshof and in the Odenshof district, but relatively unassisted. She was weaving this all together so much through her own blood, sweat, and tears for, almost in the entirety of the first 20 years of the AFA. So getting to meet both of them is an amazing opportunity, and you should do that. If there's any way for you to get there, you should absolutely. Nobody goes to these things and then regrets going. Everyone, what I have heard in the inverse is people that don't go kick themselves wishing that they did. So do give that an opportunity if you can. All the way back to our societal collapse question. Instead of collapsing, do you think America could instead split up and balkanize, where each people gets some part of the country to themselves? Anything's possible? I don't, and I think that's one of the big things. Everyone has moved and does move and is so very, very mobile in the United States, certainly amongst the white folks in the United States. I don't think you have the same entrenched regionality that you did even a generation ago. I think that the most politically conservative areas of the country are, like 53% conservative and 47% liberal. And I think that the most liberal parts of the country are probably 53% liberal and 47% conservative. I think you have such a mixture of backgrounds and of cultural touchstones and things. We've been balkanized, but not geographically. So you don't have any areas that have a commonality. Every area is divided amongst themselves. So I think it's much harder for a geographical balkanization to occur now than at even a generation ago. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, this is a great and kind of a reoccurring question that a lot of people ponder about, and I don't know. I kind of hold the same sentiments with you. Is that people aren't so interconnected to, like, I'm a Virginian, or perhaps maybe in Texas, but Texas is getting, people are coming from California, they're coming from Washington, they're coming from New York, they're coming all over, and Mexico, and they're clearly starting to affect things. And I think that's what's kind of going on. The other thing that's worth noting is, as the desire, I think, for people to want to make things more global, and the nefarious, I would even say to a degree, to make things more global, to get rid of the Constitution because it was made by white slave owners, and to make a federation of the North Americas or whatever, revamp things, rechange things. Those people, if we're talking about ethnic groups, let's just say all across the board, want to balkanize, those people would utilize the balkanization as a way to funnel their aggressions. I think that there would be a plea that like, hey, all these people are trying to tear the nation apart and they're evil, whatever they mudsling at them. And they would pull in the desire of outside forces. Like during COVID and all of that, I had made mention long before COVID. I made mention about the idea that if there was ever a time in which the U.S. government was going to try to pull the UN in to like re-stabilize the United States, they would do it first with the Canadians and the Australians. And everyone was like, the Canadians, the Australians. I've seen the Canadians in action in Iraq, and they were pretty scary dudes. And then COVID came around and saw a lot of what was going on in Australia and Canada. And I was like, see, they got a linguistic connection to us. They would immediately be called, and they're already shifted down that road of seeing the global government. And they look at America as like, oh, they're backwards. They're just, built on this white supremacy and all that stuff. And so you could kind of see. So I think balkanization would also do a tactic that they might even desire, is the ideas of having every duck in a row that they want or don't want condensed is not always the best. And I know from my experience in foreign countries, when you have an opposition that is not galvanized, but instead, you can't differentiate anyone from anyone, it's a lot harder. So that's something worth considering. But that's just the novel idea. I'm not saying that's something that we should do in one way or the other. But I think that having spiritual communities is a long-standing American tradition. The Mormons or, the Appalachian Baptists or, and some of it we can go into some super strange groups or whatever. But the freedom of religion in the United States allows people to work together based off their commonality of religion. Jews do this in New York. In Islam, especially up in the Midwest, especially in certain cities like in, like in Detroit or what have you. The freedom of religion allows us to at least correlate with our folk without really. The only type of mudslinging we get again is from, political underlings and media kind of tentacles as they kind of fling mud and shoot things at us. But for the most part, we're allowed to practice our faith and correlate with each other with little to no problem. And then on top of that, I think what really threw them off is that we do interact with our communities in a peaceful way and in a good way and in a charitable way. And they did not see that coming again because all the mudslinging they believe. But we are allowed to balkanize to a certain degree through our faith and our ability. But we just should be careful not to, compound up or turn into some sort of like cult-like-esque thing. And I think that when people throw those accusations at us, it's not because it's true. It's because that might be what they want. They want us to act that way. They want us to be that way so that it gives them more of an ability to get us all in a row and throw the bowling ball or lob the shot. And I don't think that's, I think we should do what's wise and what's being done right now. As Algiz kind of leads us towards building our hofs and building our cultural centers, and then building those communities and networking and making sure that we're taking care of each other and still being good neighbors to Christians, to, other people out there that are of whatever, their desires are or whatever they're doing. And ultimately we can have our voice and maybe even present it a lot more legitimately and soundly. As we have, we meet people, that are, Black or Asian, and they have come across, modes of communication to us saying, hey, I love what you guys are doing. I think this is great. You guys are, doing your own thing, and a lot of support, surprisingly, coming from these people. It kind of blew me away. I think that's the path that we should be focusing on. before we go down into the idea of, like, what is it that I can't remember. There was a group of like black supremacists who were or black nationalists maybe, that were like, oh, we want Texas, like they want the South or something like that. They were pushing towards balkanization, and pretty much everybody kind of was like, bah, they just laughed at them. But they were doing it too, and I don't think it amounts to much.
All right. How do you guys feel about Survive the Jive? Svan, how do you feel about Survive the Jive?
I listen and watch videos and follow him on Twitter. Interesting, lots of good takes. I think that one of the things I really wish he would do is acknowledge, I think, just the American and the AFA and all of our groundwork that the founder of Asatru, Steve McNallen, and all the way up into now with Al-Saragodi and all of these temples, there's so much headway that we have expanded on and built, and he's still kind of focusing a little bit on just the historical origins, and I understand that's where his expertise is, and so he's kind of moving in that direction. I would say it would be good for him to also acknowledge, again, the modern movements of these religions that he's kind of acting like aren't fully established, with temples and people all over the world and things like that. But he's focusing a lot too, I think, on England and all of that. So I don't really have, like a bad view of Rousel and Survive the Jive. And I think it's interesting. We had some discussion on, and I don't know how he feels about me. He's never, or the AFA or anything yet. He's been quite quiet about it. But, it's, our exchange of the usage of certain words and certain understandings about whether we use the word Proto-Indo-European or Aryan or what have you. And we've had disagreements on that, but not in a sense where it's like argumentative. It was just kind of like points. And I think that, it's a shame what happened to him, where his government kind of landlocked him. I don't know if people are aware of that, but he got landlocked in England. And that kind of, again, shows the terrible level that England's at right now. And then, of course, just recently he posted something about the BBC saying that England had, from a previous question that was asked here, he's like, England has always been black and Europe has always been black. And he kind of called that out and said that this is ridiculous. And I agree with him. So I don't really have, I follow, I interact when I can, or when I'm able to. And yeah, and that's my take on him.
Yeah, I've actually got to meet him at a Northwest Forum, I want to say 5 years ago or so. Nice enough guy in person. I want to specify this up front. I don't dislike Thomas Rousel as a person. Again, my real life interaction with him was very nice. He knows about the AFA. He knows that we exist. He knows the history of the AFA. For that matter, in his own country, he knows the history of the Odinic Rite. He does not seem to acknowledge real, authentic, existing Asatru practice in the world. His lack of acknowledgement of it goes beyond just ignoring it to a willful pretending it doesn't exist. And that's, on one level, silly, on another level, offensive. I, he doesn't have to join the AFA. He doesn't have to agree with us or think we're doing everything right, but to have so much of his focus be a what if scenario that already is and pretend that we don't exist. It's, I don't know, I think on one level a little bit dishonest. He is so focused on, well, and here's the thing, if he was just focused on how ancient Englishmen or ancient Anglo-Saxons practiced our faith, that would be cool in and of itself. The fact that he is constantly postulating what a modern version of that might look like, I don't know, as if he doesn't know that we're here and that we exist, that we have 4 functioning temples to our gods. Even to say, hey, those Americans are doing crazy stuff, that AFA, and they're silly. I mean, even to come at us would be better than to pretend that we don't exist somehow, which is really unfortunate. I think we would probably naturally align in a lot of ways. But yeah, his very conspicuous lack of acknowledgement of our existence it's a little bit insulting, and I think it's not honest to his audience. And that's kind of my take on him. And I'll say this, I don't listen to his stuff. I used to, and when it came really conspicuous and kind of odd that he didn't, he acted as if we didn't exist, I stopped. Maybe he does now, and I don't know about it. That could be.
Yeah, there was the Stonehenge debacle, and I think one thing that was strangely said was in a tweet that it was stopped. It was a pagan function. I think he said, and please don't, like, it's not word for word, I'm just kind of going off of my memory, is something about like American tourist or American traveling pagans, when in reality it was Englishmen. They're members of the AFA, and they were trying to hold a moot, which could equate to 4 or 5 members sharing a horn near Stonehenge, and it got blown up into this terrible thing by a left-leaning pagan police officer, and it blew up into a whole thing, which still shows that perhaps even too in the terrain he's in, facing off against these kind of vapid and slavering like left or global or whatever agenda pagans who are even in the police department or in government or whatever there, but it wasn't American tourists. They were members. They were trying to hold something that we could easily do, at a monument or in the Shenandoah or up on a mountain and hail Odin and hold a horn. And they turned it into this whole kind of thing. But that was definitely misplaced. It wasn't like an American tourist pagan.
Yeah, he seems to jump in if there's an issue that involves us, but not really to acknowledge us or to talk about us, but to kind of use that opportunity to talk about his stuff. The thing that kind of irked me the most, I think, was his Pagan Futures conference that involved like scholars when there's thriving, like existing European pagan priests and clergy that do things. His deal was like talking heads and scholars and like a Christian biblical scholar, I think. He had a panel there. He had an opportunity. It would have been great if he involved the Asatru Folk Assembly, but even if he didn't want to, there's a number of Eastern Europeans that have active practicing paganism in their countries. There's a lot of people that are actually doing what he talks about how nice it would be if somebody would do. But I don't know. In a way, it's like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, their whole existence is based on a perceived racism. And so it doesn't matter if that gets fixed or whatever. They have to, poke you and say, hey, do a racism to legitimize their existence. And it's really unfortunate. If you're advocating for a resurgent paganism, that's happening. It's happening right now. Please, you're welcome to come be a part of it. We would love to have you be a part of it. Or instead, you can spend your whole existence talking about what if it existed. It just seems a little bit disingenuous. He knows for a fact that it does exist, and he could be a meaningful part of it if he wanted to be. Goes kind of into our next question a little bit as a segue. Hypothetical question from Matt. From what I can tell, you firmly believe the AFA is the only real Asatru church, which is understandable considering the current Asatru considering most current Asatru communities are a joke. But let's imagine Asatru were to be taken seriously by the mainstream. And suddenly there are hundreds of Asatru churches, similar to how there are hundreds of Christian churches, and not just one. Is this a change you would embrace? Do you think it would advance Asatru or hurt Asatru if it wasn't all under the AFA banner? That's not how the world works, which I think is important to realize. There's a process. When talking about the hundreds of Christian churches, for a very long time, there was two. For a very long time, there was two Christian churches. It's a relatively recent phenomenon where they were split up, and there's this whole process of fracturing internally that I don't think was positive, and I think led us a little bit to where we are today with the development of Christianity, or the anti-development of Christianity, as it were, the breaking apart and the dissolution of Christianity. But to take your question at face value, if magically I awoke tomorrow and all of a sudden Asatru was listed with all the other mainstream religions, and we had an Asatru church popping up in every town, and they weren't AFA affiliated, that would be fantastic. I would love that. My own ego will never, ever come before the worship and exaltation of our gods. And if all of a sudden tomorrow lots of other organizations were magically just as successful as the AFA was doing their own thing, I'd be happy to work with them. I would celebrate that our gods were being worshiped. Now, if they were all grossly deviant, and they were all universalist outfits that used our gods as scapegoats for their own mental illness and disrespect, no, that would be horribly detrimental to Asatru, and I wouldn't support it. But assuming that they were all, generally folkish under the same basic conception of our gods, and they were all well-intended, if our gods are all of a sudden worshipped by millions of Americans, or perhaps a billion people around the world, that's fantastic. That is a mission of the Asatru Folk Assembly. And if all of a sudden that happened overnight by some literally miraculous process, hail the gods. That would be amazing. Do I think it would advance Asatru or hurt Asatru if it wasn't under the AFA banner? Obviously, if these were all, broadly speaking, rightly oriented groups, certainly a thousandfold advancement of the number of people practicing Asatru openly and the media accepting it would be wonderful. Of course, that would advance it. Would that be much, much better if all of a sudden that happened with a tri-horn slapped on all of it? Yes, it would be amazingly better. But I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good. If I could press a button and tomorrow Asatru be the dominant religion of white men in the world, but a lot of it not be Asatru folk assembly, okay, cool. Where do I sign up? That's something I've noticed about our enemies versus us. I would never allow the worship of our gods to be a casualty in a petty squabble for, I don't know, control of the narrative or whatever you would define that as. I do think we're much stronger when we function together and united. And I think that that's just true. I think that all of these factions of Asatru sprouting up tomorrow wouldn't happen because it's taken the AFA, 28 long years, almost 29, to get where we are, of blood, sweat, and tears and very hard work. But if miraculously I woke up tomorrow and there was, 1,000 other AFAs out there, all under different leadership and different banners, doing Asatru and honoring our gods, that would be amazing. And I would genuinely weep tears of joy and thankfulness for it. I don't know how to give a more complete answer than that.
I have a little bit on just a comment to that too, though. I think a lot of people that come into Asatru when they think about, or just they get out and they start to come to the realization about the multiplicity of the gods and divinity and all that stuff. I've heard people conceptualize like, man, it's so great. I wish that it would be like all these denominations, just like the Christians, but you all get along. Whereas, and that's counterpointing to the idea that, there's a lot of denominations in Christianity that don't get along. And there's a lot of division there. But what I think that's deeper talking about is that when there was, like what you had mentioned, the two, that let's just talk about the one, the Western, the Catholic Church, when they were unified, they stood a better chance at doing and implementing what they wanted, which was not particularly good for the Saxons when Charlemagne kind of led that charge. But also the glaring point of that was that our people were divided. Our people were getting along, but they were completely scatterable because they were divided. So that is one thing that really sticks out to me is I don't think it should be many small groups just getting along until someone can figure out a way to make us not get along. I think it's better for us to unite, and so that it's much harder to make us divisible, because they clearly have the intention to not let us succeed, not let us, be what we are. And so it's in their best interest to, again, keep these groups small and sure, have them get along until they're really, really big, and then we can just pit them against each other or something of that nature. So I think that my take on that is the denominational thing is, it sounds great and it sounds nice, but the reality is I think it would be better and far more served if we were under the same banner and push forward with the gods unified. It worked against our people. It can work for our people against those that are trying to keep us from doing anything. So that's just worth noting, in my opinion.
All right. Question. And this goes to the Stonehenge deal. Question. Some Marxists said they stopped the AFA from going to Stonehenge. Vril the Wanderer did a video saying that was a declaration of war. Question is, when is the AFA going back? So, for folks that may not understand, there was no big, massive AFA push to somehow march on Stonehenge or whatever.
That's what they needed. That's what they wanted. But
Whatever they think the case was, a local folk builder wanted to host a moot at the general area of Stonehenge. His plan was never to host it inside the circle, as that requires some kind of a fee and a deal to do. But he wanted for AFA members or other people interested who were in the UK to go stand near within sight of the stones, raise a horn to honor our gods. That's all. We got 3 members. As of the time this occurred, we had 4 members in England proper. We maybe would have gotten our folk builder and one other guy to go out there with a horn of mead, have a bloat, or, honor one of our gods, take a sip of mead, appreciate Stonehenge, and go home. That's all it was. Fact of the matter is, unfortunately, fear won out. Literal terrorism. A member of the British police force, who was a leftist pagan, made a petition. Petitions don't mean anything, but to get a bunch of people to sign saying, ew, we don't like you, go away. We don't like you, you can't practice your faith in public. The mere attention of lots of people saying, ooh, bad racist, caused that folk builder and 2 of his countrymen to quit and go hide and try to, run in fear from that level of opposition. If the fact that the forces of chaos would shine a light and say, ooh, we don't like you, and sign a petition is enough for you to turn tail and to run and not stand for your gods, your folk, and your church, it's a very, very easy victory for them. And really sad statement about the level of courage or lack thereof in a lot of our folk, unfortunately. The question is when we can go back. That's the trouble. If it were my thing that I hosted as some kind of big AFA deal, there's a lot to follow through with or whatever, but we don't have very many members in England, unfortunately. I'd love to fix that. I'd love for us to have more there. Also, English travel restrictions are pretty severe, so I'm not sure how that's sitting right now. But yeah, the idea was never for someone to make a big scene or cause a big problem. The idea was to host a moot at a really cool, really special ancient European pagan site, which would be awesome. I think in a lot of ways, we've had moots over here that have been advertised just as publicly at Gettysburg or at any other, national monument special site. And we just happen to not have caught wind of the radical left and had crazy Marxists come at us with threats and screeching. But the times that we have had crazy Marxists come at us with threats and screeching here in the country, we've stood strong. I'm really disappointed that our folk builder, that was a folk builder for a very short amount of time over there, decided to quit and run from this. That's really unfortunate. It's very, very disappointing. Svan, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think this is worth noting. It's always kind of their MO when there is this, the pots and pans that are beaten are not based in reality at all. They create in their minds, they need to create this, the big scary monster and get everyone concerned. But the reality, and ultimately too, they're willing. These are, again, these two bridges that meet, that go halfway. The people that they're trying to scare, most of these leftists and Marxists absolutely despise these people. They think that the average, middle class British or American person is, just a backwards, vile, racist, beer slugging, closet white supremacist. But when it comes to these people show up, they beat these pots and pans, get these people scared, and they're doing it ultimately to send a message across that they're going to always make this really loud noise. But if you stand up and just show up and people see it's, 4 people or a group of people with their kids, or, again, like they don't want you to see like the charitable stuff. They don't want you to see all that, because that stuff does not help with the ultimate point of what they're trying to make. And that is they're always based outside of reality. The reality for them is that we're like, super mechanized, half tank, anime Nazis that, have like machine gun arms, and we're trying to kill puppies and little colored children. It's so ridiculous. And it's happened so many times that I kind of make light of it and kind of joke about it. So I'm pulling away from the doom pill a bit. But but the reality is quite different. It's us caretaking for graves. It's us handing out food to the community. It's us, trying to restore old buildings and, try to work with people, whether it's locally or, food banks and all of these things, a safe place for our kids to come and learn about the gods. And, they call us a tax haven or a political shroud or all of this stuff. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about, and they don't really care, because the point is to make the pots and pans, and the reality that that they have contrived a reality for others, despite what would be seen.
Here's what's an uncomfortable truth. It works. If all you got to do is make loud, scary noises and share a post to 100 other crazy lefties that make loud noises, and that's enough to make our people run and hide and disavow and cool. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's really sad for our side, but it's effective. Why shouldn't they? It's a very, very cost-effective way of winning, and it's just a shame that some of our people allow them such an easy victory and such an easy control over their lives. That's part of that soul sickness we always talk about. And the fix isn't to pretend you're courageous, because pretend gets kicked out from under you really quick. The fix is to realize that you're scared and to work on ways of strengthening yourself and being more comfortable when you're scared, so that you don't let fear control you. There was no actual consequence or actual threat in this scenario. The only thing was the attention and the screeching of leftists, and that was enough to have people run for the hills, unfortunately. And that's, I think, a cautionary tale. Hopefully the rest of us can learn from that and not act like that. But I think that's all I got to say about that. I think this is a important note to make, and Tacitus talked about this. He talked about how certain offenses were treated by Germanic peoples. And he said that treachery and shirking of duty was, they had public executions and they wanted to make an example or make a scene out of. But effeminacy / homosexuality and cowardice were just so shameful that they were stomped and pressed into the bog So nobody had to look at it because it was just an embarrassment. And so I don't want to spend a lot of time dwelling on people that showed cowardice. I don't think that builds our folk, and I think it's just kind of disgusting to spend time on. Okay, it is a question. I thought I was in the chat window. I apologize. Is it more common for apolitical pagans to join the AFA or non-religious conservatives to join the AFA, assuming the pagan becomes conservative and the conservative becomes pagan? More common than what? I'd say I need to know what the the counterbalance is. We have, I would say that people in the AFA certainly tend to be more politically right-leaning, and I wouldn't. That's not all about politics. I think what's going on in the world is a much bigger divide, and it's an issue of worldview, and it certainly affects politics. But it's not just a Democrat or Republican kind of thing. It's traditionalism versus wokeness. And it's a fundamental in this world today, certainly in the West. And it's basically blown away any middle ground that used to exist. Because for woke folks, you never can possibly be woke enough, because they come up with some new craziness every single day that you've got to somehow beat them to embracing, or else you're not quite woke enough. So people who hold values that used to be very common to all of us, like literally 10, 15 years ago, those people are now, because the woke people, and again, I'm doing all these hand things that are somehow outside of the screen, and I feel a little bit ridiculous when I realize that. When the wokeness has moved so far, there's no way to capture it, Nick. I appreciate you trying. My wingspan is beyond my camera because it's so close. Anyways, the left has moved so very, very far left that anybody remotely shoot, my mom would have been a middle of the road, maybe sort of. Yeah, she would have been a moderate in the 90s. Were she still with us now, she'd be a far extreme fascist, Nazi, hater, whatever, because the left has moved so very far and polarized things. So I'd say traditional people, not even conservative per se, but people that don't want to mutilate their children's genitals. Not even joking. That sounds funny. I wish I was kidding. I'm not. So yeah, people who are traditionally minded, regular folks who have watched all of the fundamental traditionalist elements of Christianity completely go by the wayside in a lot of churches, have re-examined their spirituality and chose to try to come to the Asatru Folk Assembly and re-embrace the gods of their ancestors. I think that some pagans who, when they got involved, there was a much broader spectrum of what was okay. When they've been completely pushed out, if they're not 100% on board with the woke nonsense, have been forced to reevaluate things and found, hey, the AFA is doing some legitimate, authentic things, and they're not hateful people. Those people have joined as well. So I think we've seen both of those elements come together in AFA membership. How do you see it, Svan?
I think that there's a lot of a spectrum of it. There's some people who are very political, because again, the biggest focus is that we believe that the Germanic people are an ethnic people, and they have an ethnic religion, just like many other ethnic people all over the world, and they have absolute right to be that ethnicity and honor the gods of their people. And that, you apply this to Native Americans and Africans and Asians of certain groups, and totally fine. But you have these people that come in, they're kind of more, they key in on the fact that we are ethnic or folk based. And so they come in and they still have to learn about what religion and faith and divinity is. Do they actually believe in the gods? They don't even really know themselves. And some of them stay and learn. Others, it's just they thought it was just another way to express their political ideas. They end up usually leaving. I have had one incident where there was an apolitical member who came in, learned about the faith, and then saw a very, again, Alzirigo uses the word woke, and you might chuckle at it or think that's like it's just a term. No, it's real. I've seen it where there was like some drawings, again, kind of very comic booky. So maybe in this case, clearly not good, but they had, the goddess Sif with her head shaved because of the story of Lo, but she's wearing a hijab, and Tyr has one arm or one hand missing because he's not an ableist. You know what I mean? He's down for the handicapped. And then they had, Odin wearing a shirt that says "Death to Fascists," and so clearly they're just taking the gods and kind of, force feeding like a goose for fatty liver their foie gras of leftism into the gods, which is clearly just so blatantly kind of messed up that this apolitical member was like, this is, yeah, he kind of just snapped him out of it. He was like, this is ridiculous. And then, I mean, they were doing like, they made one of the gods or goddesses black and with dreads and all this stuff. And it's like, we would never dream of doing this to, the Yorubans or maybe to the Plains Indians or to the Five Nation Seneca and Mohican and groups up there. Like it would never be thought of in correlation. So for a lot of folks, I know it sounds so cliche having that kind of reverse versus or balancing scale thing, but once they see it, it's kind of like, they realize the wokeness is a thing, the drive, the intention, the pure kind of secularism of the usage of politics with the gods is so blatant. And it's only a matter of time before, the Vikings couldn't be white. They had to be diverse and or black at one point, or and it starts to kind of they kind of follow in the wake of some of the absurdity of these black supremacists that say black people invented everything and everyone was black, and Vikings were black and samurai were black and the Aztecs were black, everybody was black, and they're just kind of like parroting the same thing just in a not so crazy way that after a while people just come to a realization that it is a thing, it's a force out there, and we clearly as a denomination of people who are folk minded, ethnic minded, and think that we have that right, it just becomes an awakening moment for a lot of them who are perhaps apolitical. I've seen it. So that's kind of like the two sides, people that aren't able to become religious and they're strictly political and possibly even, nihilistic in their views. And some of them, not enough. I wish they would wake up and kind of become more. A lot of times they just kind of drift off. Oh, I'll become an Orthodox an Orthodox Christian for a while, and then a Catholic, and Norse paganism, because it's just all facades for their political activities. But there is a lot of apolitical folks who get woken up very, very quickly with the realization, because of our stance being an ethnic faith. It really, really wakes them up.
That's something that's always very, very telling to me. The readiness to use our gods as vehicles for political slogans, or very overtly political messaging has always made me really, really uncomfortable. in a way, it's literally my job to speak for the gods sometimes. I am very, very aware every time I do. And I always have to check myself because it is a tremendous responsibility not to put my own words or my own sentiments in the mouths of the gods. To do that would be the epitome of sacrilegious. To use the gods for as political sloganing would be very wrong, and I would never do that. There's issues that I think are big moral issues that I have good reason to believe that our gods support in a broad way. And I try to present that in that way. But for, petty political sloganing, you don't do that if you really believe in the gods. If they're just cool accoutrements to your political activity, then what does it matter if they're not real and they don't exist? They're just characters. You might as well slap them on a t-shirt and do whatever you want to do. But if you genuinely believe in our gods, you would never do that. And it tells me that the folks on the other team, this isn't real to them. It's fun, and because it's a juxtaposition between the moralism of Christianity and a somewhat gray area that you can fill in with your own degeneracy. They have co-opted our gods as symbolic of their own mental illness. But those people don't really believe in the gods. And I think that's a truth that people come to realize far too late sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's like the inverse of comic book myths.
Yeah.
Like the comic book folks are, they don't believe in the gods, but they want to utilize them for heroic stories. But it's really relatively benign in their drive. The opposite is that they create the gods in a comic booky image to push their political agendas and ideologies and desires for what have you. And in a way, they're kind of on the same. They're paralleled to each other, just on different sides of a fulcrum point. And, it's sad.
Next question. Can you touch on the Valhalla myth and how we can interpret it in a modern context, especially how it relates to modern warriors in the military? Also, do women go to Valhalla? So I challenge everybody to, instead of starting with the myth as you know it, start with common sense and logic from the root and expand from there. The myth explains the truth of the All-Father and who he invites to his hall and who he doesn't. Odin is not bound to some guy's writing down of a myth about stuff that he does. That person is trying to explain their understanding of what Odin does. Odin is a sovereign of his hall, and he can invite whoever he wants there. That being said, it's not for me to make hard lines of, this dude died on the battlefield, but this guy had whatever he died of, so he can't go to Valhalla, but rando dude that went and fought in Iraq for whatever reason and got blown up does. Everyone who dies in battle, who's one of our folk doesn't automatically go sit at the halls of the Allfather. Just because you're not one of the very few white men who dies in battle in this day and age doesn't mean you are barred from the halls of the Allfather. Unless Odin wills it to be so, and then that's certainly up to him. But we don't have any reason to believe that. So the concept is, and we get really stuck in literalism of our myths, that's not how myths work. That's how the Bible works post Council of Nicaea. That's not how any other ethnic religion's myth cycle works. There's no, and then Odin spake unto Snorri, and he wrote infallible words. No, but the words he wrote certainly inform our practice, and they teach us a great many things. They're invaluable, but they're not divinely perfect or divinely inspired in the sense that they are a literal perfection. They're giving us a picture and an image. In the age in which they were written, and in Scandinavia, when every able-bodied man was expected during raid season to be a warrior for a time, it spoke to that truth. What I believe the idea behind it is people who have overcome their limitations and who have ascended. The way towards ascension is quickened on the battlefield, because instead of the slow circumstances of mundane existence as a farmer, as an IT professional, or whatever you are, in the heat of battle, life and death, it's right there. The opportunity for heroism displays itself in the heat of battle, especially hand-to-hand combat, in a way that it doesn't as readily in the rest of life. But I mean, just think about that. If you were the greatest warrior ever and you engaged in countless hand-to-hand combat episodes and you were always victorious over your foe, you can't go to Valhalla because you didn't die on the battlefield because nobody was man enough to kill you? Like, you really think that that's a qualification the Allfather would, that would make sense? I don't think so. We do ourselves a disservice to take those myths too literally, to where we confine them to that. They were written at a certain time in a certain place, and they were using the imagery and the context of that time and that place. It's our challenge to extrapolate those things and apply them in the world that we live in. First, ultimately, whether you make it to Valhalla or not is the choice of the Allfather, and to a lesser degree, one of his Valkyrie who go and make that, bringing you there or not. Our own conception of it can limit us or enhance us to a different degree on how we conceptualize it. But in the ultimate day, if Odin is the Lord of Valhalla, he can kick you out of his house or he can invite you in if he wants. That said, it is a celebrated place of heroes. We have issues in the lore of people who haven't died in battle, it being mentioned, them going and entering into Valhalla. The common understanding of it taking battlefield dead and not people who died a straw death is an encouragement for people not to shirk and people to run into the face of danger as opposed to run out away from it. But the idea of ascension and overcoming can be achieved in many different ways. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, a very small percentage of our men these days die on the battlefield. That's for a lot of reasons. Our conflicts are much more small scale and trying to think of the words, but it's not like you're marching a unit of infantry against another unit of infantry and seeing last man standing. It's much smaller scale. So the fatalities of white men are far less than they were at one point. Body armor and things have advanced tremendously to where we have people that would have been dead a generation ago that are fine now because of their equipment. Got a lot of different things, and those are all positive things. The advancement of body armor isn't robbing our men of the opportunity to go to Valhalla. Process these things to their full extent under the assumption that Odin is a real person. If Odin is a real conscious entity, think with logic on what he would do. People aren't out battling in large scale for tribe and for cause and for clan and nobility and honor's sake and whatever. Very often people are there because it's a good way to make a paycheck, and it's a good living, and it offers you benefits that you wouldn't get normally, and you have an opportunity you wouldn't have. The goals are geopolitical and very often not necessarily goals that help our folk or don't. It's not to dishonor anybody's service. I don't mean to do that at all. But looking at it from the Allfather's perspective, the only people you'd want in your hall are the people in the modern multi-culti, rainbow coalition, don't misgender me training military. That's the only people that are worthy to sit at your table. I have a hard time rationalizing that that's the case. But again, he's the Allfather. He can choose who he wants. I don't believe it is just the battlefield dead of our folk, because that would leave him very poorly positioned for the stated purpose of amassing those warriors during Ragnarok. He would not be surrounded by the best and the brightest, not in today's age. So I think there's got to be much more than that. And I think that he takes the people who have reached a state of ascension. You ascend when you become more than you are. And you can see that in a battlefield context with any of our heroes that get, medals of honor or things of that nature. You have these guys that for a moment, they are more than the sum of their parts. They are a force on the battlefield doing amazing and miraculous things because they have overcome fear. They have overcome their humanity to become something more. That is what I think the Allfather looks for. And I think that you can find that in different stages in life and in different places. I think it is much harder to come by and is much easier to see a clear example of on the battlefield. But if you do that and you come back and you win and you're Audie Murphy, you don't think you can make it? That's ridiculous, and I can't stand by it. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I was in the military when I saw the whole usage of the phrase "till Valhalla," and I was probably the only Asatru person that, in my unit, that when all of that was really being slung around. One thing I really liked was it was clearly denoting that the spirit and the power of the warrior does not coincide very well with the Christian kind of concepts of death and fighting and combat and all that stuff. And I'm sure there's Christians out there like, there's actually this and that, whatever. That's not the point. There's clearly an issue with a lot of Western men who are Christian coming back from war, thinking they're completely broken and they're damned and their soul is blemished and they're not right. If you kill a man, you're not. If your hands are red, you're not. You fall from the grace of God and all that stuff. That's an issue. And so the Till Valhalla thing was kind of like a resurgence of that warrior coming back. But there wasn't a lot of thought to it. And I think it still kind of causes a lot of confusion in people who are, even well versed in Asatru or are not. And that is that the prefix Valhalla or Valhall, Valkyrie or Valkyrie, Valfather. It all kind of came into clear with me. One of my families, my nieces, or possibly even my, I guess, daughter of a niece. Her name was Valabjörk, and it meant the chosen birch tree. And suddenly it hit me. Wait a minute. It's there is the act of choosing as well as being chosen, and that there is a noun and a verb of that prefix. And so the understanding is that the Valkyrie carry the chosen. The Valfather chooses the chosen. Therefore, the entirety of it. And the reason why it was so important, I think, for warriors to really want to appease the Valfather, to show him that they were ready to ascend in any way that they felt, especially during battle, was important because he had the power to choose. But I don't think it was entirely relegated to just those on the battlefield. There were those who had stepped on the battlefield numerous times and didn't fall. There were those who had stepped on the battlefield or had risen to occasions that weren't even considered a battle. It was just a time in which someone stepped forward when they could have ran away. There's a lot of different things, I think, that correlate to the possibility of a preference that the Valfather has, but I will not say that I know what that is. It's the Valfather's job. It's his desire. It's his rules and parameters that create that. And I think it's based off of that desire, his choosing. I will say this much. I'm a believer that ultimately the halls are the core of the gods. The halls reside just as much as the gods reside in their halls. The halls are actually also them. And that when they pull the might and they choose the ascendancy of these souls into their halls, they're bringing this soul might into them. And the purpose is for us to stand against the forces that could completely disseminate all that is the order. So the purpose, the grander purpose, is that we must try to achieve a greatness within our soul and make ourselves worthy of being noted, so that if we are chosen and we come out of the cycle and are brought up, it's because we did it with our own volition and our own desire. We made ourselves worthy of being noticed. And even if you do that, you still have to realize the Valfather has his say. And he understands the mechanisms of everything, from his hanging from the tree in heaven to his eye in the middle at Mimmer's Well and everything in between. He knows all of those things coalescing. So sometimes choosing you might not be in the plan. And I'm not saying, it's just trust the plan. I'm not saying that at all. It's just we relent to the ideas that we make ourselves ready, make ourselves more, strive for that force. And it may not be in a battlefield setting. It may be in just almost like a mundane setting, and suddenly you're in a place where you have the chance to rise above or fall behind and run. And you may choose the run, and that's not going to get you noticed. That's not going to, you have to rise above. And so
it may get you noticed for all the wrong reasons.
For all the wrong reasons, yes. But also too, there is, I think there's the concept too of warriors or people of great soul. They don't always go on the first run of their life. They find themselves in a position where they didn't do, and that's the driving factor for them to rise, is I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to find myself in that situation. I'm going to step forward because I can never relive that life that I had or that moment that I had. And so, I think a lot of people get into this black and white, if you make an oath and you can't, it's forever, you can't ever sometimes oaths between your brothers, maybe perhaps they change. So now the oath is starting. We got to re-talk about how this oath came about. No, you can't do that. It's forever. Or, that if you make a mistake, you can't ever come back from it. And I think that the gods are seeing all of that, and it's about that moment of rise. And I don't think that always correlates simply just to a moment in life. Also, it can also be a culmination of your greatness and building of might. And even though your body falls beneath you, your soul is still mighty. And the deeds that you've committed in the middle are noted. And we hope and we pray that those people are exalted and chosen by Odin. And when we honor them and say, I hope he's looking down at us from the great hall, or he gets to look at Odin, we're hoping that he was chosen. But we're not saying that he absolutely was. We're hoping, we're praying, unless we absolutely, Odin says, it just sends a postcard or something, like a picture. But the idea, again, is that's a very big misconception. And when I talk to people who are not Asatru at my work, and they'll ask, like, oh, do you believe you're just going to go to Valhalla? And I'm like, no, that's a very special thing. It's a point of ascendancy through being chosen. And that really throws them for a loop, because they just equate, like, if you have a horned helmet and you have, furry shoulder pelts, you're going to get into Valhalla. And it's so, I think it suddenly, you can see it wash over them, like, wow, that's actually sounds more like a real actual religion than just, I bought this sword from the mall, I'm going to Valhalla. It's made in the kingdom of China. Sorry.
That kingdom makes some amazing things. That's a story for another time.
I know, but the whole, it's just, yeah, the whole thing.
I'm a fan of that kingdom right now, for a reason that Svan knows, and the rest of y'all know at some point.
Yeah, I'm talking about the mall swords. And
I'm just saying, they make fine products at reasonable prices. Our next question. Have you ever wondered if gnomes were real? Svan.
Oh, so you want to go into the gnomes. First off, gnome is a French word, and it's an alchemical origin, actually, the word gnome. It's during the rise of kind of Hermeticism mixed with alchemical derivatives, that the word gnome derives from French alchemical practices. So that's worth noting. But if you're talking about the Tomta, or if you're talking about the Nisi, or the Hudelfolk, those are all different names for, I guess, what people would consider gnomes. And I think culturally we express them, this is your little old man with a red hat. I know for Yule here, we in my house, we celebrate the Yule elf, and he wears, a little hat and rides around on the Yule Bach, and he, brings presents from the ancestors, and then fills the stockings with charcoal if our children are miserly, and if they're not, then he gives them gifts. But when we're talking about the real, like, I guess it's the land spirits, and the land spirits can take that form of very things, whether it's the Huldra female kind of warning, that's the of the seductive spirit that's kind of malevolent towards shepherds in the woods, or whether we're talking about the Udina, the water spirits, or nymphs, as a lot of people might use the Greek word. We use a lot of different words for a lot of different things, but in reality, what we're talking about, I think, blanketing, is the land spirits. And we sometimes talk about house spirits, and that perhaps land spirits come in, and that has a huge effect in Nordic gnome culture. The idea of a gnome or a Nisi or a Tomta coming into the house and blessing the house, protecting the house. And a lot of people have had modern things where they feel like the land spirits have warned them about things, like that there was an animal that was harrying their flock. And then they find out, sure enough, there's like a pack of coyotes that have been trying to get at, their chickens or their sheep or something, but they just had a dream that there was something going on, that there was something wrong, even though they had no idea. And they go and check it out, and they believe that's the Tomta, that's the Nisi, that's the Hudelfolk or the house folk, the house white. So we got a lot of names, but ultimately those are spirits of the land that may be of, I would say, not like quite human intelligence, but have a semblance of whether it's intelligence and being enough to the point where they can interact. Sometimes they're connected to stones, sometimes they're connected to trees, and other times, and again, they inhabit those places, but other times they don't. It's not every tree, it's not every stone, it's not every blade of grass has a Tomta or a Nisi living in it. It's really comes about from interaction, and that interaction usually always comes in the forms of dreams, or sometimes something goes missing, and that's taken as the Tomta is angry, and then someone will, offer an offering to the Nisi or the Tomta, and then they find it again. It's some people could relegate it in Asatru. You could say, well, that perhaps maybe that's just the folk having kind of a subconscious interaction with themselves or something. You could science it away if you want to, or you could logicize it, or you could see that the land spirits are something outside of us. Oftentimes, in the same way when we're talking about poltergeist and Vergar and things like that, when you get into those spirits, I think they have validity, but the usage and they're I think they're kind of more out in the wild. It definitely seems to be less of an issue or a prevalence in highly urbanized areas, and I don't know if there's a mysticism to being out in the on the edges of society, or perhaps order creates less of a wiggle room for entities that can cause just as much malice as they can benefit. Be careful of that too. That's always kind of held, whether you're talking about the Celts or the Keltoi or the Gauls, or you're talking about the Germanics. It's always been held like they can be kind of dangerous. You got to be careful about messing with the spirits of the land around there. You don't want to get elf shot, or you don't want to offend. So make sure you go through that place with a lot of respect. And that's it. That's like their closest encounter with an understanding of the beings of the land. But I did want to make the point that gnome is a French origin word, and Tomta, Nisi, or ultimately Landvatir, land white, would be the more broad term of all of that.
What Svan said.
Yeah.
No disrespect to the question. Svan just covered it very, very adequately. Most of those words that aren't obscure, any of the words that are very common, we immediately conjure up a silly fairy tale version of that in our mind. A little like bearded old man that's like a foot tall with his little pointy hat doing cute little gnome stuff. No, that's silly. But believing in the spirits of the land, absolutely. And they display themselves in a lot of different ways. I think that's one way that our ancestors depicted them to help us understand them. But yeah, I absolutely believe in land spirits. There are spirits that occupy object and place and many different things that way. I think there's layers of them and varieties of them. And I don't think that there is a compendium that tells us all the little details of every nuance and variance. And I think they're seen and experienced in different ways by different people over time. But yeah, absolutely, I believe in land spirits. If I didn't believe them, I wouldn't welcome them in ritual and ask them to bear witness to things that we're doing. Our next question is, so we covered Egypt being somewhat Aryan. I think that's a stretch of what we said, but okay. Somewhat not. But what about the Egyptian gods? Are they Aryan gods? Ron McVan says gods like Ra and Isis are Aryan in his books. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Ron as a man. He has done amazing work to pioneer and sustain Asatru during his time. He's done really neat and really different artwork. He's done a lot of things for us. No disrespect to him, but I think that's a little bit of a reach. I think that in later periods, certainly you see Aryan gods glossed onto Ra and Isis both. I think especially you see that in the Roman period. Very often the legions, depending on where they were stationed, would bring back a lot of different exotic religions into the empire. And then there would be a search for commonality and a glomming on of all the different deities that are similar into one pile for worship. And I think that's something you saw in Europe with Isis quite a bit. Ra, I think less so, but Ra, I think in the same Greek example I used earlier, me saying that I think Ron McVan was reaching a little bit on that is equivalent to me saying that King Alexander the Great, the King of Kings, the Lord of Persia, Egypt, and Macedon, and Greece was also reaching. So it puts Ron in very good company. But I do think that's a little bit of a overlay onto non-Aryan deity. But again, Egypt is one of those areas that the cultural influence goes out of. And I think that there was certainly a Aryan coat of paint put on both of those deities in the very later periods of Egypt. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
Yeah, I mean, the only time I've ever seen this is just, and I'm not saying that they are correlated, but there's just one interesting note is I think the Egyptians had the sky goddess they call Nut, and she's seen as black with stars, and it's and of course our word is night, and we have the goddess of night, Not.
Mm-hmm.
And but again, the correlation of how the Egyptians saw the sky versus the night, and the I think the coincidence between the languages is more a coincidence, to be honest. But somebody brought it up as like, oh, they have Nut and we have Notter, and they do this too again with Ingvi Frey and Enki amongst the Sumerian or Babylonian. I can't. It's all kind of mashing together right now. The one thing I would say is that there are cultural things when we're looking at the broad strokes of the Egyptians versus other religions around them. Whether we're talking about the people that speak the language of Shem, the Shemitic or Semitic people, the way they viewed their gods, whether they were the Canaanites or the Edomites or the Judahites or all of those groups, and how they kind of went back and forth between, monotheism and paganism and so, or multi-faceted or bifaceted. One thing that's unique, I think, amongst the Egyptians was their heavy placement on iconography of their gods was so totally unique. Outside, you don't usually see that placement, and the heavy animistic symbolism always stuck out to me. I think anybody that thinks of Egyptian religion, just again, really broad strokes, they're thinking, ibis-headed and falcon-headed and crocodilian, and that says a lot about the origins of their cultural view of divinity. And it's so drastically different from everywhere else and so uniquely based around the Nile. And it just, it goes that enough far back. And again, like I said, I'm broad stroking it because I know that's not always the case. And there could be arguments about, Minoan and Greek, influxes, or that they traveled down there through the Mediterranean, and possibly also, the people of the land, where Palestine and all of that is, and they moved in there too. Yes, I think that a lot of those migrations probably did happen, but the correlation between their gods being Aryan gods, I don't know. I think there's a lot more genetic connection between the Egyptians and the European people, especially in later dates and a lot of later interactions and kingdoms that had washed over there. I think there's a lot of actual genetic tracing that you could do back to Egypt for multiple reasons, not just the Egyptians were white. Is like there's lots of history as to why there are genetic linkers, but religiously, I still feel that their religion is very not. It is, I think, more a culmination of that belt that went across all the way from Egypt to Iraq. I think that there is a far more greater argument to be had that they fit more in that belt than they do going northward into the Germanic. Like we have like from Iran all the way west up through and into, the Baltic Sea as more of a belt, I would say, that moved westward. And they were certainly part of a belt of a long existing people that eventually became the Shemitics and the North African myriads of people. So I don't know. I just don't feel opinion-wise that they are the same.
All right. So our next question is kind of controversial, but I think we should answer it with candor. From what I understand, the AFA takes the position, if you're white and others identify you as white, then you can join. But there's something I've been thinking about. If a white person knows they have a non-white ancestor, should they still join the AFA as long as they don't talk about it? In general, yes. And I know that may offend the purists, but I think that we have a tendency to purity spiral. Some of that depends. If your dad is black as midnight and somehow magically you don't look like a black person, that's very odd, and nature doesn't really work that way. The way it does work is if you know that, some great grandparent or further back might be something different. It's very easy to let perfect be the enemy of good. The AFA has never had a purity standard. The standard is, do you look like us? Are you recognizable to us as one of us? And that's really how things work. We've mentioned the soul complex, and the leak is a part of the soul complex. How you look is a reflection of your soul at large. If you obviously look white, then that's probably where you should be. If you seriously have questions about what race you are, that tells you a lot too. You having those internal questions is probably a reason for you to rethink what you're doing. I found most often, if people have something hiding in their ancestry that nobody else knows about and they make a big deal out of, it's not on the rest of us. It's on them to reconcile an internal struggle and turmoil that they have. That's much more often the case. I think, I've always said making perfect the enemy of good is a bad idea. I think that yeah, we don't play that game. And if you start playing the 100% purity game, it leads you into ever increasing or ever decreasing rings of what's acceptable, to where eventually the only people white enough are if you're from Galway, but if you're from the east side of whatever road in Galway, within 3 blocks of, McDowell's pub, like you're going to get infinitesimally smaller if you're constantly seeking that purity spiral. You know if you're white or you're not white. We all know that. Everybody else knows that. It's a thing. Unfortunately, we live in a world where, especially in the United States, determining purity is a self-defeating process. So you go with the vast majority of what you are, and it's obvious. It's never not obvious in a real sense. If you are obsessed with the fact that you think you're something that's not white and you're trying to pass yourself off as white, then no, don't join. That's disingenuous. If you are white and you know damn well you're white, then okay, join. And we're not going to get the skull calipers out, and it's all good and we'll move forward. We make way more out of this than we need to, and it becomes a needlessly divisive issue. And, I know that we have purists out there that are, grasping their pearls right now.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to give an honest answer, and, I'm going to be honest regardless of, pearl clutching or not. Svan, what do you have to add to that?
Yeah, it's again, it is a ongoing sloggy, mud puddly, kind of tire spinning issue that it does take worth to note in addressing. I mean, there are people out there that will argue till you're blue in the face that we can't have Finns and Welsh in their version of the AFA, or in their version of a folk religion. There would be no Spaniards because they were invaded, and it goes on and on. The big thing is it really boils down to just two things: the way you perceive yourself and the way you are perceived. The way that when we look at you, do we see a folk person? And we're still at the point where we can do that. That's worth noting, because I have, interestingly enough, met a lot of folks here, Native American folks here in my area and westward, where that's not super easy for them to do anymore, and have lamented on that in a certain respect. The Lumbee and some of the folks out west, I don't remember their tribe affiliations, but lamenting on a lot of that is that they as a native people no longer often look native, and that they're pulling at percentage numbers, but ultimately they're seeing a person that they don't equate in their mind to being that native person. And so that's an interesting point. So it's, again, when we see you, are you folk? And then also too, do you perceive yourself as folk? Do you see yourself as folk? When you go to the DMV, is that the box you check? And again, that could oftentimes, conflict with each other. A person who might be like half Asian, half white, and they really support our ethnicity or being an ethnicity, but they're stuck in the middle and they clearly look Asian. That's sad in and of itself. We don't hate that person. That's a sad fact that has come about, because now they're kind of on this.
It's unfortunate their parents did that to them.
Right. And it so we see that and we understand their plight in a way. It's like, so our whole point is, I don't know if my father, I know, descended from English Canadians, and I don't know if at some
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Svan's got to go.
I know. Yeah, I don't know if someone somewhere back was fur trapping and married himself a Huron girl. I don't know.
At some point, we could parse it down until we have, cascading spirals of irrelevancy, or we can take what we have. We all know, is this guy white or is he not white, and just go with it. The other issue that Svan mentioned, Elizabeth Warren can't join the AFA unless she has a massive change of heart. She is whiter than, the driven snow. But if she's going to tell everybody about what a Native American she is, that's disruptive, and we can't have that. So there is actual whiteness, and then there is pretend nonsense that is disruptive. Either of those things, if a normal white person doesn't see you and say, it's one of us, or if you are obsessed with believing that you're something other, then you probably shouldn't be here. If you're white and you obviously know you're white, we know you're white, then cool. Just enjoy it and relax. If you're going to come over and pretend that you are something other, we can't have that. And that's the honest truth of the matter. Whether people want it to be or not, that's where it's at. That's always been the standard. It was described to me by our founder, Stephen McNallen, as the duck quantum. Look like a duck, walk like a duck, and quack like a duck, and it's a duck, and that's cool. We know what that is. Barry, brand new paid up member as of today from Ohio. Welcome. I think my theology studies may have confused me due to the difference between general theology and actual religion. In general theology, polytheistic gods are assumed to be ancestral spirits. So are the Aesir our ancestors themselves, or merely worshipped by our ancestors in a God's chosen sort of deal? Again, this goes back to my tired rant about scholasticism versus devotional religion. The study of theology is our attempt to better understand our gods. Our gods are not obliged to conform to the syllabus of the general theology class. Our gods, and here's another thing in the sense of ancestors. It's very common for us to say in Asatru that our gods are our most ancient ancestors. That is true in the fact that we are their children and they created us. That being said, Odin didn't conceive man with Frigga and make a person, and then Odin was his father, and then that person had a child, and Odin was that child's grandfather. It's not a lineal descent in that way. Odin is our most ancient grandfather in the sense that he created us and gave us the gift of life, breathed life into us. But the general theology course seems to be structured from a monotheistic Judeo-Christian perspective, which is understandable. But that doesn't make it authoritative. Our gods are authoritative. Perhaps other gods are authoritative in their spheres. But yeah, our relationship with the All-Father and the other gods, for that matter, They breathed us into existence as a people, as a folk. They shaped our reality and our existence. They're the source of our blood and our life force. Therefore, they are our most ancient ancestors. Svan, do you have anything to add on that?
The other thing, too, as you had said, from that perspective of the Judeo-Christian kind of theological or divine outlook of things, it gets even muddier for people who are, say, perhaps monotheistic when we start to talk about the influx of divinity, because we believe in a multiplicity, that there are other gods who have interacted with us as well, with outcome, with desired outcome, and with intent. I'm obviously referring to Rigstula and of Heimdall, but also too, there has been deep claims of descendancy from the gods, whether we're talking about Woden amongst the royalty of the British, or the Ingatal in Sweden, and that even muddies the water even more. Also, too, the Goths referred to the gods as the Anses, and that also had the same meaning as ancestor. And again, they are our eldest ancestors. We shaped, formed, and brought in from them. But also, too, there's a coalescing of the gods interacting with us as we have grown, and that we change and become better with our interactions with them. It could be mythos symbolicism, or it could be the belief too that divine interaction does make us more, but that muddies the waters even more to the idea of how exactly they are our ancestors. And I would say that it's worth noting that when people say it from that perspective, they're trying to say, oh, well, the polytheistic people of the world just deified their ancestors, but in reality, it was Yahweh who created everything and did everything, and that's really what's kind of going on there. If that is not the case, and you move that out of the way, and you look at the gods breathing life, Odin, and the consciousness and the life of us, and then the interlaying of the gods as we carry on, that our interaction isn't just one and done. It's not the grand providence winding up the clock and then there is interaction. There's give and take. There's times of drought and there's times of abundance. There's these cycles that go on, and when you look back in our lives, we clearly see that our interactions with the gods can have generational effects, and that muddies the water even more. So just, you got to remove the lens of Jehovah. Most Christian or Judaic, they don't even concept Jehovah or Yahweh. They just say God, and God is kind of a Platonic all catch-all, and that polytheistic people are just, they're worshiping trees, they're worshiping rocks, and they're worshiping their ancestors. That is not correct. But when you remove that, then we can look at generational additional interactions and elevations, upping the game, if you will, from our interactions with our gods, and how they do that, how they make us better and stronger and smarter and more acclimated to understanding a lot of the wisdoms that they already have.
All right. So our next question: are there veterans in the AFA, like people who fought in wars like in Afghanistan? Yes, there are lots and lots and lots and lots of veterans in the AFA. Amongst our leadership, there are quite a bit of veterans as well. And there's people who have served in general and been, in the military during times of conflict. I'm looking at something in our database right now, so excuse me if I'm typing a couple of things. got to pick something on that. Anyways, yes, there's tons of veterans in the AFA. I'll have a better answer for you here in a second. We have lots of people. And again, I'm not sure where you're asking the question from. But certainly here in the United States, amongst a lot of people my age and Svan's age, there's a lot of people that have been deployed and been in a lot of things in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And theaters untalked about.
And lots of other stuff. As of right now, about more than a fifth, less than a quarter of our members are veterans. But we have a lot amongst leadership. As far as leaders that have seen some stuff, my co-host tonight has probably seen more than most members in the AFA, or most that I know about. Svan, and the very next question is this, so I'll just put it out there right now because it's connected. Svan, what was your time in the military like? So Svan, please share what you are comfortable with sharing.
What was it like? It was lonely. I think that a lot of young men that join the military, we get shipped off into places unknown that we don't know anything about, and we often find ourselves kind of disconnected from our communities, our families, or what have you. Some of us are running, some of us aren't. Some people run from bad relationships or, jobs and things like that, or just I joined pre 9/11. So a lot of people, I remember our drill instructors joking, like they didn't know about 9/11 coming, obviously, but they were just like, you guys coming in February, I can already tell you guys are bottom of the barrel. You guys have failed in school and you got nothing left. You're probably broke. You're eating ramen and living with, a bunch of dumb nut sacks, as they would, call guys, and you're just running. And this is what we got to work with. And I remember just kind of chuckling because it was kind of true. But then, 9/11 happened, and I think a lot of people did join with the intent of going to the fight, and without quite realizing where those fights were going to be pointed at. But they were hopped up on, the standing, and that's a whole nother thing. But I ended up in Hawaii before 9/11. So I was a 3-3 Marine, and I actually got my first combat action ribbon not even in the big theaters of Iraq or Afghanistan. I've never been to Afghanistan. I was only in Iraq. That was the big theater going on, but my first combat action ribbon was actually in a tiny little island nation called East Timor. And the Australians and the Americans were conducting combat missions there, completely unrelated to the Middle East. And that's because I was in Hawaii and our theater was the South Pacific. And then I, committed to another combat mission in some of the veterans are going to chuckle at this, in Operation Enduring Boredom. The mission is called Operation Enduring Freedom, but that was in Southeast Asia. And but I actually had not boredom. I had quite the opposite. And then deploying constantly. I was living off of, ships and being flown around. I did something that's very uncommon. I got a Silver Star in my overseas deployment medal, which is almost unheard of in just a 4-year term, because that means you deploy 5 times. So I was never in Hawaii, but in the beginning and a little bit at the end, and everywhere else I was just constantly moving and going where they needed to go. And when I finally got back to Hawaii, I got pulled for something called a combat replacement platoon, which means I'm going to go join another unit, because the Marine Corps, needs of the Marine Corps, they send you out and you join another unit, and then you don't come back until they come back. So I stayed longer than my term. some people call it stop loss, but I was actually, I was TAD. I was attached to another unit, and I ended up in Iraq, in the Anbar province, and on the Euphrates, and I was with a unit that had a huge AO, and we moved everywhere from Al Assad Air Base all the way north to Mosul, and all the way as far west as, Mosul and Ramadi and Fallujah, and all the way west to the border where I could actually see the Syrians and the Iraqi border patrol like fighting each other. And we, just seeing their tracer rounds zipping by and stuff like that. It was a wild time. I held bloat in Iraq on the Euphrates. I was Asatru back when I was like 13 years old. So, and I didn't join the Marine Corps till I was 21. So I was even older than a lot of the people that had already joined. They were 17, 18, 19. That's the bulk of the age. So I was kind of an older guy just by the fact that I could drink. And it's ironic looking back at it now in my 40s going, wow, I was the old guy in the group, and I didn't even know my elbow from my ass end during that time. But it was a time, I think it was interesting. It really did wake me up about a lot of things. I think I was in a malaise, and I was purposely ignorant when I came back. I just wanted to kind of forget and fold in. And when I realized some of the kind of more grander points of that time frame from 9/11 on and into the combat zones and into Iraq, it really kind of woke me up. That there's a lot going on, and I really wish I had known that, but that's the folly of youth, is not knowing things. And outside of that, my combat time was, I would say, a lot cleaner than most. My missions, everything I went on from East Timor to in Mindanao and Basilan Island in the Philippines to Iraq were all exceedingly well. I never ran into a situation where I was in trouble. I had great people to my right and my left. I did my job, hard and fast, and did what I needed to do. And I was good at it. So I ended up becoming a designated marksman in Iraq. And then this was before DMs were really even a thing. They got schools now and stuff. So I was on the forefront of that stuff, and it was an interesting time. It's bittersweet. I would never say I wouldn't do it, but you can't step away from the times that you're in, even no matter how retrospectively you want to. You have to just go forward and again rise to those occasions without stepping back. And that's what I did. Every time I ever got into country, and especially when I was deployed as a combat replacement, they physically told me, hey, if you go up here, you're going to get attacked. They just got attacked. Or you can go down here and where it's been quiet, and I'll go up north. I'll go to up into Alkheim where they're getting hit heavy, and I'll go now so that somebody else doesn't have to deal with it. So I didn't have a lot of attachment. My mother and I were not in the best of terms. And outside of that, I had no real contact to family. I wasn't married. I didn't have children. So I was pretty much just dead set to step on any line that was set before me. And and then I came out. I got out. I was stuck with this unit that I barely even knew. And when their time to come home, that was my time to come home. And as soon as I got home with them, I got sent back to my original unit, and they were like, get out, rush, 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 rush. And then I was back in the civilian sector without really fully processing everything that happened. And at first I thought I was broken. I thought that I was, perhaps I was definitely masking a lot of my problems with, alcohol and things like that. But I ended up coming to terms with a lot of that. And I met a wonderful woman that helped me through a lot of my issues. And then I realized that the alcohol was just masking problems that I needed to talk about. I went to counseling. I actually talked to an Army medic that was in Vietnam, and he really helped me out a lot, kind of putting things into perspective and understanding about healing and about going forward with a whole mind and not being broken, but being productive and being forward thinking. And I think that's what led me to marriage and children and wanting to help my folk and just wanting to be a good, upstanding Asatru. So it really, really kind of exalted my stuff. There's a lot of bumps, and certainly I'm giving you the smooth curved version of it all, but at the end, I'm here now and I can see this kind of arc where it led me. And so I'm happy. And when I meet guys in the AFA who have been in stuff, some of them have been in far worse situations with me than me. I just got lucky. Again, we call it sometimes it's the numbers. Your numbers. You could join in the middle of a war and never be sent anywhere. You just end up guarding something in the middle of like Wyoming. You didn't choose that. It's just the way it all wove out. And then some guys, they go in and they really see some hard times. And I try to help and talk to the guys that might be needing to get things out, and they're masking them under other things, whether it's living wild and, riding motorcycles or wanting to jump out of planes or continue the fight and go trigger pulling for, operation companies and things like that. I've had a couple of friends who've done that, and they never really left that combat theater. And now they're kind of too old now, and they're coming back and they don't know what to do. I've been talking to them too and trying to help them out, trying to steer young men away from frivolous things. I think I had a lot of young guys who were trying to go gung-ho, and I was trying to tell them, like, you don't know what you're getting into, and you need to go with a better head and, better understanding, better training. You can't just jump into things. And unfortunately, those young guys, which I was a young guy too, they didn't listen. Some of them did, some of them didn't, but that was, it's an ongoing thing, but it's a huge part of my spiritual growth, but it's not the entirety of it at all.
I appreciate you sharing all that with us. I think it's important, and I think that because you've been there and seen what you've seen, you speak with a lot of gravitas, especially to those of us who haven't served, who have a lot of ideas of what things are like, but who haven't experienced it ourselves. So I appreciate you sharing that. We've got a $5 donation over on Entropy, and I hope this hasn't sat.
Another Ironheart.
No, I mean, by the by Wandering Warrior. And no, as far as I know it's a guy that talked about the doom porn earlier. If the UK folk builder wasn't on the internet, would he even know that the opposition was gathering? Would he still be full of fear? Would the opposition know he was planning a moot? Is there a lesson here? How loud is the enemy in real life versus online? So I want to break that down into a couple of pieces. Would the opposition know he was planning a moot? No, but that's one of the things that we do. It's fundamental to what we're doing and to how we do it, that we do advertise publicly, because we want to draw our people home and we want to get the message out there. And specifically, we want to break out of the very small bubbles that a lot of us find ourselves in. So no, the opposition wouldn't have known if he wouldn't have advertised the moot, but him advertising the moot was absolutely correct. The flip side of that, and the other side of the blade on that, is, unfortunately, no, if you surround yourself with the internet all day, every day, and this isn't an indictment against him personally, I don't know his particular habits, and honestly, who am I to criticize that? I check on AFA stuff online literally all day, every day. So I'm not faulting that. But it's very easy to see that as being much, much bigger than it is. As far as we know, no, there were lots of generically pagan people in the United Kingdom signing a petition saying, don't let these guys practice their religion because they don't think like the rest of us think. Because there was a lot of that, he did get called by the authorities, not threatened, but like, hey, what's this going on? What was your plan? That was enough for him to be terrified and to hide from the opposition that he faced. It's really easy the more that we all get that. It's really easy the more that the internet is a part of your life and your touchstone of reality, that you can get a really disproportionate view that way. It's important that people go out and just exist and see what's going on, you know. If you're just sitting there stewing and looking at the internet, everyone is against you all the time. If you go down to the store, nobody pays you any attention. Nobody cares. They're all doing their own thing. If you go anywhere about your business and your daily life, you're not mobbed by paparazzi. Your own personal struggles are not everyone in the world's concern. Life is a lot better than you convince yourself it is if you just flagellate yourself with internet heckling all day, every day. Twitter is not an accurate reflection of your community and your reality. If you are in a specific conversation and there's 100 people on Twitter that complain about how terrible and evil you are, drive from your house to the store and you pass 100 people that don't care. Go to that store, there's probably 100 people in the store that don't care. Multiply that by 1,000 and, you know, that's really where your life's at. That is much, much easier said than done, and I don't mean to make light of it. But it's really important for us, especially when we spend so much time in a very small bubble, to reality check what we're doing and weigh that to make rational decisions and not decisions based on fear. Next question. How do you guys memorize stories and names from the Eddas/sagas, etc.? After 8 years in realizing and reading everything twice, I still feel like I know very little. This can absolutely feel that way when you start out, because it's not a Genesis to Revelation thing. There's so many different sagas, so many different pieces of our lore from so many different sources, so many different things to learn that aren't all codified in one volume with a clear start and a clear finish. It's very hard. Don't be discouraged. You put those things together, and when you read any contemporary source, they pull on all these different sources. And if you try to read that first, you feel out of touch because you don't know all the references. The more you read, the more you study, the more you devote yourself to it, you will find yourself reading things and being like, okay, all right, I remember that. Okay, and all of a sudden things will start making sense that didn't before. That happened with me back trying to think of when I first read The Culture of the Teutons. Maybe like 2011? I don't know. All of a sudden, all these things started to make sense because I had gone back and I'd read so many different pieces of the lore that the examples and the things that Grunbeck, the author, had quoted, I knew them. I was familiar with them. You'll get to a point where it all coalesces. Until it gets there, it may feel jumbled. The importance is to remember the themes and the big pictures of the stories. Specific names and places are very hard for some people. There's some people that have a mind for that. Man, I knew this one guy, used to be a friend of mine in Florida, and he was a savant at that kind of stuff. If it came to any kind of, Civil War, Revolutionary War, any kind of American history, any place you went, he could tell you a date, and this battle, and this general, and this guy, and it flowed so very easily for him, and I was very envious of that. I'm not that guy when it comes to names and dates. I can remember themes, and I can remember points of stuff, but to remember specific names and dates is very hard for me. And I've always loved history, and I've always, at least for the last 20 years, loved our lore. But yeah, it's challenging for different people. Stick with it. It's the more you immerse yourself with this, to where this is what you do all the time, the more it will be reinforced, and the better that the pieces will all fit. And that's the best I can say, is just keep trucking on it. Realize that the important part is the gift cycle with the gods, and you're worshiping the gods. You can be Asatru and never read one piece of our lore. You can read 100% of our existent lore and not be Asatru. So that's really important to realize. Worship the gods, interact with them, make offerings, and approach them with worship and respect. And then read these things, and they will come to you over time. Just keep going at it. When in doubt, get a co-host like Svan and feed him the questions first, so that he steps on the landmines before you do. If you're not sure if you remember something quite right, these are the secrets. These are the secrets for those of you guys that stay up late till the tail end of the show. Svan, do you have any advice for folks who are having trouble remembering specific names and, I don't know, compartmentalizing all the various pieces of our lore?
Yeah, two things. One, you see yourself as an administrator of deeds. You control your deeds. So you see yourself as an administrator of those deeds, and the application of your moral standards are to be laid out before you. A very wise person had me take my goals and my faults and lay them out before myself. And from that, I learned I'm an administrator of and a controller of my deeds. And so once you do that, the best thing I think is to look at the governing bodies of the gods as a governing body, to view your ancestors as perhaps a culminative body of people that came before you, and thirdly, the surrounding land and the whether it's the land that you are steward over, or perhaps land spirits, if you're living in a situation where that's prevalent. And I mean that as if you're not in a urbanized city, a lot of times it's a lot harder to do that when you're living in a city as opposed to living on a farm. But looking at these three sections as you understand your ancestors and where you come from. So giving bloat to your ancestors, giving gifts to your ancestors, I think is one of the best ways for you to start understanding how to build a relationship to the gods without knowing individual minutiae deities when you're getting caught up in names. You might not know all your ancestors, but you're absolutely willing to give gift to them as a whole. And if you can apply that, you can apply that to the land around you, and you can thus apply it to the gods. They are a governing body. They have a hierarchy. They work within themselves. And you probably know that from reading a lot of this, but it gets very confusing. So, you could seek clarity sometimes to ask Gothar in relation to lore and things like that. But ultimately, if you can give to your ancestors as a total whole, even though they are comprised of many intricate parts that have existed in the middle world before you, you can, in essence, also apply that to the Ausinya, or all the gods and the Ausvenir, without breaking them down into individual pieces. And it starts first by creating that relationship, by reaching out and building that divinity bridge within you through your deeds. Because again, you are the administrator of your deeds, and giving thanks to your ancestors and giving thanks to the land spirits and giving thanks to the gods and building those cycles is a deed. It's an act of devotion, and you're starting to build that. Building a harrow at your home to honor your ancestors is a way you learn to build a harrow to honor the gods. And it doesn't always have to be, understanding that, you're going to, today I'm going to give prayer to Dellinger and Deir and Not and Sunna and Mauni and all of the heavenly wardens. Or today I'm going to honor Rinder and her son Vauli. Now we're getting into all these like super highly detailed things, and that doesn't equate to you being better if you can micro pick, because ultimately the gods are the forest is not one singular tree. The gods, the Aesir are the forest. They are all the trees. And so to honor them all is first and foremost the most polite and best way to go about doing that. Not get caught up in, I'm a welder, so I'm going to honor Thor because I'm a working class guy and or what have you. But maybe over time you have a draw or a time in your life where one of the gods really becomes prevalent in your understanding. And suddenly you want to build a relationship with one-on-one. And then that may change. You grow older and you suddenly become more aware of a relationship that you might have with another one of the gods. That's okay. It can become individual at times, but ultimately the gods as a whole, as the governing body of them, that they are that natural law and cosmic order manifested in multiplicity. They are unified together. Give honors to them just like you would your ancestors. You can honor your great-grandmother or great-grandfather as an individual, but you also honor all your ancestors because there's many more that have come before you that you might not know their names. And then, so you get that and do that. And then when it comes to actual lore stuff, I think the biggest thing is to look at lexicons of translation, and don't always see them as 100%. People translate the names of the gods and the Jotuns and the Dvergar, the dwarves, or the Svartalfar in the stories, and they have different kind of takes on a lot of it, but it'll help you understand their place in the story. If you know that the Dvergar Alvis means the all-wise, and he's going to lore battle with Thor, and he loses, which is kind of a play on words because he's coming in there with a lot of gusto and he ain't all wise. You'll realize the purpose and the meaning and the overall arcing part of that story. And the other thing is I have always taken it, because I'm a storyteller at heart, but every storyteller is really just a listener of stories. So when you read the lore, try to understand them as if you're being told a story, and that will help you get the overarching meaning of it all. If Heimdall comes down and meets great-grandmother and great-grandfather, and then he leaves, and from them spring this generation, and then he comes down again and he meets father and mother and then now you're just kind of inundating yourself with a story, because our ancestors, especially ones that held the faith of the gods since they were children, and even like my children have grown up hearing the stories of the gods before they could even walk. A lot of us didn't have that. So we're bridging that gap, and don't feel rushed. They had it from birth, and it was very long going. It's going to happen. It just takes time, and it just takes slow, steady moving forward. But it helps a lot if you dissect away from the lore and look at the gods as the governing body of your people, of the heavens, of your soul, and of the folk and your ancestors and the spirits around you. You can do that without getting into highlighted specifics. And a lot of people don't realize that they can't concept that. So I always say, look at your ancestors, and you can apply that logic to the gods. And the gods, I don't think, take that as an insult. You don't know my 1,000 Haiti? No, I don't think that's the case. Give honor to the Aesir. Give honor to them as a whole, and then as you learn, you'll gain kind of insight. I had that very much so growing up. I really, really focus. I think like a lot of people do when they come into Asatru, they focus a lot on Odin. And over time, as with spiritual like prayer and things, I was led perhaps within myself an understanding, or perhaps I was gleaned that information. The idea is that one tree does not make the forest. You must know the other trees. You must build those relationships. And I did. I went out and I studied. I read the people's interpretations of the lore, and I prayed to Lord Freyr, and I prayed to Lady Freya. I prayed to Njörður, and I had intricate and interesting interactions with these divine beings on their own terms that have had huge meaning in my life. But they came organically and naturally over time. I remember the day before I met my wife for the third time, because we've known each other through multiple times in our lives. I was swimming in the ocean, and a pod of dolphins, or porpoise, really. I don't think they were porpoise. They were like the darker dolphin, but let's just say dolphins. They swam up within maybe 10, 15 feet of me. And I took this as just a huge blessing from North. And then when I proceeded to leave the beach, and then all of a sudden my wife was there. And I took that as like coalescing signs, and I moved with that. You never really make absolute confirmations. Sometimes I think there should be an air of, we don't fully understand how the gods are doing their works, but they are doing their works. I think it's kind of foolish for us to say, oh yeah, I totally get they're doing A plus, C equals Z. But in reality, we're kind of getting glimpses beyond the mechanics of all things kind of working together. And those come over time. And that stuff is outside of lore. That happened to me as a religious experience, not as something I learned in lore. And the way you can think about that is like the concept of Frith. In our culture, we talk about Frith. In the book, The Culture of the Teutons, he even talks about Frith, but there isn't really a usage of the word Frith in relation to people worshiping the gods. And they're talking about the gods want us to have Frith. There isn't really a correlation there. That is a religious thing that entirely is generated within our concepts of our moral framework. The idea of what Frith is to us as a people, what honor is, what is good. The gods are noting, they're watching, and they're marking down. But our point is to learn and gain that recalibration of what our culture is, and then abide by that so that they take notice that we are improving, getting better, getting stronger, and caring about our health and our mental well-being and our soul well-being. I think that's what starts the relationship with the gods. And the details will, like Algiz, they said, will come in time. Just don't grind your wheels about that. Make it more about religion and less about lore. And those two will eventually converge.
Our next question, and we covered this earlier, but we'll touch on it again. Do you think the idea of going to Valhalla might not be so literal? Would the gods really turn away the greatest warrior or soldier simply if they didn't die in combat? No, I think that's silly. First, I will again stipulate the All-Father can welcome whoever he wants into his hall. He does not, we do not get to rationalize who he allows in and who he doesn't. That being said, no, it doesn't make any sense. So, Audie Murphy can't go in, even though he's, multiple time Congressional Medal of Honor winner, just because he didn't happen to die in combat. Otto Skorzeny, known by the Allies as the most dangerous man in Europe, Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross winner, can't go because he didn't die in combat. General Nathan Bedford Forrest killed about 30 men in hand-to-hand combat during the war, led charges from horseback, had multiple horses shot out from under him, one of the greatest warriors America's ever seen. Nope, can't make it because he didn't die in combat. I really, really doubt that. But again, it's not my call. That's Odin's call. But we talked about that a little bit before, but I didn't want to ignore the question. That is something that we discussed.
And that's juxtaposition to, like, you don't agree with my politics, so you don't get to go to Valhalla. You see that a lot on the internet.
No Nazis in Valhalla. Says who?
Yeah.
Says the woke pink-haired dude in his mom's basement?
Yeah, I think that it's an interesting point that nobody really thinks about because they see that side being flung on the internet. But when they hear us talk about, no, it's Odin's decision. The gravity of that weight on the scale between those two should be noted.
Yeah, I can tell you who comes into my house or not. I have never been so presumptuous as to tell you who the All-Father allows into his hall or not, who he deems worthy or not. The closest we've come is to say that Asatru is an ethnic faith of European people. But I don't dictate to Odin who he can have at his table or not. I would never be that presumptuous. The next question I think is interesting. And I think this I think this comes from a really genuine place. And I think a lot of, I don't know. I just think it's a really interesting question.
Before we go, I'm gonna step. I gotta let the dog in. That's why I'm leaving. So I'll be right back.
See how it is. Real Madrid fan. Svan doesn't care about your questions. He'd rather go let his dog in. No, you're good. I think your question is really important. I've heard in America a lot of veterans end up homeless. Have you known any, and have any ended up joining the AFA? I'll let Svan answer this. I think he may know, have his own experiences on it, but I have never known of someone who was a homeless veteran, and from a position of homelessness joined the Asatru Folk Assembly. We've had lots of, and one of the issues with the homelessness, it's not an economic issue. And I think a lot of people, especially people in different countries, may not understand this. Maybe it's different in their country. Maybe it's not. Here, homelessness isn't about economics. It tends to be about mental health. We have seen lots of soldiers come back very, very mentally damaged and PTSD. And I think that even sanitizes it or makes it sound different than it is. We've had a lot of guys come back really, really broken and damaged mentally. We've had guys dealing with that in a lot of different levels of success or failure. And Svan, you just pop back in, but the question is, there's homeless veterans in the United States, And they hear about that a lot overseas. Have any homeless veterans joined the AFA? Not to my knowledge. But one thing I will say that I've experienced, I have done a lot of counseling of members who have been dealing with severe PTSD issues, a lot of veterans who've had a really hard time with some things. I watched a former member who was a really good friend of mine struggle with battlefield-related mental illness over the course of years, and through a lot of different disappointments in his life, through a lot of different guys that he served with committing suicide and having other things go on in their life, really took a toll over time. Various realizations about the state of our military and the state of some political objectives, and a lot of things compounded. And I watched a guy go from very reasonable, what you would consider normal guy. I watched him descend into very deep depths of mental illness and paranoia. And it was, I hate to even say it, it was very instructive and a learning experience for me to watch how that process happens. Last I've heard, this person is doing okay and getting some help, and I think that's awesome. But I think that we often wonder when we pass homeless people, which are disproportionately, certainly not all, but there's a disproportionate number of veterans who find themselves there. And we've seen that since Vietnam. That's not a new thing. You see these people literally talking to their shoe and acting crazy, and you wonder, how could this have at one time been a normal person that wasn't like that? And I watched somebody that was a good friend of mine that I care a lot about descend really, really close to that. And it was a really tragic thing to see and to feel helpless to try to fix. And I know a lot of people tried to help this guy. And I hope that he's a member again someday. I hope that he's doing really well. But it's a very serious situation that you ask a question about. And I hope that the AFA can help people who are in that situation come back to a healthy place. And I hope that the AFA can help guys that are headed that direction be able to change course and find something better and something more healthy. And I think that all of us, especially our Gothar, try to better ourselves and learn better ways to handle that situation to help guys that experience that. Because suicide, not just homelessness, but suicide, is a massive, massive cause of death of veterans in our country. And it's very sad. And it's something that all too often we see, and specifically in the AFA, we see a lot of these kind of struggles. So, that's the little bit of experience I've had just seeing it from where I've sat. Maybe Svan has a different perspective or something else to add on this. Svan?
I think you really hit the nail on the head with the perception of economics versus the reality of mental health issues. I think a lot of military men and some women who experience a lot of things that really do damage them, and they don't have the ability or the ability within themselves to reach out and talk to people, multiple people, because it's not all just like, oh, I'm going to talk to this Gothar and he's going to fix me. It's not that. You got to talk to your Gothi. You got to talk. You got to talk to perhaps a counselor or somebody who may have had similar experiences, and kind of build a mosaic of helping beneficial movements. But ultimately it boils down to whether or not you can truly open up within yourself. And unfortunately, I've met some people who can't shake that out. And it's sad because you want to help them, especially even like the frustrating side for me is like, I feel like I have surpassed some of those barriers and relinquished a lot of problems and moved through them and laid them to rest. And some people can't, and you're like, man, I can do it. I know you can, but they don't believe it. And then they don't. And it leads them to hitting paths that take them down different roads, or they sometimes disappear into obscurity. And that's really one of the worst ones. But sometimes you cannot help someone who isn't willing to admit that they have a problem, or if they have a problem, that they have the ability to fix it. If they are completely defeated within themselves, sometimes they end up never relinquishing that thorn that's constantly prodding them, that sliver, or that crack that is always on the verge of being a crevasse in them. And that's truly sad. I think we've seen it. You and I both, I was here ago, they have counseled and talked or have, seen other Gothar counsel and talk to people who've had experiences, and some of them far more dire than mine. And again, it's really about it's the numbers, it's the weird, it's the way it flows. And so I can't compare my experiences in direct correlation to theirs. I can only kind of parallel in glance. But there's a lot of resources out there, and a lot of people get in their head that those resources are against them, that they're going to get them locked up in jail, or they're going to get put on a list. And again, that's a lot of that. It's the paranoia, and that inability to relinquish, to allow themselves to heal and get into it, get past it.
The paranoia, that thing you mentioned, and this is one of the saddest things in the circumstance with the person that I mentioned earlier. His paranoia was angled and built in specifically to where every resource that's there to help him fit into his delusions of things that were out to hurt him. So it was particularly tragic because all of the resources that were there to make it better fit very neatly in the paranoias and things in his head that would make him run away from those resources. That was really sad to see. So Nick posted a thing at the bottom, and I just want to throw this out there. It's super late, guys. I know that we're excited about setting records. I'm all for setting a record if it happens. We did it 2 weeks ago, but please do remember. So it's 12:19 here. It is 3:19 where Svan is. It's 2:19 where Nick is. Don't just ask random things to make us beat a record. I get it if we're super close. I mean, I'll go 2. If we get within 15 minutes or something, cool. I'll stay the course. We'll set a record. But realistically, be nice to our guests. It's easiest on me. It's harder on Svan and Nick. And I just say that I'm happy to answer any questions. Just don't ask just to keep us talking for a record, please. The next thing is, what is your stance on marijuana for recreational use? The AFA has no stance on marijuana for recreational use. We do have a stance on obey the laws of where you're at. I think we need to specify, as for my personal stance, I think we need to separate recreational use from, I don't know, self-medicating abuse. If you just want to get high and whatever and sit around and eat Cheetos with your buddy and watch and giggle at stupid things on TV, I don't care. As long as you're in control, I don't care. If you're using it as an escape because you can't cope with life, if some horrible tragedy just happened to you and you need to smoke something to get your mind right, okay. But when it becomes a habit and something that is an addiction for you, that you damage your family, your relationship, and your standing for, then that's something that I disapprove of and have an issue with. People use various things as a crutch to get by in a circumstance, but there's a circumstantial fix and there's a lifestyle choice. And if you need to be high all the time to cope with your existence, you need to address the underlying problem instead of escaping into an addiction to something. And I think that's really important to specify. But I have no, it's hard. Folks, Svan and I are very close to the same age. Folks in our age bracket grew up, it's the devil's lettuce. It is a gateway drug that's going to lead you to all kind of craziness. It might as well just be, shooting heroin. It's not. We know better than that now. And a lot of things on these kind of situations may be propaganda. There's a lot of medicinal things. The question was about recreational use. I don't care, but I do care if it becomes an addiction, and I do care if it becomes a detriment to your success in life or to your family. And, I think that marijuana is less likely to do that than a lot of other substances. Svan, what are your particular druthers on marijuana for recreational use?
I think anything that has a vast amount of physical ability to change your body or mind should be refocused into perhaps religious and ceremonial use of seriousness. So recreation is the key word that I'm looking at. But people do seek recreation in other things, but I don't. It's like I don't drink except in bloat and in stumble, and so I'm already coming at this from I don't really do recreational anything. But I have my brother-in-law used to run a dispensary in Colorado, and I held a Nerf ball size cluster from a marijuana plant, and he was like, "You know how much you're holding there?" I was like, "I have no idea. This is just like a thing." And he was just like, "It blows my mind that you don't even conceptualize like what that is or how much that is or anything." I'm like, "Nope, no idea whatsoever." But again, it is about the introspective or retrospective sense. Is this controlling my life? Am I utilizing this to hide from things that I need to talk about? I need to get out. Does it obstruct your ability to do things that you might be better at if you were clear of mind? Can these substances be utilized to create a better understanding of the divine and your place within it if it was taken outside of the context of recreation and utilized in a sense of understanding. But again, it's that in Colorado that's legal, or and somewhere else it might not be. So but is it necessary? I don't think it's necessary at all. You can do very much the same thing as far as altering your mentality by not sleeping. No.
One of the things that I think has created some of my ambivalence towards it is it never worked for me. The times growing up that people tried to get me to smoke something up in Alaska, I've been really fortunate. So one, I've got a high tolerance for a lot of things, but two, I don't really have, or I certainly don't feel like I have an addictive personality. So I can, just screw around with something and it not become destructive in an addictive way, or at least as far as I know the things that I've experienced. Everybody wanted me to smoke up in Alaska because they grow their good weed out there in Wasilla or whatever. And the couple of times that I tried it growing up, as a young adult, never did anything for me. I got really hungry one time and ate a whole bunch of KFC really sloppily. But that's about the most it ever really did. One time a friend of mine came through and, got some in a vape pen from a legal distillery. And this is me with my old manness or whatever. But, so we were at one event and I had to drive my friend to go pick up some weed. And I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to go to some kind of shady apartment in a crappy part of town and No, there's this pot store in Oregon with big neon pot leaf and whatever. And he went in there and got whatever he needed to do. But anyways, my friend of mine came through town and recreational marijuana is legal here. And he had a vape pen. And he's like, okay, you want to hit this with me or whatever. Okay, fine. So I did. And man, it's an entirely different animal because they've got it all figured out now to where you can, consolidate it and like supercharge it in this vape pen. It completely numbed everything in my body to where it didn't really mess with my head, but I'd have to like flex my mouth to speak or to like move. All of the muscles in my body stopped working. I was not prepared for the potency now that it's gotten condensed and stuff. I believe there's a lot of medicinal uses that are probably very, very good. And I've heard from a lot of people it's helped them. There's a lot of stuff, but don't, whatever you're going to do in your life, first, the AFA stance is do what's legal in your area. Secondly, don't let it control you. If you are able to have fun and you can pick it up and put it down as you want, one thing that's very important in Asatru and that I believe is that we should allow people within reason to be masters of their own destiny and to make adult choices and to face adult consequences depending on how they make those choices. But I have no great, I'm not a super straight edge guy when it comes to that. I don't have a hard stance on that. The next question is, what is your stance on pornography? And do you think addiction to it is a problem? I think we all get it, and I don't want to be hypocritical, and I think that we all in society have some degree of consumption of it over our lifetime. One thing that I have seen a lot that is unfortunate is, since it's become so completely easily accessible, it's become part of an escapism that specifically white men fall into, rather than pursue actual sexual relationships in their life, be they casual or serious. We have a generation of young men that are conditioned to receive the dopamine and the response from consuming pornography and things that go with that, that prevent them from going out and following that mating instinct to find a woman, to make yourself worthy of being appealing to them, for them to put themselves in a sexual situation with, and to, not only to just start a family, but to build the self-confidence. One thing that I think is one of the biggest concerns about things, with men, we have and I know things look different generationally. It snuck up on me, but at 42, I have all these old man reflection, back in my day kind of things. But there's always been a conundrum, especially with young men and confidence. Well, women are really attracted to confidence, and they're put off by and disgusted by a lack of confidence. Well, how do you build your confidence? Well, you build your confidence by being successful with the ladies. It's quite a conundrum, isn't it? And the more isolated young men have become, to where you don't have friends and a peer group to help you and to, like, oh, let's double date. Hey, I know somebody. I'm really social. I'm really successful. But hey, what about my buddy over here who's not? You got a friend he can go out with? Instead of doing that, we've found a shortcut way that young men can retreat within themselves and engage in a fantasy reality that gets them by, but isn't really satisfying in a deeper way. And it staves off their natural need to become the man they ought to be. And we see that in so many different ways that young men escape, specifically young white men. And I think this is a particularly prevalent way in today's world of doing that. What are your thoughts on this, Swan?
I mean, right out the gate, if we're talking about the industry, I think the industry is abysmal. I think that there's a lot of terrible stuff that is involved in that entire industry when it's involved with, all the way down into the dark aspects of, like, trafficking, sexual trafficking, trafficking of children. I think it all is really there. I think that a lot of people that have always kind of said, oh, this is just, wacko conspiracy, repressed Christians shaking their fists, and then, like, normal people kind of stumble into it and they're like, whoa, what the hell is this all about? And it turns out it's kind of true. It's all there. So the industry, is abysmal. And I think that the thing that makes it even worse is they kind of hailed it under the flag of, like, oh, people are repressed sexually and they need to have this as an ability to unrepress themselves. And it was so like the virtue flag, and then underneath it is this seething pile of just terribleness and evil. But more so on a cultural thing, I think it's really affected the generation of the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s and ongoing. So really from, like, the 70s on, it really took a whole new precedent level of changing the way we interact with people intimately, I think that like a lot of young people don't even consider the idea that to have sex means the possibility of being a parent, and they don't even like equate that responsibility. Um, and women have completely opened themselves up, and in thus kind of devaluing the sanctity of that responsibility in relationship with people. And I can hear it now from the Christian side of prudence to the shrill feminist saying, about a woman having the ability to have, her own sexual partners or whatever. Somewhere in the middle is the point that there was a time where there was kind of a socially understood way in which, hey, if you have intimate sexual relations with someone, you might be a parent, and you better be ready for that. And so you might want to take a longer stride into the building a relationship with this person, because the moment you go down that road, you guys could be tied for a long time. And I think that gave a lot of people a sense of wisdom that's kind of just out the window now. Now it's like Tinder and plenty of fish. And I see these young guys are just meeting people, and they really have very little care for their own self-worth, and they're meeting people on these sites that have no self-worth either, and they're just mishmashing that ugliness within themselves with this other person, and then they leave feeling no better or more.
You know what's worse in a way, though, is folks that don't even go to that level and are incels and that are handling things themselves, for lack of a better term. And it goes with this next question. Do you believe that addiction to social media is a big problem now? One of the reasons that it is, and we saw this, it was going this way in general, but we saw it very rapidly advanced during the COVID lockdowns. We had a generation of people that didn't know how to interact socially, that were becoming more and more isolated due to their social interaction being online and not in person. And then we completely cut them off at the knees with all the COVID lockdowns. And for some of us who are a little bit older, locking everything down for 2 years is kind of a memory. It was just 2 years. But if those 2 years are your fundamental years where you're in high school, or for when you just got out, when you're 21, 22, those are really big years where you're forming a lot of who you are socially. I don't want to get on a tangent on that because I feel very strongly about it, and I always have. But I see a phenomenon now that I don't understand. And I think that we, laughingly call these people incels or whatever, but in our circles, we see a whole lot of young guys that are good looking, in shape, guys that in my day would have been very successful with the ladies, would have been, jocks, would have been awesome. And it blows my mind that these guys are the biggest nerds that exist. Like, they live this existence where they don't know how to interact socially. And it confuses me, because these are good looking, in shape young men that, like I said, in the world that I grew up in, would have been very, very successful with the ladies. And instead, they have no idea how to interact whatsoever. The rise of things like Tinder, and this is supported by statistics or whatever else, it's equaled, more women passing it around, but it hasn't equaled more guys getting some. It's equaled the same guys that are very, very successful getting a greater quantity of the women. but it hasn't really enabled the isolated guys that don't have that ability to make those kind of connections. But with the social media, we see further and further validation through dopamine response and various other things of artificial existence. And we've seen this on a number of things tonight when people talk about keyboard warriors and whatever. You can be a real badass online talking about whatever you're trying to talk about with a fake name and a fake picture with your buddies, but you have no idea how to respond to real people in a real situation. And the slightest hint of reality closing in is terrifying, because a lot of life has been built in an online persona and not in a real way, in a tangible sense, with someone who you can look them in the eye and feel and see their response to what you do. And I've seen that a lot amongst our folk. I've talked to a lot of people who've joined the AFA or been in our circles, and they're telling me about a friend of theirs. So I say, cool, what's the guy's name? Oh, well, they've been their friends for years. They have no idea what his name is. His name's, Cool Dude 72 at whatever. They'll talk about their best friends and not know their real names because it's all in an online existence. A lot of these guys talk to ladies, and you can see my air quotes online. They have no idea who they're talking to. They don't know their real name either. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of our people be very stunted socially that way. And I'd like for our people, especially our young men, to break free of that and reclaim a little bit of their birthright as being, decent looking, in shape white men out in society trying to go for something successful. I think it's hurt us a lot. But here's the thing. I look at social media all day, every day. Part of my job is advertising and building the Asatru Folk Assembly, and the tools at hand are social media. This that we're doing right now, I'm going to take this and advertise it on every social media source I can find. And I'm going to obsess over the likes and the comments and all the little stuff. And I'm going to share it around because that's how things work. And I don't fault that. The world is what it is. We can't pretend, it should be like it was back in my day. That's never been a winning attitude. But putting things into perspective is recognizing deficiency and challenging ourselves to confront it. Is social media is an amazing tool. And I'll tell you this right now. The AFA has grown tremendously because of social media. Social media has allowed me personally to be far more efficient than I ever could have been otherwise. It's allowed us to build our folk and our church and what we do in ways that we never could have before. It is an amazing tool. It is also a very easy crutch to help us limp along, not living a life until life has passed us by. I've ranted on this longer than I intended to. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, just going down the list, whether it's with the question about marijuana, the question about pornography, or the question about social media in general, and all of those things, I would say one thing is we could look to the application or the warning against mead in the Havamal as a kind of overarching understanding that it's, as in the Havamal, as Odin says, even cows know when to go home from feeding. It's never good to just to overstay long in anything. The idea really, even though that seems kind of rustic and simple, the truth behind it is, every man and woman should really have the wherewithal to look at themselves and go, is this too much? Am I consuming too much? Am I utilizing this for a crutch? Am I, am I making my mentality not safe or conducive for myself, for my family, my folk? Am I out of my mind when I shouldn't be? Is it unwise because I might not be surrounded by people who have my best interests at heart? There's a lot to be said there that's not being said because it requires us to really have those internal thoughts of thinking, is this addictive? Am I getting, am I turning into a golem troglodyte cellar dweller because I'm on the internet all the time? I need to go outside and go take a walk or, go meet some people or, things of that nature. It involves a lot of that. And we should help each other too. By going out and doing things, having moots, meetups, dinners, things that people do, that folk do, to get out, to have those relationships. And it really also, we got to consider our children are watching us. We got to, really, they need to see us interacting with other men to understand how men interact with each other. They need to see us how we take care around the elderly. They need to see us when we're around members of the opposite sex. They get that from watching us do that. And if we don't do that, that ends up isolating them even before they can isolate themselves. And so that applies to the consumption of alcohol or your children watching you drink and you're just getting, I'm a berserker. And now your kids think this is okay. Tommy, bring me my shoulder pelts. It's like, okay, Dad, that's not acceptable. No, you really got to consider what you're doing in relation to your children. If you have children, if you don't, you need to think about success, and your success really is balanced by, again, your confidence and your ability and your drive. And you need to find a mentor. And you'll find that mentor is going to treat you just like a parent would treat their kids. They're not going to, your mentor who's successful or driven is not going to be like, I smoke a bowl every day and look at me. It's like you're going to end up finding out these guys have a deep sense of control and a moderation sense that's grounded in reality. It's grounded with, they're not going to, a lot of folks that you meet that are like, you must abstain from everything and eat only rice cakes and, smack yourself with a whip flagellum style in the name of Odin. Those guys too oftentimes are hiding their own issues. And so you really want to find somebody who's grounded in the moderation and wisdom and has experience possibly even overstepping. Again, in the Havamal, all of those stanzas are spoken of from a point of, I made this mistake, don't do it. There's a key to that too. So don't let any of this really overtake you, and you have to have that introspection.
Will any of you celebrate Hobbit Day? It's tomorrow, the 22nd of September. A day which is the birthday of Bilbo and Frodo Baggins from Lord of the Rings, which has been turned into a holiday in the real world Hobbit Day. No, I refuse. That's silly and ridiculous. Secondly, I really don't dislike hobbits.
What you don't dislike, or you?
No, I do. They're gross. I
wanted clarification.
No, I did. No, I unequivocally, hobbits have earned much of my displeasure. I do not like them. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I think there's a lot to be said for a lot of things that Tolkien writes. If the story wasn't told through the perspective of hobbits, who I think are inherently fat, lazy, non-heroic, nothings, I would like it better. It's not really told from the perspective of the hero. It's like the reluctant, lame-o becoming great for a moment or whatever. And that's not really a theme that I embrace. But no, I will not do that. I'm sure that there are a number of people listening to this who will, and I hope you guys have a fun day tomorrow. What about you, Swan? You celebrating Hobbit Day tomorrow?
I did not know that was coming. I enjoy fantasy fiction, and I've read a lot growing up as a kid in the 80s. I grew up in the days of satanic panic around Dungeons and Dragons and so on and so forth. And reading Dragonlance was a big one for me as a kid. I of course did get into the runes because of Tolkien and The Hobbit, and I still remember the book and having all the runes written around the edges and just being kind of like drawn to it. And I remember the musical, the 70s kind of odd musical, but seeing Gandalf in that animated musical, kind of the wandering gray wizard. It's, as a kid, I really, really enjoyed it for what it was. As I got older, I kind of understood a little bit more about the inspirations of the Rohirrim and the Anglo-Saxons, and but slowly watching, like, even the elves of Tolkien were in the books just such badasses, and they've kind of been turned into like Balenciaga models over time. Like, how deep can they suck in their cheeks? They I don't know. I enjoy it for what it is, and I enjoyed the movies when they came out. I watched them, but I'm not super strong to the point where I celebrate like like May the 4th be with you, the Star Wars thing. Like, I don't really do that. I know a lot of, I grew up, I was able to go see the episode 6 in the theaters. I'm that old. Like, I remember it. I remember watching it. My brothers being super upset that Ewoks were even a thing. But it's fun, and in some ways it helps me kind of bond with my son in relation to, he loves Lord of the Rings, which is really cool in the sense that, he likes it for that. But I also try to tell him, like, oh, these guys are based off the Anglo-Saxons, and these people were, that Beowulf, and then the interest in language clearly, is huge. But at the same time too, there's a lot of other things that are involved with that I C.S. Lewis and Tolkien and their drives in Catholicism and Christianity, and Christians tout that a lot, and that's kind of tiresome at times. But yeah, I didn't even know.
So I would encourage everyone, when they are done listening to this broadcast, to look up The Ballad of Bilbo Baggins by Leonard Nimoy. If you have not watched that YouTube video, you should. It is hilarious. Yeah, do yourself a favor.
I've never seen it. Wait,
Leonard Nimoy. I invite you to watch it as well.
I'm gonna watch it as soon as we can.
So, our next question is thoughts on the alpha male archetype and how real men should have sex with multiple women as a way to prove themselves and assert dominance.
T-shaped now. Like,
when I hear that and see that, I don't hear that and see that from actual alpha male dudes that have the option of having sex with lots of women. I hear that from dudes in mom's basement that have never known the touch of a woman. I think that's silly, and I think it's silly on the face of it. I think it's like the white Sharia now guys or whatever. There's a lot of dysfunction that comes from folks that are in the basement and not out living life and trying to make stuff happen. I think as long as you're trying to be someone you're not and trying to strive for something that you're not and that is silly, then you're kind of destined to not have success at it. I think going out and this, okay, so at this time of night, I tend to get a little bit short with my answers and a little bit humorous slash insulting on them, and I don't mean to. I mean, I do mean to because it's funny and it gets a laugh, but seriously, your first step between being a loser to being like super alpha male with all the ladies and has a harem and he's like the king of the wasteland. It doesn't work like that. And as long as that's your paradigm, you're going to be frustrated in a lack of success. Having a realistic assessment of who you are and where you're at, and then incrementally trying to make that closer to what you would like to be is a much better way to do things. If you present yourself to the world in a way that's fake, it's very easy to spot fakeness and to deflate it. If your sense of self-worth is based on reality, people can't take reality from you. And this may not seem related, and it's late, so maybe I'm a little bit loopy. I don't think so. I used to work with emotionally disturbed children, and the super liberal crowd was trying to get us to, all these participation trophies and nonsense. Those aren't real. And if you build a facade of how you see yourself on things that aren't real or tangible, it can be swept away by anyone who flexes any reality on you. But things that are real accomplishments and real truths can't be taken away. These kids had a lot of stress in their life and a lot of really terrible things that happened to them. But if they had an accomplishment, a real accomplishment, no matter what abuse they faced, they still have that. Something stupid like, hey, I won this spelling bee in class. Cool. No matter what anyone else did to you or does to you on, September the 21st, 2023, you were the best speller in your class. Nothing I do can make that not be true. So you can hold on to that. If you thump your chest and pretend you're some awesome He-Man barbarian with your, harem of ladies, your idea, but joking aside, that identity is false and it's easy to break. If you go from I have zero courage to I am the most courageous person in the world, well, that's BS and anybody can knock that down. But if you're like, hey, I went from zero courage and I have a little bit of courage today, cool, maybe you do. Maybe you have a little bit more tomorrow. I think that people set them up to fail because the people that I've seen that harp on the silly alpha male archetype are the guys it's not really relevant to, unfortunately. It's guys that aren't out there in the arena doing anything. It's just people being mad the world's not the way that their comic book told them it's supposed to be. And instead of working with what they have, they get mad that they don't have what they feel they're entitled to. And I've seen that manifest in really, really negative ways. One thing that I've seen is very low social value guys build up a lot of anger and find a woman with extremely low self-esteem and be abusive to her as a fulfillment of their alpha male fantasy that they think the world should be like. And it's toxic on all ends. And I've seen that happen a lot. Pretending to be some silly version of what you think men should be like only highlights the distance between your understanding and what a real grown man's understanding is. None of this is directed insultingly at the person who asked the question. Please don't take it that way. This is more for people who are listening. One reason this becomes extra problematic is because we are currently living in a time where there's far too few fathers in the home raising their sons. And so we have a lot of men for a number of generations now that don't have a consistent male role model to help them understand what actual successful masculinity looks like in a relationship, in a marriage, in a family, in a social context. And, you know, we're also in a culture that, while masculinity for white men is toxic, hypermasculinity and this kind of absurd masculinity is celebrated amongst other groups of people. So we get really mixed messages on how that's supposed to work out. And I think that it confuses our women. And I know that it confuses our young men. So yeah, I think that being you, but the version of you that has the courage to go out in the world and, you know, roll the dice, that's the best way for you to go, instead of trying to live up to a silly Hollywood version of a male archetype. Be you and go out in the world and roll the dice and see what happens. Learn from your successes, but even more so, learn from your failures and build an authentic character instead of pretending to be someone that you're not. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I think the biggest thing, and I'm speaking from just my own personal view of a lot of this, is that no amount of advancement towards the strengthening of your character is built without you completely considering your value in relation to yourself, and then upping that value in relation to others. I've never understood that. I think a lot of people project out. If they make a lot of money, if they drive a certain car, if they have a lot of girlfriends, or not even girlfriends, just conquests, they feel like this value somehow kind of ups them, but they're not actually making any true value of themselves. And I think that requires a lot of introspection and in placing upon oneself duty to make oneself better. So if you go through and you look at yourself and seek that validation from yourself, not from others, that's the first stance towards that. Because you'll meet people who will try to undercut you and say, because they want to prove to you that they're maybe more masculine than you, or you're not in the right know, you don't have the right car, you don't make enough money. All that stuff is completely pointless. You will build that slow and steady, gradual forward movement. And oftentimes the best way is you're not even realizing it. At a certain point, you meet people that might try to undercut you or jab at your ego, but you've been through so much of your own self-development, they can't really touch you. And then at a certain point, you can't even touch yourself. Like, as far as like, you can't damage your own progress because you're so much in the mode of taking on those responsibilities and seeking to become better, and it becomes internalized. And so, like a perfect example, we had a jujitsu moot, and I'm getting older, and we got a younger member who's really good. This is what he does for a living. And we started rolling around, and I solidly got my ass served. Like, I was just getting wrecked all over. And the whole time, I never thought about failure, and I never thought about my own shortcomings in the bouts, but instead thought, here's somebody who's he has information that can make me better. So then I would be a fool to not start asking questions immediately. How do I do this? What makes me better at this? How can I do that? And then, we started to go over it, and it became all about improving this and reconstituting myself. And it wasn't about defeatism. It wasn't about being old. It wasn't about, getting wrecked and having to tap out. It became about improving. And if you have that in you, if that's cultivated in you, sometimes people get it when they're young. Other times, like even myself, I was very kind of confused as a young man, but the Marine Corps fostered a lot of that understanding of like that constant application of duty and bettering yourself, and never letting, it's not about letting other people see you not get tired. No, it's about me seeing myself not get tired. Like, I'm not going to give that to myself. A lot of that internalization is really, what builds you up. Don't allow yourself that slip. So you build upon yourself, and after a while that carries its own gravity. So you can't hit yourself down. You can't knock yourself down. Others can't knock you down. And you start interacting with them with a clarity that garners, whatever form, a modicum of respect from others. And that's truly what creates that confidence level. And I think young men don't have that. I didn't have that when I was a teenager. I was able to be a sociable person and everyone's friend. But over time, I began to realize that doesn't always bear good fruit either. And, you end up getting run over, or you end up getting, just forgot about. So internalizing a lot of your own duties and challenging yourself creates a self-worth that, like you said, based in reality, it can't be taken away from you. And whether that manifests in success in business, whether that manifests in the mastery of a craft, whether that manifests in lots of money or just enough money to make sure that you're living well and comfortable so that you can focus on things that truly matter to you, people will pick up on that, and they will absolutely gravitate towards you on it. They'll respect you for it wherever you're at, because you're solidly and consistently presenting that out there. It's not about my value to others. It's about my value to myself. And as long as I'm always willing to try to be better to myself, then that follows with everyone else. That's the only thing I can really give advice to young men.
So we got an interesting side chat going on, Svan.
Yeah, I saw the
accompanied by a very interesting quote from yourself.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I chuckled internally when I heard it. Apparently, if we
know what I mean,
jiu-jitsu, we will all become midgets with the little T-Rex arms. No, just think on it for a second. It's all good, because they can't either.
You can't even. Yeah, your own inner demons. You can't
work out the physics. It just, yeah. Matt and Svan, have you ever played the Japanese role-playing game series Final Fantasy? Svan, have you ever played Final Fantasy?
No, I'm familiar with it. I've had friends. I remember in high school. So I don't even know what number it is. I know they're way up there. It's a video game, and but I've never played it myself. And it seems to be like every version is like a totally different story, but it all has the same title. So I can't make heads or tails of it. But I know there's people that have a big fandom for it. Just I never I gamed a lot when I was younger, and then I got out of it. And then when I was working as a I was a fracker and a welder for water pump systems for drilling, and I'm talking like just millions of gallons of water going through these pipes at thousands of pounds of pressure, and if it popped, it could cut somebody in half, kind of stuff. And we were living like out in West Virginia in the middle of nowhere, and so I got back into gaming, and as a way to just kind of fill time and not blow all my money boozing. And not that I didn't back then, but it helped a lot keeping that money in my pocket. So I did start into gaming as far as like, that was like 2014 ish, 2015. But I'm not super familiar with that game at all.
I played one of them, and in this, when Svan was talking about the midget arms and not being able to touch yourself, I was trying to
I didn't say
contemplate
that.
which. No, that happened. It happened. It's quoted in the side chat. I tried to think of which one I played, and I don't remember. My friend really liked it and let me borrow it, and I played it on the Sega Genesis. So it was one of the early ones,
Yeah.
way back yonder. There was another similar, and I think probably a ripoff game called Shining Force. There was Shining Force 1 and Shining Force 2, and I played those. And for whatever it's worth, that was back in junior high. That would have been 94, 95.
I remember one of my coworkers telling me about Skyrim. He's like, have you ever played Skyrim? And I said, no. And he's like, you were born in Skyrim. And sure enough, the scene he shows me, it looks like Gullfoss in Iceland. They actually, I think they might have done that where they like rebuilt it or whatever. And that was my first introduction back into like games, was playing that while I was in between 14-hour shifts of welding and water pump maintenance.
So, all right, our next question. Matt, what was it like growing up in Alaska? From the pictures I see online, it seems very desolate, even the cities. I think there's two different Alaskas. There's the cities. I was born and raised in Anchorage. Anchorage is a big city. When I left, Anchorage was, and I left Alaska in 2014, Anchorage was 400,000 people or so. I mean, it's a pretty big city. But I got to, it didn't take long until you were in that other part of Alaska. So I was really lucky. Growing up, I got to spend a lot of time with my cousins up in Fairbanks, and my uncle had a cabin way out on Harding Lake, which seemed like it was in the middle of nowhere. Its civilization has creeped up a little bit now, but I'd go up there during breaks during the school year, during winter break, during spring break, whatnot, and got to do a lot of hunting and fish. I say a lot of. I got to do hunting and fishing and stuff up there, ice fishing and things. Got to run my cousin's trap line with him when it was -60. That was kind of cool. Down toward in Anchorage, growing up, my grandparents, my grandfather and my grandmother were really good fly fishers. So we'd go down, and we had a lot on the Kenai River, and the Kenai River is one of the most amazing salmon fisheries in the world. And we'd fly fish for mostly for red salmon down there, and that was awesome. I miss salmon a lot. Salmon anywhere else seems kind of silly. It's white with a vaguely pink tint to it, and it's not very flavorful. I also would dip net for salmon in the Copper River, but Copper River Reds or Kenai River Reds, the meat was very red, and it had a taste, and it was awesome, and it was the best salmon in the world. It was neat because you got to experience all the seasons, and it got really cold in the winter. I remember a lot as a kid, I'd go out, and the second you go out, so you'd take a shower or whatever, you'd run out with your hair still wet, getting ready to go to school, and it would immediately crisp up and freeze. Or you'd run out and immediately your nose hairs would freeze on you. And that was kind of, I don't know, interesting. It was a lot of fun. Even the little bit I got to do, and I could sit here and pretend I was this great outdoorsman. I wasn't, but I got to experience a lot of that. I got to go hiking and hunting and fishing and camping and get out in the woods. And it's just different up there. Since I've been down in the lower 48, you go on any hike anywhere, pretty much any time, you run into people. Even if it's not a lot of people, you run into other people. It's very easy to get to where you don't see another person until you come back from your hike up there. So you could get out in the middle of nowhere very quickly. And I got to see a lot of really cool stuff and experience a lot of really neat stuff as a kid. Got to see the Northern Lights fairly regularly. You go up north towards Fairbanks, especially on that cabin I mentioned out in Harding Lake, and you can. So that was kind of my adventures in dark no man's land, middle of nowhere wilderness, Alaska. Was up there with my cousins, and there'd be times, and I forget how old we were, but I mean, we were in high school or something, maybe freshmen, I don't know, maybe in junior high. But my cousin David and I, we'd go out there, and we could spend, a few days out there all by ourselves. And that was kind of cool. And we'd be out in this cabin and had electricity, but, it was heated by wood stove. So we'd have to keep the wood stove going to heat it up. For water, we had this big trash can that we'd go out in the middle of the lake and dig a hole and dredge up, water from under the ice to fill up this trash can. And that was our source of water. We'd go on the snow machine out there in the middle of the lake, and we'd set up these, we'd go ice fish. So we'd auger these holes out, and we'd set up these tip ups. They were called, I don't know what you call them other places, but they're basically, when the fish would pull on the line, it would have a little flag that would pop up, or a little light at nighttime that would pop up. So you could see it from the cabin where we were looking, and we could go out there and get it and get the fish or whatever. And we'd fish for pike and burbot and whatever else out there. And sometimes we'd go out with a little 410 shotgun and hunt ptarmigan or rabbit or grouse or whatever else, small game. And, we could go out there for like a week and live off the land. And that was a really neat experience. I don't think a lot of kids get these days. And that was kind of cool growing up. It's just neat being out there and being part of it. And it was so dark. It would get, like I mentioned earlier, it'd get -60. And, you go out in the middle of that lake, and you lay on the back of the snow machine, and you look up, and you could see forever because there was no other ambient light around. You could see galaxies, you could see forever. And you'd see the Northern Lights, and they would just dance, and you'd get really dramatic green. Green's easy to come by, but you were up far enough north, you'd get a little bit of pinks here and there. And that was really special when you'd see a little bit of pink. It was also cool up around there in Fairbanks. There was a place called Chena Hot Springs. It was hot springs a little ways out, like an hour outside of town. But you could be out there in the hot springs, like in this awesome hot, you're basically in a hot tub out there. You're in these hot springs, but there's snow and ice all around you, and it's negative degrees. So your breath and everything coming off the hot springs is just instantly, you know, that fog of, you know, basically seeing your breath. You'd see the hot air, and you look up and it's snowing on you, or you'd see the northern lights, and it'd be ridiculous because you're sitting in this hot spring while you're getting snowed on, that was really cool growing up. So it was neat. It was really special. It was kind of I think it's something a lot of people don't get to experience. I got to have all the normal things of a city existence you would want, but I also got to experience a little bit of that wildness, a little bit of that other that I think a lot of people don't get. But yeah, I think that's our last question for the evening. Thank you guys so much for all your amazing questions. Thank you, Svan, for imparting your wisdom on us. Again, I appreciate, seriously, your linguistic skills with these things is very unique, and it comes in really handy. And I appreciate you being here tonight, Svan. Everybody check out The Ballad of Bilbo Baggins by Leonard Nimoy. I think it's worth doing. And until next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA. And remember, victory never sleeps.